Opening the era of black technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Students trained by universities of science and technology do not have to worry about employment. Boss Sue, will the fact that the United States does not send anyone to participate this time have an impact on the exchange competition? Joe Chankin asked. Is it an impact? There will definitely be some impact, but it will not have a big impact on the overall situation. To be honest, I have never seen any single-person aircraft in the United States. Sue Pingan said this calmly. Xiang Kaianjin and Joe Chankin were both stunned. Sue Pingan's words were full of meaning. Boss Sue, has your Xianqi Group's single-person aircraft made a breakthrough? Xiang Kaianjin asked. Not yet. Single-person aircraft are not so easy to break through. The United States has started to study single-person aircraft since the 1990s, but so far, it has not met the requirements. After a while, when the single-person aircraft exchange meeting starts, you will find that it is not so simple to realize commercial single-person flight. There is a lot of knowledge involved, and our country is seriously lacking in talents in this area, Sue Pingan said calmly. Many things cannot be changed overnight. The relevant departments should have already made adjustments, Xiang Kaianjin said directly, and he understood the meaning of Sue Pingan's words. This kind of thing is not something you, a low-level person, can change. Yet, take your time, Sue Pingan said with a smile. While the three were talking, the dishes and wine came up. Boss Sue, I heard that you like giant anchin, so my old comrade in arms gave me a box. It's been there for quite some time. Today, I'd like to invite you to taste it, Joe Chankin said with a smile. Then I'm in for a treat today. Giant anchin's old wine is rare, Sue Pingan said with a smile, and Joe Chankin also laughed and opened a bottle. Sue Pingan could see clearly that the packaging of the bottle was definitely the kind he had seen when he was a child, and it was obviously different from the current one. Cheers to our gathering today, Xiang Kaianjin said, raising his glass directly, and Sue Pingan and Joe Chankin also raised their glasses. The three of them clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp, then smiled at each other and started eating. Come on, Boss Sue, when you come here, you must try our lamb ribs, which are absolutely unique in the country. Joe Chankin politely picked up a piece for Sue Pingan, and Sue Pingan thanked him repeatedly. As the three of them were talking, the topic unconsciously shifted to Xianqi University of Science and Technology. Boss Sue, why did you suddenly take over the university in J-City? I'm very curious about this, Xiang Kaianjin asked. Don't mention it. Senior official Wei and Mayor Chen have discussed this with me more than once or twice. I have never agreed. I have never run a school and I am worried about misleading students. As a result, this time the two of them directly completed all the procedures and overwhelmed me. Fortunately, it is a pilot university. If it is an ordinary university, I would not interfere at all. Sue Pingan was telling the truth. Xiang Kaianjin and Joe Chankin both laughed. The two understood the pressure on Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan. It is not so easy for a resource-depleted city to transform. Although the emergence of Xianqi Group has brought opportunities to J-City, how to tie Xianqi Group firmly to J-City is a big question. Everyone knows that the reason why the headquarters of Apocalypse Group is located in J-City is because Sue Pingan's parents are reluctant to leave their hometown. From this point of view, Sue Pingan is a commendable filial piety. From the perspective of the enterprise, it is a bit arbitrary. After all, the senior management of Apocalypse Group collectively opposes the headquarters in J-City. I have read the information. The university should develop 7 disciplines, right? What does President Sue think about the disciplines? Joe Chankin said directly, and Sue Pingan nodded. It's very simple. Half of the courses are for learning, and the other half are for experiments. The research topics are closely connected with the enterprise, Sue Pingan said directly, and the two were stunned and looked at Sue Pingan, hoping that Sue Pingan would explain in detail. This time, we have 7 subjects, and we will recruit 500 people for each subject. We didn't set the subjects randomly. According to my investigation, these 7 subjects are the most lacking talents in the country. There are a lot of inferior ones, and the advanced ones are rare. It is even harder to find talents that can connect with enterprises. The talents that can be recruited are all ordinary talents. It is very difficult for enterprises to develop, In this way, I discussed with the 3 principals before deciding on these 7 subjects. At the same time, I sent out 5 investigation teams. We are currently communicating with many enterprises to see what kind of talents they really need. Practice what you have learned. The knowledge that students learn in school is urgently needed by enterprises. In this way, students don't have to worry about employment after graduation. Maybe they have been booked by enterprises before graduation, Su Pinggan explained briefly. Xiang Kaianjin and Zhou Chankin both nodded seriously. In this way, students trained by the University of Science and Technology don't have to worry about employment at all. How to ensure that students learn something? Zhou Chankin asked immediately, and raised his glasses at the same time. The 3 of them clinked their glasses and drank them directly. This is very simple. In the first year, students will have to spend half of their week studying in lab classes to train their hands-on and development abilities. Of course, the premise is that you have mastered all the knowledge taught by the lecturer this week. You cannot conduct experiments if you fail the quiz. Only by doing it yourself can you truly master the principle, rather than memorizing it by rote. According to the plan, you will do a lot of experiments yourself during the first year of study, which will lay a solid foundation for students. Theory and experiment will be carried out simultaneously. In the second year, the study time is still very tight. The course content exceeds the knowledge of the third year of ordinary universities. You begin to come into contact with more advanced knowledge, which allows you to understand the gap with international peers. The more you learn, the more you feel that you know less. In the third year, with 2 years of hands-on learning as a foundation, your creativity will be examined. The school will provide you with some topics. This topic is urgently needed by the company. You must complete a topic to be considered qualified in the third year of study. When the company spends money to purchase your results, this part of the funds will be divided into 3 parts, 1 for Apocalypse Group, 1 for the school, and 1 for you personally. Of course, the patent right belongs to Apocalypse Group, and the company will give bonuses based on your results. The school will help you reach an agreement with the company. Starting from the 4th year, you will receive a salary from the company. At this point, it depends on your own wishes, whether to conduct in-depth study and development, or go directly to work. The students have very high imagination and creativity. After graduation, their strength is definitely not inferior to the engineers of these companies. With practical skills, they can choose to work in the company or be a freelancer. Su Pinggan looked at the 2 and explained slowly. Great, no matter what the final results of the University of Science and Technology are, President Su's plan is very close to reality, Xiang Kaianjin said seriously, and the mystery was understood after thinking about it. Then how do you ensure the quality of lecturers? Zhou Chankin continued to ask. This is a very critical issue. It's very simple. If a lecturer at Chianki University of Science and Technology wants to be evaluated for a professional title, it is closely related to your lectures. In other words, your professional title depends on the level of your lectures and the student's acceptance ability, and the student's grades. If you are found to be a threat, you will be dismissed directly. Let me give you a simple example. There are 50 people in a class. According to the 3 levels, how many students score below 60, how many students score below 80, and how many students score above 80, the evaluation of lecturers is based on these 3 aspects. If the score is below 60, 2 points will be deducted directly. If the score is between 60 and 80, 0 will be given. For each student above 80, 1 point will be added. The lecturer's research funding, salary, and welfare benefits are directly related to your comprehensive score and linked to your income. If you want to get more money, you have to pay for it. If you don't pay, you won't get anything. Of course, there are also restrictions on students. There is 1 semester a year and an assessment every 6 months. If your assessment score was below 60 last semester, I'm sorry, your fees will double for the next semester. If you fail for 2 consecutive semesters, there are 2 options left. First, you transfer to another school. Second, you repeat the grade and bear the high tuition fee. The normal tuition fees for students are only 10% higher than those of ordinary universities, because all the materials for your experiments are free. Once you repeat a grade, your fees will be 3 times the normal tuition fees. It all depends on you. If you want to get by, don't come to Chianki University of Science and Technology. If you want to learn and succeed, you need to invest 100% of your experience, Su Pinggan told the design truthfully. This was not designed by Su Pinggan, but by Ji Huayan. It forms a huge constraint on both lecturers and students. Both parties work together to achieve a win-win situation. Awesome. President Su's design for Chianki University of Science and Technology is completely ahead of ordinary schools. Aren't you worried that this design will stop students in their tracks? Joe Chankin continued to raise his questions. Old Joe, let President Su have a drink first. We have plenty of time today, Xiong Kaianjin said with a smile, raised his glass, and the three of them clinked their glasses and drank them in one gulp, then ate some dishes to slow down. Mayor Joe, students are not stupid. They will make comparisons. Half of the time in a year is spent on hands-on experiments. Students are very clear about the effects of hands-on experiments. Secondly, the school provides scholarships to the top 10 students in each class. Those with excellent grades will also be provided with research funds for your personal scientific interests. This is something that no other university can offer. Third, students who pass the exam can apply for an interest-free loan when they enter school. For this part of the loan, students will repay it 1 year after graduation. Interest will start to accrue at this time. However, the interest rate is lower than the normal loan interest. If they study hard, one thing is certain, it will not be a big deal to pay off these loans when they graduate. After all, they will start to have income from the third year. To be honest, I'm completely losing money doing this. The world's top experimental equipment, weekly experimental consumption, plus scholarships and various expenses, can't make a profit at all, Su Pinggan briefly explained, and Joe Chankin and Xiong Kaianjin nodded seriously. I'll let my second child go to Chianki University of Science and Technology. What do you think, Mr. Su? He is currently attending high school in Change City, and his grades are also above average, Joe Chankin said with a smile. He asked Su Pinggan so many questions because he was considering his son. Mayor Joe, the key is to look at the child's own choice. If his heart is not here, forcing him to go there will eventually cause discord between father and son, because the school management is very strict. I promised Principal Chu Wudang that I would not interfere in the specific management of the school. Of course, if I think there is something inappropriate about the school rules, I can negotiate with the three of them. I only provide a platform, and I will never get involved in specific matters. Su Pinggan spoke the truth. I'm back late, sorry. Chapter 377 Anyone can kill him. Xiong Kaianjin and Joe Chankin both nodded seriously. According to what Su Pinggan said, they really couldn't get any benefits from the school. On the contrary, they needed to subsidize a large amount of funds every year. The three of them ate and drank for more than 2 hours before they finished. 3 bottles of 6 bottles of wine were consumed. Joe Chankin gave the remaining 3 bottles of old wine to Su Pinggan, who thanked him repeatedly. He returned to the hotel dizzy, took a shower and went to rest directly. There were still many things to do tomorrow, and resting early would allow him to get up early. The next morning, Su Pinggan got up early to go jogging. He exercised for more than an hour before returning. He took a shower and had breakfast directly. After dinner, he drank some tea and took a car to the venue of the competition. The venue of the single-person aircraft exchange competition is held in a 10-mile radius northwest of V City. The various evaluations are not just determined by how far you fly, but also by many other options. There are obstacles, high walls, huge rings and smaller rings, with different scores, rivers, etc. The terrain is designed to fully test the flexibility of the aircraft. Su Pinggan first inspected the prefabricated houses that were some distance away from the competition venue. There were still 207 teams participating in the competition, minus the American personnel, so 207 suites were needed. Each room was not small. In addition to 5 beds and a bathroom, there was also a huge open space, which was convenient for these teams to adjust the aircraft in the room. It also had windows and solar energy, and everything was based on reality. When Su Pinggan came to inspect, the construction company's site supervisor immediately came to accompany him and explained it in detail to Su Pinggan along the way. Su Pinggan watched and listened all the way, and after a round, he stopped in front of the last house. He raised his foot and kicked the wall of the prefabricated house. With a bang, the wall did not move at all. This is good quality, Su Pinggan said with a smile, which made the staff of the manufacturer next to him a little bit amused. After the house is built, will the toxic substances such as formaldehyde exceed the standard? Su Pinggan asked. No, we use environmentally friendly materials. Every house will be inspected and accepted by the relevant departments of Hubei City after it is built. Only after everything is qualified will we be given a qualified label, MR. Sue, all houses with this sign are qualified houses. The factory staff walked forward a few steps and pointed to a sign on the house and said. Sue Pingan nodded. Have the drainage facilities been built? Sue Pingan asked again. Mr. Sue, don't worry, we have completed the construction of drainage ditches. Those domestic wastewater will eventually flow into the city's sewage pipes. 5 rooms form a group, and a trash can is placed outside. Only after this project is completed can the boardhouse be built. The garbage is collected by a special person every day, the factory staff introduced. Sue Pingan nodded. As long as it will not cause pollution. He looked around and left directly to inspect the stadium. As soon as he arrived at the stadium and got off the car, Dong Wonru came with the staff. President, I am the person sent by the technology company to be responsible for this single-person aircraft exchange competition. My name is Dong Wonru. Dong Wonru introduced herself quickly. Sue Pingan shook hands with Dong Wonru and asked, Thank you for your hard work. How is the progress, President? The construction of the stadium has already started, and it is expected to be fully completed in 5 days. Dong Wonru gave a detailed report, and Sue Pingan nodded. The progress was very good. How do you arrange the competition? Sue Pingan asked as he walked. We will first conduct various test scores, and draw lots to divide into 21 groups. After the various comprehensive scores are released, the obstacle competition will begin. The top 2 of each group will advance. The last group will only have 1 place to advance because of the number of people. The 41 winners will participate in a more difficult obstacle competition, and the ranking will be determined based on the comprehensive score. Your ranking will determine whether you will get the prize. At the same time, we will start from the 41 winning teams in the second round, and shoot a separate video for each team that advances to promote it globally. Finally, we will edit the video according to the ranking of the competition, and the final video will be used for publication and distribution. Dong Wonru talked about a lot of things, and Sue Pingan listened as he walked. When will the contestants arrive? Sue Pingan asked. President, we have made a plan and notified all the participating teams. They will gather at the designated location in a week. We will arrange the planes and they will arrive with their works. It is expected that they will all be in place in 8 days. They will prepare for a week. The single-person flying vehicle exchange competition will officially begin in a week, Dong Wonru reported truthfully. Sue Pingan nodded and walked, but suddenly stopped, raised his hand and pointed to the front and asked, What are the 5 roads here for, President? Some of the participating teams have single-person flying vehicles of car style, which require a certain distance to run up. This is specially prepared for this type of aircraft, Dong Wonru explained. I remember that the competition rules are for vertical takeoff and landing, Sue Pingan said with a frown. That's true, but many teams are studying single-person flying cars. After I asked Mr. Kiao, I added this scope, Dong Wonru explained. Sue Pingan nodded, and stopped asking. Sue Pingan walked around for more than an hour and then left directly. Everything was ready, so there was no need to worry too much. The team led by Dong Wonru was very good and arranged things properly. As time passed slowly, the frequency of foreigners appearing in E-City began to increase, and it was different every day. The owner of the restaurant could wake up with a smile in his sleep, and there were a lot of people dining every day. In the same month of previous years, there were only about 10 roasted whole lambs in a month. Now, there are more than a dozen waves of customers ordering roasted whole lambs every day. The restaurant owner ordered 200 lambs at a time, worried that they would not be enough. Beef, pork, and seafood all began to sell in large quantities, including the cashmere products that are the main product of E-City, which also began to enter the stage of rapid sales. Xiang Kaianjin and Zhou Changqin were also surprised when they saw the data. Old Zhou, we must take this good opportunity to make our brands famous. And we must not let some unscrupulous merchants ruin our brand. I propose that all departments increase inspection efforts and strengthen public security efforts, Xiang Kaianjin said seriously. Yes, we must cherish this opportunity to strengthen management. Let's hold a meeting and assign tasks. Whoever dares to destroy the reputation of our city will pay the price, Zhou Changqin said with a serious expression. The two immediately sent people to issue a notice after making a decision. The meeting was held in an hour, which was very efficient. An hour passed quickly, and the meeting was also very fast. It was over in more than half an hour. Everyone had a specific task and began to head to the department they were responsible for and personally took charge. Early in the morning of this day, each inspection began, and police patrols began to appear on the streets. Each group of patrols carried a set of translators. The manual of the translator was translated into 7 languages: Celestial, English, German, French, Russian, Spanish, Greek, and Japanese. When encountering foreigners, let them read it themselves, and then communicate through the translator. This is the experimental version provided by Shaanxi Technology Company. Because the official version has not yet been formed, it is temporarily used to collect some data for a new round of rectification. The translator project team has already moved into E-City, and a database has been installed. First, training began at the police station. Every time it is used, the relevant data will be transmitted to the database to accumulate experience. As time goes by, many foreigners have developed a strong interest in this translator, and some foreign media have also reported on it. With this device, there will be no problem with cross-border travel in the future. After some investigation, many people pouted their lips and said, "Damn, it's another product of the Apocalypse Group. Why are all good things invented by the Apocalypse Group?" The British Times published an article, "How much black technology does the Apocalypse Group have in its hands?" which introduced the translator product in detail and interviewed people traveling in E-City. The interviewees came from more than a dozen countries, with more than 100 people. These people said that the translator of the Chinese police was too powerful. If this product comes out, they will definitely buy one. At the end of the article, an estimate is given. Once the translator product comes out, it will bring more than 100 billion euros in revenue to the Apocalypse Group. Everyone who sees this article is full of envy and jealousy. Countries in Europe, America, and most of the world began to forward this report. Similarly, this report also caused a sensation after being forwarded in China. Many people are asking a question: with this kind of product, what is the value of learning foreign languages? Similarly, many experts and professors have come out to express their opinions. No matter what the matter is, these people are indispensable. They just expect to make money by following the popularity. The Chinese people despise them. There are 2 opinions. One believes that the English college entrance examination can be completely cancelled, and the other believes that the English college entrance examination needs to be retained. The 2 factions are arguing endlessly. As time goes by, the spearhead begins to point to the education department and begins to criticize the education department for inaction. A fierce public opinion is forming. At this time, Qiao Yichen, the general manager of Shaanxi Technology Company, issued a statement. The translator product is still in the testing stage. Although it has been recognized by many people at home and abroad, it is not mature enough and is far from the first generation of product standards. According to the internal plan of Shaanxi Technology Company, the first generation of products will be fully mature and launched on the market next year. It has 10 major global languages, and people will have no problem communicating face-to-face. The second generation of products will be available within 5 years. With just one headset, you can have barrier-free face-to-face communication. Learning a foreign language is meaningless. It will only waste time, money and energy. Many experts and professors on the internet are against canceling the English college entrance examination. I hope you can record the names of these people. If you find that these people use translators, then explain it. These people are all dishonest people. They say one thing in front of you and another behind your back. They are insidious and cunning villains. They want to be a whore and want to be a saint. Everyone should kill them. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Except for Star Company. As soon as Qiao Yichen's statement appeared, it immediately caused a big wave of exaggeration. This kind of translator will be on the market next year. This is too fast. It immediately caused quite a stir. There are people who are bored in every country, and there are even more on the internet. Immediately, many people began to publish articles to name and record the names of those who oppose the cancellation of the English college entrance examination. People who are kind-hearted also compiled a list and posted it online for everyone to see if there are any omissions. Fortunately, after the translator comes out next year, we will see whether these people will use the translator. At that time, we can directly whip the corpse. This will cost these people their lives. Many experts and professors immediately began to change their opinions, intending to whitewash themselves and leave themselves a way out. They know very well what the value of the translator product is. Su Pinggan saw these things in the hotel and didn't say a word. He just smiled and didn't care. Whether to cancel the English college entrance examination is not up to the people. It's better to sleep than to worry about it. Domestic public opinion is a mess. Finally, under the interference of powerful departments, it began to develop into celebrity gossip. The media only reported these things. Time passed slowly. On this day, the first batch of participating teams flew to E-City and began to check in at the designated location. Each team's room has a menu written in their native language. You can order food and it will be delivered at the specified time. At the same time, today we need to report the name and quantity of tomorrow's food so that we can prepare in advance. This is the case for 3 meals a day. All food and accommodation issues are the responsibility of Shyanki Group. It was already afternoon when the first batch of people arrived. They immediately ordered dinner. After eating, they took a bath and had a good sleep. It was just right to reverse the time difference. Tomorrow, they will start assembling the aircraft for preparation. The number of tourists in E-City began to surge. Basically, all major hotels were full. Joe Chankin immediately arranged people to guide them to settle in homestays, that is, small family hotels. This time, everyone who opened a family hotel was welcomed with both hands. This was considered to resolve the fierce flow of people. Other cities in the country were extremely envious. This was all GDP, but it was a pity that it was not their own city. Especially Zhang Jianbin, seeing the booming tourism industry in E-City, was so angry that he didn't eat 2 meals. Qiao Lianqing was also very angry. After persuading Zhang Jianbin, the two had a meal together. In J-City, Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshuo's faces were black. According to incomplete statistics, there are more than 1 million foreigners in E-City, and the number will continue to increase in the next few days. How much money will it cost to eat, drink, defecate and urinate more than 1 million people, not to mention that the price of goods in E-City has risen by more than 10%. How much money is this? I don't have vacant land within a radius of dozens of miles in J-City, why not grant it to us? The two of them had a sullen face all day long, and the staff were cautious, knowing that the two bosses were in a bad mood. To be honest, this time E-City has so many foreign tourists pouring into it, which is beyond the expectations of everyone in the relevant departments. According to these people's estimates, more than 100,000 foreigners coming to see it is already amazing. Millions of foreigners coming here is something that no one expected, and the bosses in E-City didn't expect it. What should I do? The exchange competition will start in a few days. Where will the newcomers live? This is a big problem. Coordination began immediately, and the surrounding yurts began to arrange personnel. At the same time, simple board houses were built. The mobile board house manufacturers who had just finished working at the Shyanki Group factory were excited. They must be very excited to have business. The mobile board house manufacturers immediately began to mobilize materials and manpower to build simple mobile board houses. The construction was busy day and night. If you look down from the sky, you can see that many trucks are transporting various materials to E-City. In recent times, a lot of daily necessities have been concentrated in E-City. Many local handicrafts are not enough to sell, and high consumption has increased greatly. This time, not only ordinary people are interested in coming to watch, but also many bosses of large companies have come. They can see the value of single-person aircraft. If it is suitable, they must get in on it. Many wealthy people from China and abroad have come here. Many of them are members of the board of directors of large international companies. They are not short of money, and they must enjoy it. The police department was running out of manpower, so they began to ask for help from the armed police. Xiang Kaianjin and Zhou Changqin went straight to the armed police station and asked for help. After approval from their superiors, 3,000 armed police officers joined the team to maintain public order. The data collection of the translator team was very fast, and a large amount of data was collected every day, which was of great help to the next step of improving the translation and patching loopholes. There were not enough people, so they called Qiao Yicheng and immediately coordinated 3 groups to come to help. It was a busy scene. After this data collection, the time for launching the translator product next year can definitely be advanced a lot. In the private room of the Shangri-La Hotel restaurant, Su Pinggan, Liu Dongdong, Zhu Tai, Mabo, Lu Jiangxin, Ren Lauda, Wang Xiaofu and Hangzhou boss Ma were drinking and chatting together. Ma Bo came to watch the fun. Single-person flight is the dream of many people. This time, we can see clearly what the research on single-person aircraft has reached internationally. Others came here to find opportunities. If it is suitable, they will directly acquire the entire R&D team and invest heavily in the development of the aircraft project. To put it bluntly, they came here to grab food. Su Pinggan looked uncomfortable. Dear bosses, dear uncles, please show some mercy. It's not easy for me to run a company and to get a project. If you take away the project, I will have worked in vain, Su Pinggan said pitifully. Su Pinggan was not afraid of being embarrassed. Except for Mabo, the others present were definitely uncles, not to mention that Boss Ren was older than his father, so it was not a loss to call him uncle. In order to prevent these people from snatching food, Su Pinggan had already thrown his face into the Pacific Ocean at this moment. The others looked at each other and laughed. Pinggan, your Shianki group is not small anymore. We are the ones who should say not to snatch food. You should at least leave us a way to live, Liu Dongdong said with a smile. Yes, business is not good now, so don't snatch it from us, said the richest man Wang directly. Pinggan, leave this kind of small business to us investment companies, and you can just go to the international market, Zhu Tai said immediately. Everyone laughed. Su Pinggan also laughed, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Pinggan, do you plan to produce your translator yourself or license it out? Hangzhou Boss Ma asked. Why, Boss Ma is interested in this product, Su Pinggan asked. Yes, I won't interfere with this single-person aircraft, I am optimistic about this translator, Hangzhou Boss Ma said with a smile. Single-person aircraft is not that simple. They are all in Hangzhou. There is a single-person aircraft project team inside Shianki Technology Company. Although I don't know what the current progress is, I can imagine that Su Pinggan is making a layout. After analyzing the results, Hangzhou Boss Ma's target is the translator product. The newspaper said that there is a market of hundreds of billions of dollars. In Boss Ma's view, this is a market of trillions of dollars. I, Shianki Group, don't plan to operate this product myself. I plan to license it to others. Of course, it is not possible for a company to monopolize it, Su Pinggan said meaningfully. Hangzhou Boss Ma raised his eyebrows and had discovered Su Pinggan's ambition. How much patent fee do you plan to charge? If it's appropriate, I plan to produce this as well. Lu Jiangxin is also optimistic about this product and plans to get involved in this industry. Lu Jiangxin is a large electronics factory that supplies more than a dozen mobile phone manufacturers. He is absolutely capable of directly producing translators. The profit from processing for other companies is very small, and he needs to rely on constantly squeezing workers to achieve profitability. If you want to get rid of this shackle, you must have your own product. The translator in front of you is a very good entry point. Lu Jiangxin also made up his mind to fight for this project after consulting with the company's senior management. I haven't thought about it yet, but the licensing fee is 100 million. Let's not talk about euros, let's calculate it in US dollars. I haven't decided how much to extract for one device, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and the other few people were stunned. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Liu Dongdong said directly. The signing fee is 100 million US dollars, and there are other charges. It's like asking all manufacturers to work for you. It's really helpless for Su Pinggan's appetite. Su Pinggan shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression on his face. The others all smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They had a direct understanding of Su Pinggan's greed, which was even greedier than his friends said. Pinggan, can this translator be used with a mobile phone? Boss Ren looked at Su Pinggan and asked. Uncle Ren is wise. If this translator is used with a mobile phone, the fluency can be improved by 10%, Su Pinggan said this directly, and the others looked at Boss Ren meaningfully. At present, there are 5 major mobile phone groups in the world. Guoguo Mobile Phone Group, Zixing Mobile Phone Group, Shianki Mobile Phone Group, Weiwei Mobile Phone Group, and Mimi Mobile Phone Group. These are the 5 major mobile phone brands in the world. Among them, Shianki Mobile Phone and Guoguo Mobile Phone are closed systems, and the rest are Zuozuo systems. The current competition has extended from mobile phone sales to the mobile phone ecosystem. If I need it, will you authorize it? Boss Ren looked at Su Pinggan and suddenly said. Yes, of course I won't. I will authorize any mobile phone company that needs it, except Zixing Company. However, the profit that belongs to me cannot be reduced. Su Pinggan said this directly, and Boss Ren nodded. As long as Shaanxi Group is willing to license it to others, it will be easy. Just like MP3, if each company competes well, they can make more profits. When is the technology expected to be mature? Boss Ren continued to ask. It is not certain for the time being. If Uncle Ren and Boss Ma are interested, I will notify you as soon as there is a breakthrough, Su Pinggan said with a smile, looking at the two people, and they both nodded. Chapter 379. You don't even have 1% of him. The meal lasted about 2 hours. Everyone shook hands and left. Su Pinggan and Mabo went back to the hotel in the same car. They made a pot of tea and chatted in the living room. Are you really going to license the translator product? Mabo asked, staring into Su Pinggan's eyes. Su Pinggan nodded seriously. Why? If you produce it yourself, you will definitely maximize your profits. Why do you want to license it? Mabo didn't understand this question. I don't want to license it either, but there is no way. The current products of Apocalypse Group are already eye-catching enough, especially the development of the hydrogen industry, which makes many people around the world wary of Apocalypse Group. I have to be low-key. If I license it, these companies can advertise and produce it, which can divert some attention. At the same time, it can be regarded as a signal from me to people around the world. This signals that we can make money together, and Apocalypse Group is not a threat. Su Pinggan rubbed his head after speaking, with a helpless expression on his face. Someone wants to attack you, Mabo said in shock. Not yet, but there are already bad signs. Why does the United States prohibit domestic people from participating in the exchange competition? This is a very obvious warning. The development of the Apocalypse Group has touched the sensitive nerves of the United States. You can only understand this warning, but not express it in words. The President of the United States will visit our country next month. The intention of making such a decision at this critical point is already very clear, Su Pinggan said helplessly. The life of an international giant is not so easy. What about the single-person aircraft project? Do you also want to authorize it? Mabo continued to ask. How is it possible? I have invested a lot in this project. I would only authorize it if I was stupid, boss. Don't look at the fact that everyone present today has expressed their interest in the single-person aircraft project. Their purpose is not on the single-person aircraft, but on the translator. Just watch, in the end, none of these people will participate in the single-person aircraft project, especially Boss Ma. They are all companies in Hangzhou, and they know very well that there is this project in my Apocalypse Group. Su Pinggan looked at Mabo and explained. After listening, Mabo frowned and thought for a while, and then sighed for a long time. Compared with you old foxes, I am still young. Okay, don't sigh. If you do well in the tea business, your achievements will not be inferior to any of us, Su Pinggan said directly, while Mabo shook his head. Why do I feel that I have reached the end of my career in the tea business? Mabo frowned and said. Your tea company is now bigger than Lipton, Su Pinggan asked. How is that possible? Lipton is an international company, and I am far behind, Mabo said directly. You haven't even caught up with Lipton's status. Why do you think you have reached the end? Su Pinggan was very curious about this. Mabo raised his hand and drank the tea in the cup. In recent years, I have been fighting with those old guys. After fighting, I found that my output value has not increased much. The only achievement is that those old killers have made less money. I originally thought that after my strong suppression, they would not be able to stand it and give up part of the market. And completely consolidate my market position, so that I can free up my hands to start entering the foreign market. In the end, I am still entangled with these people. This is not the result I want, Mabo said helplessly. The fact that you have this feeling only shows one thing, that you are not putting enough pressure on them. Su Pinggan looked at Mabo and said seriously. What do you mean? Mabo seemed to have grasped something. It's very simple, your brand building is not good enough. Although you have your own planting bases in every major tea producing area, those people also have their own bases. Your next step is to strengthen your brand building, just like Lao Gan Ma. When you go to buy spicy chili sauce, you can't help but take a bottle. At this point, it's time for you to enter the overseas market. Su Pinggan said this without any joking intention. Mabo nodded, thinking that what Su Pinggan said made sense. His own brand building was still not good enough, but he still had no idea what to do next. Recently I found that many tea companies have raised prices. Have you raised your prices? Su Pinggan asked. It has increased a little. It has to increase. The labor cost is too high, Mabo told the truth. You shouldn't raise the price. You are in trouble. Your competitors are in trouble. The best way is to drag them to death. You actually gave up such a great opportunity. I don't know what to say to you, Su Pinggan said while covering his face, and took a sip of the teacup. You said it lightly. If I don't raise the price, my net profit will be reduced by more than 8 million a year. Give it to me, Mabo said with an unhappy face. How much is your net profit a year now? Su Pinggan asked. Mabo looked at Su Pinggan and said, more than 400 million, so little, Su Pinggan said in surprise, and Mabo's face darkened. He just looked at Su Pinggan because he was worried that Su Pinggan would say this, but it still happened. You think other companies are your Shyanki group, and it's not easy to make money. It's a world of difference with you. Mabo took the opportunity to vent his resentment. Stop, Su Pinggan immediately stopped Mabo's complaints. Lipton's annual profit is over $10 billion, and you don't even have 1% of his. How is this possible? Su Pinggan asked in confusion. The difference here is too big. I know that the profits of tea companies across the country combined cannot reach 10% of Lipton's profits. This problem is very unsolvable, Mabo said helplessly. Have you studied what the problem is? Su Pinggan took out a cigarette and handed it to Mabo. The two began to talk while puffing smoke. This problem needs to be studied carefully. Brand problem. Another thing is that Lipton is the dominant brand in many countries. They have strong capital. After coming to China, after more than 10 years of development, the brand has been established and the sales volume is stable. What can we use to compete with them? Mabo said helplessly. This problem is very unsolvable. How is your Zeta brand building going? Su Pinggan asked. There are some loyal customers, but the influence is still limited. Pinggan, the brand influence in the tea industry takes a long time to build. It is difficult to gain more consumer recognition in a short period of time, Mabo told the truth. That's not right. You can look at the current civilian paint market. Our Shyanki civilian paint is the highest price. But the highest market share, not only in China, but also in many countries. It is the first choice of consumers. There is a problem with your brand building. How much is your annual advertising fee? Su Pinggan asked. More than 4 million, Mabo said directly. So little. Su Pinggan's voice suddenly rose when he said this. Not a small amount. In the ranking of advertising investment of tea companies, I am in the top 3, only a little less than the first place, Mabo said directly. Su Pinggan looked at Mabo seriously, and now he completely understood that Mabo was bound by the entire industry. The industry was stagnant, and Mabo became less passionate. If you want to have a big development, you must break this industry convention. To put it bluntly, it is to introduce capital power to smash the market, just like the popsicles we ate when we were young, which were 1 cent each at the beginning, but now they are around 5 yuan each. This is the power of capital. It is rude and unreasonable, smashing the market and reshaping the market rules, raising the entry threshold several times. It is difficult for you to enter this industry. Even if you enter, it will be even more difficult to develop. Do you remember the popsicles you ate when you were a child? Su Pinggan looked at Mabo and said, and Mabo nodded in confusion. Recall carefully how the popsicle market has changed. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he picked up the teacup and started to drink tea. Mabo had an expression of serious thinking, and his mind was obviously recalling the changes in the popsicle market. After a while, Mabo came back to his senses. Su Pinggan picked up the teapot and filled Mabo's cup. Mabo picked it up and drank it directly. I understand what you mean. You want me to completely break the industry rules and reshape the industry rules. Mabo looked at Su Pinggan and said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. Yes, only in this way can you take a new path, otherwise, you will be bound by the current industry situation. Su Pinggan said this very seriously. This requires a huge amount of money. Even with your financial support, I'm worried that I won't be able to pay it back in the end, Mabo said with a frown. This is not a small amount of money. Take it slow. First, double the size of your current tea base to further squeeze the living space of your competitors. The second step is to advertise. This requires long-term and continuous investment. Not to say every month, but at least once every month is necessary to let everyone remember Zai tea. The third step is that you need to introduce more stringent corporate specifications than the current industry. Publicize it. When consumers are not satisfied with a tea from other manufacturers, they will naturally think of Zai tea. The fourth step is to launch bagged tea like Lipton. The price cannot be lower, and it must remain at the same price. The advertising should be elegant and attractive to attract people's attention. It does not need to be rolled out across the board, but only through supermarket channels. Bagged tea does not need to be produced in large quantities for the time being, but stores must exist in some major cities across the country so that consumers can buy it. Existence is victory, and you can launch some small activities to stimulate it. When consumers are accustomed to the taste of your tea, they will not be used to drinking other brands of tea. Make less money now, but you will make a lot on the future. Su Pinggan laid out all his ideas. My funds alone won't last me a few years. I'll sell you 10% of my shares, and you'll support me with 300 million yuan. I'll come back and redeem these shares at the original price later, Mabo said seriously, looking at Su Pinggan. Chapter 380 Secretly Rejoicing. Don't give me 300 million. I will provide you with 500 million. You can build your own tea research institute, do some serious research, and upgrade the bagged tea in all aspects, including taste, fragrance, color, etc. Follow the method we discussed today. If there is no effect in 3 years, I will repay you 10% of the shares for free, Su Pinggan said directly. This sentence completely blocked Mabo's way back. Okay, let's do it. I won't say anything else. Starting from next year, my advertising expenses will be increased to 20 million per year. Other aspects will be implemented as we said. Reshape the rules of the tea industry, Mabo said directly, and his heroic spirit rose. The two drank 2 pots of tea and separated. Mabo returned to his room to rest. He could sleep well tonight. The things that had been tangled in his mind were solved and he felt relieved. Su Pinggan also went to take a bath and rest. He drank a lot of wine and his head was already dizzy. He would be more energetic tomorrow after a good sleep. The next morning, Su Pinggan got up early and started running. After the exercise, he went directly to the competition venue to check. The audience was watching within 50 meters of the stadium. And a huge protective glass was installed, which is very thick and can block a huge impact force. In case of any accident, it can definitely become the last line of defense to protect the audience. After all, single-person aircraft are still dangerous. Apocalypse Group has also purchased huge insurance for the various team members and staff who came to participate in the competition, just in case. E-City has also carried out relevant coordination. 3 ambulances and 3 fire trucks are on standby at the scene. 50 rescue personnel are on site at all times. In case of an accident, they can be rescued at any time. Hundreds of shields are arranged around for people to use at any time. There have been 7 or 8 single-person aircraft exchange conferences held in the United States. Accidents occurred every time, and the several held in the United Kingdom were no exception. This is also the fundamental reason why other countries did not hold them. There is a certain degree of danger. It can be said that the safety work of this event, held by Su Pinggan, is the best one. This is a fact recognized by everyone. Looking at the world trend, the dream of human flight has never been extinguished. There are many people who have dedicated themselves to it. Human beings continue to move towards their goals one after another and never retreat. It is this spirit that gave birth to various flying tools currently available to humans. After Su Pinggan arrived at the scene, he began to communicate with the staff, project department personnel, and participating team members. With the presence of a translator, there was no problem in communication. He visited the aircraft of many groups and did not leave until noon to return to the hotel to rest. At present, all the teams participating in the exchange competition have arrived. After a few days of adjustment, the exchange competition will begin. In recent days, more and more tourists have called, and the public security environment is good. The only problem is that several foreign tourists got drunk and fought. They were quickly subdued and taken away by the police. They were released after being punished according to the public security regulations. Many foreigners felt very shocked. Apart from other things, if this kind of activity was held in the United States, so many people would get together and mess up at home. It is very normal to fight dozens of times a day. In E-City, it was very calm, and even thieves were not encountered. These foreigners felt incredible. On this day, many people began to gather at the venue of the exchange conference. Everyone brought binoculars. For safety, tourists were not allowed to observe closely. The participating teams began to assemble according to their group positions and began to conduct comprehensive scoring. This time many people were eye-opening, and various single-person aircraft began to appear. Rocket backpacks, power equipment flight, multi-point jet devices, single-person flying cars, Single-person flying motorcycles, exoskeleton flight structures, etc., are countless, and everyone feels that this trip is worthwhile. In addition, many media have sent personnel to E-City for live broadcasts and commentary. After approval, reporters can wear special passes to enter the interview, and the media have a lot of news. There are also many foreign media, which many people are surprised by, because the number of foreign media is second only to the number of the Olympic Games that year, which is surprising to everyone. The contestants began to conduct comprehensive scoring: starting time, flight altitude, flexibility, appearance, environmental protection of fuel, noise, safety, load, speed, cruising range, etc. 18 small items were scored. The scoring results of each group will be displayed on the huge LED screen, and people who come to watch can clearly see the achievements of their own country's personnel. These scores are not blindly appearing. The on-site scorers are one aspect, and a professional scoring agency will conduct another score. The scorers of this agency are scientists from more than a dozen countries. The list has been announced to the public. These people are all prestigious. No one has any objection. The final score of the contestant is the sum of the scores of the two. The test today, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow is not the climax. The obstacle crossing competition starting the day after tomorrow is the high-level exchange competition. Each team will show the comprehensive performance of the aircraft, which is the key point. There are also many people in the audience who bring pens and paper to record various data at any time. These people are representatives of various investigation agencies. With the data of this direct competition, they can make a decision on whether to enter the single-person aircraft industry. In the evening, Su Pinggan had dinner with several foreigners again. These people are members of the board of directors of large foreign companies. They have dealt with them before and came to watch this time. As the host, Su Pinggan would not be justified if he did not entertain them. He brought Mabo to entertain these people. It can be said that Su Pinggan has been drinking a lot every day in recent days. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and the climax came. Su Pinggan also accompanied the bigwigs of E-City to watch the scene. One by one, the aircraft began to show their advantages in the obstacle race. This time, many people were shocked that a single-person aircraft could achieve this level. After starting, it continuously jumped over several obstacles and passed through several circles in the air. The flexibility was very high. The general flight altitude exceeded 300 meters, and some could even reach 2,000 meters or 3,000 meters, which was amazing. The speed has also changed a lot. A speed of 100 kilometers per hour is very common. The flying skateboard in France has reached a speed of 156 kilometers per hour, which is amazing and many people did not expect it. The load capacity has also been greatly improved. The maximum load capacity has reached 267 kilograms, and the flight altitude has reached 720 meters. With the progress of the exchange competition, many international single-person aircraft records have been refreshed, and media reports have taken advantage of the situation. It is said that the number of viewers worldwide has exceeded 300 million. Of course, there are also problems with the flight. Once an accident occurs, the rescue personnel will immediately go to rescue. Generally speaking, there are only injuries, and no deaths. Although the U.S. government prohibits domestic teams from participating in the exchange competition, there are many Americans. According to statistics, 200,000 people entered the Celestial Empire with U.S. passports and came to E-City to watch this single-person aircraft exchange competition. The next day, a British newspaper broke another news. According to current statistics, it is expected that more than 800 billionaires will go to E-City to visit the single-person aircraft exchange competition. Many of them are presidents or chairmen of large international companies, and there are even more directors. Dozens of photos were published, all taken in E-City, and they are all CEOs or chairmen of large companies. There are also several American companies. It can be seen that everyone attaches great importance to this single-person aircraft exchange competition. After this news was exposed, it caused a great sensation around the world. Many financial institutions have issued predictions that the next top outlet will be single-person aircraft. If there is a huge capital investment, the development of single-person aircraft will usher in a blowout effect. With the media reports, more and more viewers are watching the single-person aircraft exchange competition. The first time it was held, what they wanted was influence. Su Pinggan did not plan to charge any TV broadcast fees. The second time would not be free. When the exchange competition entered the third day, a French media broke a big news, which immediately set off the news market. A reporter recognized 5 people in the audience of the E-City exchange competition. These 5 people are from the Pentagon of the United States, and one of them is a general. According to the investigation of the reporter, these people are all personnel of the Pentagon's equipment department. Obviously, the United States is secretly observing the single-person aircraft exchange competition. After the news was reported, more people were shocked. As time passed, more soldiers from more countries were discovered. Obviously, all countries attach great importance to this project. Su Pinggan also asked Zhou Chengqin and Xiang Qianjun from Hubei City, "Are you just letting these people come to watch without any precautions, Pinggan? These people have been controlled since they entered the country. There is no need to be on guard. After all, the single-person aircraft project is not mature enough now." Each country has its own single-person aircraft research team, which is no less than the current single-person aircraft research team. These technologies have been mastered and are of no value. The only valuable thing is to analyze the acceptance of the civilian market and listen to the opinions of the visitors, Xiang Qianjun explained, and Su Pinggan stopped asking. Su Pinggan was secretly glad that he had restrained himself this time. If he had acted recklessly as before, the performance of the Apocalypse Group's single-person aircraft would have been exposed, which would have caused a huge uproar. Every day, a copy of various professional data would be submitted to Su Pinggan. After comparing the various data, Su Pinggan was very relieved that the various performances of these single-person aircraft were far lower than those of the Apocalypse Group. Chapter 381. You're doing this for your own money. Kane is in charge of the single-person aircraft project of the Apocalypse Group. He is a man with 2 brushes. Since taking over, he has made comprehensive optimizations to the architecture, engine, jet planning, safety, noise, and load of the single-person aircraft. Compared with the data before Kane took over, it is completely 2 single-person aircrafts. The data in all aspects have been greatly improved, and it is only one step away from success. All kinds of data from this single-person aircraft exchange competition will be included in the Apocalypse Group database. Kane and his team will conduct a comprehensive analysis and learn from each other for further research. After a week-long competition, various scores were released, and the scores of 207 teams were made public. It was very detailed. There were clear records of how many points you got in each of the 18 small items. Then there was your score in the obstacle race. Basically no one had any objections. The Chinese side was very dissatisfied with this result, but there was nothing you could do no matter how dissatisfied you were. Because there was no Chinese team in the top 20, and there was only one Chinese team from the 21st to 30th place, which belonged to the team of XXX University in the Magic City. The gap between China and foreign countries in single-person aircraft is obvious, which completely tears apart the cloak of experts and professors who whitewash China's technology and make everyone see the gap clearly. This gap is really huge. You know, these groups are basically private groups and student groups within universities. They have not received support from enterprises and have the same starting line. This is the gap. After the competition, Su Pinggan began to distribute bonuses in front of all the media. The team members who received the awards were all smiling. After the bonuses were distributed one by one, Su Pinggan announced another thing. Dear contestants, dear media, after more than 10 days of exchange competition, everyone has seen the value of single-person aircraft. In the future, popularizing single-person aircraft is definitely not a dream, and everyone has the right to fly in the sky. We also found a lot of problems in this exchange competition, that is, the problems of environmental protection and safety. We have to say that there are still big flaws in these 2 issues, and there is a lot of room for improvement. Another biggest problem is the inconsistency of energy. Some use gasoline, some use aviation fuel, and some use synthetic energy. Of course, there are also hydrogen energy. Different fuels will cause different results. Because this is the first time it has been held, there are many things we have not considered. When we hold this event again next year, we must make certain changes to make the exchange competition more fair and reasonable. I announce that the second single-person aircraft exchange competition will be held next year. We will announce the venue of the competition 6 months in advance, and the single-person aircraft fuel used will be unified as hydrogen fuel. Many people were surprised when Su Pinggan said this. More wealthy people and corporate executives immediately changed their faces when they heard this. Su Pinggan was unifying the standard energy. It can be imagined that once the fuel for single-person aircraft is determined, developers will use hydrogen energy as fuel. And the future will be the hydrogen energy market. At present, the international hydrogen energy industry patents are monopolized by the Apocalypse Group. This Su Pinggan is really insidious and cunning, and everyone understands Su Pinggan's sinister intentions. Hydrogen fuel has the least pollution. Hydrogen fuel can be used as rocket fuel. This is a fuel with a very wide range of applications. For our common Earth, we must adhere to the principle of using clean energy, love the Earth. Start with me. Thank you everyone. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he bowed to everyone, and warm applause rang out at the scene. Many people looked at the scene with black faces. Su Pinggan really used various tricks to promote his hydrogen energy. For the Earth. Bah, you are doing it for your own money. You are so shameless to use the Earth to pressure us. This single-person aircraft exchange competition ended successfully. All parties were very satisfied with the exchange competition. Many teams told reporters that they would continue to participate in the single-person aircraft exchange competition next year. With this competition exchange, the single-person aircraft of their own team will be further improved next year, and all of them stated that they will use hydrogen energy as the fuel for single-person aircraft. Protecting the Earth starts with me. The arrangement of the Apocalypse Group is very good. It gave these participating groups 3 days of rest time. Only after 3 days will they arrange a plane to send them back to China. This made all participating teams welcome it with both hands. The next day, the global media began to report on this matter. Many countries are now regretting it because the price of the hydrogen energy industry authorization of the Apocalypse Group has increased by 20%. And it was just after the announcement that the single-person aircraft uses hydrogen energy. It can be seen that Su Pinggan is forcing these countries to make a choice, whether to choose traditional oil or choose hydrogen energy with an unlimited future. According to media reports, basically all the participating teams this time accept the rules of using hydrogen fuel. The reason is simple, for our Earth. So far, enterprises in 43 countries have signed hydrogen energy patent licensing contracts, hydrogen energy engine contracts, and patent licensing for hydrogen energy vehicle hydrogenation safety valves with Shaanxi Group. The remaining countries that have not signed with Shaanxi Group are basically oil-producing countries, the United States, some countries that have not reached an agreement with China, and some poor countries. Poor countries think about the problem very simply. We are poor and have no money to develop hydrogen energy. Anyway, now that the oil price has plummeted, we can use gasoline. Single-person aircraft are toys for the rich. We can't afford to buy them or play with them, so oil is their best choice. But these countries are poor. Even if the price falls and they are allowed to buy, how much can these countries buy? Many oil-producing countries would rather stop production than sell oil to these countries. OPEC has held meetings one after another recently. In the past, as long as OPEC held a meeting, it would immediately attract global attention. Now, the reporters present are all there. Meetings cannot solve problems, and production cuts cannot solve problems either. Because the current production of various countries is reduced by 50%, but there is still a supply surplus. South Korea and Vietnam have reached an agreement with China, but Su Pinggan refused to meet with people from these two countries and refused to talk to them. The two countries were extremely helpless. Especially in Vietnam, domestic automobile exhaust pollution has reached an extremely serious level. They are very eager to introduce hydrogen energy to reduce air pollution. Su Pinggan is uncomfortable not contacting the people. Wei Dongshuo came forward to talk to Su Pinggan, but was rejected by Su Pinggan. There was no room for negotiation on this matter. Apocalypse Group would not cooperate with any company in these two countries. Pinggan, you have to put the overall situation first. Wei Dongshuo began to persuade Su Pinggan, starting from the national interest, hoping that Su Pinggan would change his mind. Old Wei, I can give you this face, I have conditions. Su Pinggan looked at Wei Dongshuo and said directly, feeling very helpless in his heart. You can't compete with a country. You say. Wei Dongshuo looked at Su Pinggan and said. First, Vietnam will give me 100 million yuan in compensation. They hurt me in the past, and they must pay the price. Second, South Korea announced that my Shaanxi mobile phone was unsafe, and the four-eyed frog and his deputy left the political arena. The four major families, Park, Lee, Kim, and he, will each compensate me 1 billion Shaanxi coins. You can tell the Koreans clearly and ask them to tell the heads of the four families, don't think I don't know what they did, there won't be a second time. If it happens a second time, one of them will definitely go on a seabed tour. Let them think about it themselves. Third, the time is 1 month. If they agree, they will directly pay and send someone to renegotiate the patent licensing contract. The patent licensing fee will increase by 30%. Su Pinggan expressed his opinion very calmly. Wei Dongshu was stunned. How did these 4 families offend Su Pinggan? It seems that there are still many things I don't know. After thinking about it, I decided to pass on the message truthfully. It's better to stay out of this matter and just do my job well. After Wei Dongshu returned to his office, he contacted the people sent by the higher-ups and told them the truth about Su Pinggan's request. Commissioner Wen Qiang immediately frowned and said, "This Su Pinggan is disorganized and undisciplined. He is only a business, and you have spoiled him too much." After hearing this, Wei Dongshu's face immediately darkened. "Yes, we spoiled him too much? You can close down his Shianki group." "I have no objection." Wei Dongshu returned to his desk and said nothing. The commissioner named Wen Qiang did not expect that Wei Dongshu would dare to contradict him like this. Wang Qiang would not dare to close down the Shianki group even if he had 10 courage. He knew very well what position the Shianki group held in the country. When the two were in a stalemate, Wei Dongshu's phone rang. "Senior official, this is Wei Dongshu." Wei Dongshu answered the phone directly. "How is the matter going?" Why Province Boss K. Jianzhang asked directly. "Senior official, I just went to see Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan's opinion is. I just reported it to the commissioner. The commissioner's comment is that Su Pinggan is unorganized and undisciplined. No matter how powerful he is just an enterprise. We have spoiled Shianki Group too much." I said yes, we spoiled it too much. You can close Shianki Group. What to do next? Please give instructions. Wei Dongshu complained directly and did not give in. Wang Qiang sat opposite Wei Dongshu and stared at Wei Dongshu. After listening to Wei Dongshu's accusation, K. Jianzhang smiled and understood that these people from Beijing were all uncles, and they were very arrogant. It was better in front of him. J City was just a small 4th-tier city, and he would definitely not take it seriously. However, no matter how bad Wei Dongshu was, he was still his subordinate. It was not your turn as a messenger to criticize him. What's more, Wei Dongshu was a capable general, and K. Jianzhang's heart to protect his son came up. "Give him the phone," K. Jianzhang said directly. "Yes," Wei Dongshu said, looking at the commissioner in front of him. "Commissioner Wang, our senior official asks you to answer the phone," Wei Dongshu said, and put the phone forward, sitting there without getting up. Wang Qiang stood up and walked over to answer the phone. "Senior official, I am Wang Qiang." His attitude softened a lot. Yes, I understand," Wang Qiang said this with his head bowed. Wei Dongshu looked at Wang Qiang in front of him and looked down on him. He was obviously a mean person. "Senior official Wei, senior official asks you to answer the phone." Wang Qiang's face was already sweating. He handed the phone to Wei Dongshu, and his attitude obviously changed. Wei Dongshu answered the phone calmly. "Senior official, I am Wei Dongshu." The two talked for a while and then hung up the phone. Wei Dongshu looked at Wang Qiang and said, "Commissioner Wang, please convey my words truthfully. I have something else to do and I will not accompany you anymore." Wang Qiang took a deep look at Wei Dongshu, turned around and left. He was too ashamed to stay here. This time, he would inevitably be scolded when he returned. It was rare for the provincial and municipal officials to collectively dislike him. He was embarrassed to the Pacific Ocean. After leaving the compound, Wang Qiang immediately took out his cell phone and started to call his direct superior. He first told Su Pinggan's conditions, and then told him what happened truthfully. "Come back." The line was disconnected after this sentence came out of the phone, and Wang Qiang had a bad feeling. "P.S. I recommend a book to a friend, Dragon Tiger Hong Kong. Friends who are short of books can go and read it. If it suits your taste, please support it. Writing a book is not easy." Chapter 382 Su Pinggan completely wins. Time passed slowly. Vietnam and South Korea had already received Su Pinggan's conditions, and Vietnam breathed a sigh of relief. 100 million was nothing, and it was necessary to ease relations with the Apocalypse Group. The blockade of international giants was more severe than the blockade of his mother country. Everything was done secretly and with unspoken rules, which restricted you everywhere, especially in terms of business development, which was invisible and isolated everywhere. Many companies dared not cooperate with Vietnamese companies, fearing that the Apocalypse Group would stop licensing patents, which would cause greater losses. Companies in foreign capital markets are very shrewd. Supingen spends more than 7 billion euros on scientific and technological research and development every year. With the advent of the hydrogen energy industry, everyone has a unified view that the Apocalypse Group has entered a period of technological explosion. The so-called technological explosion period refers to your long-term and unremitting research, accumulating a lot of correct data and a lot of technology. This strong foundation begins to produce a chemical reaction, thus giving birth to a lot of results. The Apocalypse Group is currently in such a state. It is conceivable how much technology has been accumulated by the 8 major research institutes in Germany, Britain, France, Italy, Austria, Hangzhou Science and Technology Headquarters, the Comprehensive Research Institute in J-City, the Northwest Apocalypse Botanical Research Institute, etc. Let alone other things. The price of experimental data at the major research institutes of the Apocalypse Group on the international black market is as high as 5 billion euros, which shows how terrifying the accumulation of the Apocalypse Group in the past few years is. Dr. Leck is a Nobel Prize winner, and Niren is also a Nobel Prize winner. Both the master and the apprentice have won the Nobel Prize. This is a globally recognized story. Dr. Karen, Miao Yang, and 7 or 8 other people are all nominees for the Nobel Prize. This shows the talent base within the Apocalypse Group. In addition, the translator that emerged from this single-person aircraft exchange competition has made many companies optimistic. According to gossip, the Apocalypse Group does not intend to produce it itself, but plans to directly authorize it to the outside world. After the breakthrough, any company can contact the Apocalypse Group. Everyone knows how big this market is. This is just a translator. No one knows whether the Apocalypse Group has other products, but no one dares to be careless. The breakthroughs in the 3 clean energy projects of hydrogen energy, solar energy and wind energy have made Apocalypse Group a globally recognized international energy giant. Its valuation has soared and is now close to the market value of the old oil energy giants. Moreover, the market value of oil energy giants is shrinking. The future belongs to clean energy. Therefore, financial companies and investment companies from all walks of life are very optimistic about Apocalypse Group. Apocalypse is the future. Therefore, it is very necessary to maintain a good cooperative relationship with Apocalypse Group. This is the consensus of many companies. If you do not agree, just look at the current miserable situation in South Korea and you will see it clearly. After Apocalypse Group stopped cooperating with Korean companies, the top 10 companies in South Korea suffered losses one after another. The total amount of losses is comparable to the annual GDP of some countries. Thinking about such a huge loss makes him sleepless with fear. In the reception room of a department in Beijing, after hearing Supingen's words, the Korean representative was stunned at first, and then he bowed and left without saying a word. The messenger had a thoughtful expression. What Wei Dongshuo said was true. There were other things we didn't know. The 4 major families in South Korea had a lot of grievances with the Apocalypse Group. Supingen's request was passed back to South Korea. The patriarchs of the 4 major families met secretly. They all had shocked expressions on their faces. They never dreamed that Supingen knew that they were behind the scenes. If there is a next time, one of the 2 parties will definitely go on an underwater tour. This sentence is a huge threat to the 4 families. If other entrepreneurs in the Celestial Empire said it, the 4 families might not care, but this sentence was said by the gangster Supingen, so they couldn't ignore it. The 4 families knew clearly what Supingen's skills and courage were. Since Supingen said so, he would definitely do so if there was anything else. The 4 families were 100% sure of this. Why did Supingen appear in the Celestial Empire? The Park family said with a long sigh, exhausted, and the other 3 also looked helpless. When the 4 of us gathered to discuss that matter, I can guarantee that the people I brought were all veterans with more than 10 years of experience and had been through a lot of scrutiny. Why did Supingen know it so clearly? The head of the He family looked at the other 3 with fierce eyes. Brother He, the people we brought are also like that. Think about the real culprit of the explosion case. Don't you have a clear idea in your mind? The head of the Jin family rubbed his temple and said directly. Why don't we just let him go on a submarine tour? The head of the Lee family said fiercely. The others were shocked and looked at the head of the Lee family with wide eyes. Everyone knew that this time, The Apocalypse Group wielded the patent stick to cause the greatest damage to the Lee family, causing the Lee family to lose more than $20 billion. Brother Lee, the losses of the American oil giants are greater than ours. Why don't they do it? The head of the Park family rolled his eyes and glanced at the head of the Lee family. No one said anything. This kind of thing is not something you can solve by assassination. Once you fail, you must go to the next party. The Apocalypse Group is not without any resistance. On the contrary, the counterattack power of the Apocalypse Group is very terrifying. If they really fight, the Apocalypse Group will definitely not fail in the end. Everyone knows this. What's more, Su Pinggan always travels with a large group of people, and he is accompanied by more than a dozen professionally trained bodyguards. The security measures are in place, and it is not so easy to assassinate him. Although Gates of Microsoft is still the world's richest man, everyone knows that Gates' wealth is not comparable to Su Pinggan of the Apocalypse Group. The Apocalypse Group is a private enterprise and belongs entirely to Su Pinggan. Gates' personal wealth is only the value of shares. At the critical moment, Su Pinggan only needs to shout "I want to go public," and his wealth will increase 100 times in an instant. It's very easy. What can you fight with? Using money will kill your whole family. Then what should we do? Accept his blackmail? 1 billion Xianchao coins, this is not a small number, said the head of the Lee family helplessly. He really didn't want to pay this money. Everyone, I feel that we need to learn from our neighbors. Why doesn't the United States allow the companies in neighboring countries to do it, but let us? I received a message that the companies over there collectively refused very straightforwardly. The Americans came to us because they had no choice. If we can hold on for a while, we may not have to pay such a high price. Companies in neighboring countries are making a lot of money in China, but our products are strongly resisted by the Chinese. If we can't be self-reliant and continue like this, I'm afraid our companies will also decline. The head of the Jin family expressed his opinions with emotion. Brother Jin is right. We must change our approach, increase investment in China, and reduce investment in the United States. Everything is for the future of the family, the head of the He family said with a long sigh. The title that the media gave to Su Pinggan, the luckiest man of this century, now seems to be true. Look at the people from European countries who have good relations with him. I don't need to say more about their current situation. Why the United States dare not issue an order to sanction the Apocalypse Group now is that it is worried that Europe will not cooperate. Once Europe does not cooperate, other countries will not cooperate either. At that time, it is the Americans who will be embarrassed. Let's not talk about other things. The person next door must also be cautious in this matter. It is hard to say whether he will follow the Americans at that time. If it is not good, the domestic economy will be in great turmoil. The head of the He family followed and everyone nodded. In this case, you agree to pay 1 billion funds. The head of the Lee family looked at the three people and said this. The three of them sighed and acquiesced. The head of the Lee family secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You just agree. I really can't bear it anymore. Let alone 10 billion, even 1.5 billion or 2 billion, as long as it can be exchanged for a settlement, everything is worth it. Only a week had passed, and the news from the 4 major Korean families came in, willing to compensate the losses of the Apocalypse Group. In 2 days, 4 billion celestial coins were deposited into the account of the Apocalypse Group. The four-eyed frog and his deputy who held the press conference were directly arrested by the Korean prosecutor's office, and the charge was bribery. The series of changes made people dazzled. When the news came out, the people in the Celestial Empire who knew about it were very shocked. The arrogant Koreans bowed their heads. This was something no one had expected, especially the high-level analysis department, who were even more confused. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan were also shocked in the office. The 4 major Korean families really paid compensation. The two looked at each other, both with shocked faces. They knew very well what these people said. Then, Vietnam's 100 million compensation was also in place. Su Pinggan won completely. And the bigwigs began to face up to this matter. The country protested and the two countries did not take it seriously, but Su Pinggan failed. This is unscientific. Soon, the Apocalypse Group and the Korean Kim family Daewon Pharmaceutical issued a joint statement. Daewon Pharmaceutical obtained the agency rights of superfish oil in South Korea and resumed cooperation with Daewon Pharmaceutical from today. The Apocalypse Group and the Korean Park family's Universe Heavy Industry issued a joint statement. Universe Heavy Industry obtained the patent authorization of the hydrogen energy industry of the Apocalypse Group. The Wang family's Dayday Group obtained the patent authorization of the hydrogen energy engine and the hydrogen energy vehicle hydrogenation safety valve from the Apocalypse Group. The Apocalypse Group and the Korean Go family's Tongda Communication Group issued a joint statement. The Apocalypse mobile phone once again officially landed in the Korean market, and the Korean branch of the Apocalypse mobile phone company once again began operations. The Apocalypse Group and the Vietnam People's Petroleum Corporation issued a joint announcement. The Vietnam People's Petroleum Corporation obtained the patent authorization of the hydrogen energy industry of the Apocalypse Group. The Apocalypse Group and Vietnam Daeang Pharmaceutical jointly announced that Vietnam Daeang Pharmaceutical obtained the exclusive agency rights of superfish oil in Vietnam. From today, the sales of superfish oil in Vietnam will resume. The Apocalypse Group and Vietnam Haitian Communications Company jointly announced that the Apocalypse mobile phone officially landed in the Vietnamese market. Ding Xiaojun announced that the second generation of the Apocalypse mobile phone will soon be sold in Vietnam. The Vietnam branch of the Apocalypse mobile phone was officially established and started work. Chapter 383 Take Back the Money That Belongs to Us. The products of Apocalypse Group began to land in the markets of the two countries, and the previously suspended authorizations began to slowly resume. This result made many people sigh with emotion, and there were two more markets that continuously provided profits for Apocalypse Group. More than a week passed slowly, and Apocalypse Group once again broke out a big news. Germany's Apocalypse Wind Energy Group officially announced that it had successfully developed a wind power and solar energy integrated power system for seagoing ships. In other words, seagoing ships do not need to burn oil. The power system formed by carbon magnetic wind trees and carbon crystal solar panels can completely achieve long-distance voyages, which can reduce the operating fuel cost of seagoing ships by 50%. Shipping companies and seagoing ship manufacturers who are willing to introduce this power system can contact Apocalypse Wind Energy, and Apocalypse Wind Energy will issue patent authorization. Take care of the earth, use clean energy from me. This slogan is a loud propaganda, which makes many companies look painful. The appearance of this news directly shook the global energy market again, and all shipping companies and ship manufacturing companies began to go crazy. The cost reduction was 50%, which contained huge profits, and they could not let it go. A day later, Chang'e Wind Energy once again issued a statement that enterprises in countries that did not promote the hydrogen energy industry could not obtain authorization, because the backup energy of this system is hydrogen fuel, and even if you are authorized, you cannot produce it. At the same time, Chang'e High-Tech Materials Research Institute also issued a statement and began to issue patent authorizations for a new generation of carbon aluminum batteries. This battery has a large energy density, large storage capacity, high safety, high recyclability, and low pollution. Carbon aluminum batteries are indispensable supporting products for the Chang'e wind energy system. Now they have begun to be fully authorized. Companies from all over the world are welcome to come to the institute to discuss cooperation, and the authorization is equal. Su Pinggan, this bastard, has a layout that is one ring after another. This is the voice of many entrepreneurs, especially those in the United States, who are even more angry. The terrifying clean energy giant. This report in the British newspaper detailed the layout of Chang'e Group and clean energy. This time it can be called a surgical dissection analysis. The article has been published and was immediately reprinted by media in various countries. Chang'e Group once again advertised for free around the world, letting everyone remember one thing: Chang'e Group's products are products of the highest technological level and irrefutable high-tech products. The media in China also forwarded this report. After reading it, everyone realized the strength of the technology of the Apocalypse Group. To use the original words in the article, the Apocalypse Group is a real high-tech giant with the ability to change the direction of human development. This time, experts and professors did not jump out to comment on anything. They were not stupid. After the dissecting analysis of the article, the technological strength of the Apocalypse Group was clear, which was completely incomprehensible to them. Old Wei, what's wrong with Su Pinggan's brain? He has played out this set of serial tricks and completely monopolized the global clean energy market. You can't say he is monopolizing. He's as slippery as a loach and doesn't let you catch the handle. The foundation of state-owned enterprises is much stronger than when he started. Now look at it. The difference between the Apocalypse Group and these enterprises is completely different from the world, Chen Qingshan said with emotion. If I knew how he played, I would also go into business. Wei Dongshu also shook his head and smiled bitterly. You can't refuse to accept some people. However, I think this is inseparable from his start. He is willing to spend money on scientific research because he sees that scientific research results can bring him huge profits. When Ho Minghe and I were drinking a few days ago, Ho Minghe said something. The investment of Shianqi Group in scientific research this year will exceed 10 billion euros. 10 billion euros. How much is it in Xianchao currency? 100 billion Xianchao currency. Which company is so willing to spend as much as he does? It would be abnormal if there is no such return with such a large investment, Wei Dongshu said with emotion. By the way, you still have to go to find this kid and get the forum invitation letter from above. The superior instructed that this kid must participate and cannot shirk for any reason. If Su Pinggan does not participate in the end, the two of us will be beaten with a stick. Wei Dongshu rubbed his head and said. Chen Qingshan looked uncomfortable. He took the invitation and asked, is it from Beijing or Shanghai? Neither. It's the International Davos Economic Forum in Switzerland. Switzerland sent someone to contact our government. They know that Su Pinggan is a low-key guy who doesn't want to attend any forum. The foreigners are also smart. They know that they can force Su Pinggan to participate through us. If this entrepreneur who is in the limelight is missing this year, the forum will lose a lot of color, Wei Dongshu said with a wry smile. This is the influence of international giants. Your every move has a significant impact. Don't think that Su Pinggan's exposure rate in China is not as good as those experts and professors. Look at the international world. This kid stamps his feet and the international economy will shake. This is the status of the Apocalypse Group in the world, Wei Dongshu said directly. This kind of influence is hard to erase. In the United States, Eric Petroleum Group's large laboratory in Houston. Today, the entire laboratory is heavily guarded. The president of the Petroleum Group and 7 major directors have collectively arrived at the laboratory. The reason why everyone came here is that the laboratory has made a major breakthrough in oil refining, which can extract a new fuel from high-quality gasoline. 14 gallons of high-quality gasoline can be used to refine 1 gallon of new fuel. This fuel is a super fuel, 3 times more efficient than the currently known rocket fuel. According to calculations, at the same dosage, the spacecraft using this fuel has a mileage 4 times that of other fuels, which can be fully matched with a super engine sealed in the United States. If this test is successful, the level of the U.S. aerospace industry will be raised to a higher level, and it will continue to maintain its global leading position, at least leading the world for 20 years. This is an incredible breakthrough. Let's start the test, said Martin, president of Eric Oil Group, looking at the testers. Dr. Cabri, who is in charge of this project, nodded and went down to make arrangements. Martin, if this test is successful, we must further suppress the international oil price, said Brown, the big director, looking at Martin. He has lost too much recently and must make up for it from this project. Gentlemen, we not only have to suppress the international oil price, but also reach an agreement with the Apocalypse Group to introduce their hydrogen energy industry to develop the civilian market. It is in our interest to make money on both ends, said Martin, looking at the big directors with a smile on his face. Martin, you are a qualified director. Just do it. I support you, Director Ross directly expressed his opinion. Director Ross, my plan is not just that. We also have large-scale short selling of other oil companies to make up for our losses. We must make up for it, Martin said with a smile, and the faces of these directors began to light up. Martin, do as Ross said. We fully support you. Just tell us what you need us to do. Director Mike also said something. Martin's plan was very much to his liking. As for the life and death of other oil companies, he didn't care at all. Gentlemen, if our product is successful, we will inevitably get orders from the military and the aerospace sector. But if the Black Palace imposes restrictions on our exports, this will cut off our source of income. The reason why Apocalypse Group has developed is because the celestial government has not imposed restrictions on Apocalypse Group, such as super fish oil, super paint, and even the current clean energy system. Su has collected massive amounts of patent licensing funds. I believe you all know how much profit this can make. We must make the Black Palace give up the blockade because it is meaningless. It will restrict us from making money and will push trillions of dollars out of our arms. Facts have proved that technological blockades are already outdated methods. The only way to make a profit is to collect massive patent fees. Only then will we have funds to continue to invest in research and development. Otherwise, Where will we get the funds to invest in scientific research? Look at Apocalypse Group. According to the analysis of the brokerage team, the profit of Apocalypse Group plus the patent licensing fees will definitely exceed $50 billion in net profit this year. For the sake of money, I need you to solve this problem and take back our money. Martin stared at the directors with gleaming eyes. Several directors began to breathe harder. They all understood what Martin said. A net profit of $50 billion. According to the taxation of China, at least $40 billion should be collected. What kind of concept is this? Just thinking about it makes people crazy and unable to sleep. The robber gene in their bones began to act up. Several people looked at each other. Just follow the plan. We will work together this time. Anyone who doesn't work will be kicked out of the board of directors. Director Howard stared at everyone with red eyes. Yes, the United States has launched a blockade against China for so many years. As a result, China's technological level has increased day by day, and the money we should have received has evaporated in vain. This mistake must not continue. We should unite several companies with the same interests to work together. If the Black Palace is stubborn, the next term must be replaced, Director Weber said with a sinister expression. Martin nodded seriously and asked everyone to continue watching the experiment. Soon, the experiment began. The inference data generated by the new engine began to appear and soon rushed towards the predetermined target. The final result exceeded the predetermined target by 7%. Success, Dr. Cabuli shouted excitedly, and all the researchers began to cheer. Martin and several senior directors also smiled and began to applaud. The company's current predicament is nothing. It is nothing to go through a period of hard times according to the plan. After the layout is completed, the current losses will be multiplied back. Congratulations to you, Doctor. The company will issue the relevant bonuses in full. Martin smiled and hugged Dr. Cabuli. Thank you, President. Thank you, company, Dr. Cabuli said excitedly. This is the reward you and your team members deserve, Senior Director Howard also said with a smile. All the directors shook hands with Dr. Cabuli and congratulated Dr. Cabuli on his success. Everyone, be quiet, Martin said loudly, and everyone began to quiet down. To celebrate this great breakthrough, I decided to hold a party today. Everyone can have a party, Martin announced the decision directly, and everyone began to cheer. Chapter 384 Do you discriminate against the United States? In the office of Su Pinggan in J City, Xianxiao, Su Pinggan was drinking tea and looking at the invitation in his hand. He looked up and saw Chen Qingshan sitting opposite him with a helpless look on his face. So, I have to go, Su Pinggan said directly. Yes, if you don't go, Lao Wei and I will be scolded. Besides, this Davos forum is of high standard. In addition to some national leaders, many giant companies in the world will also attend. This is also an opportunity for you to get to know the presidents or chairmen of other international giants, and your network will increase a lot, Chen Qingshan said directly. Aren't you afraid that I will steal the limelight and be hated by those big guys? Su Pinggan rolled his eyes and looked at Chen Qingshan. The probability of such a thing happening is very high, and it is probably unavoidable. Especially recently, the Apocalypse Group has been very popular, and the hydrogen energy layout is shocking. The patent fees collected by the Apocalypse Group are not small. If you calculate these patent fees carefully, it will definitely make people jealous. What is there to hate? No matter how rich you are just a businessman. These politicians will still take you seriously, Chen Qingshan said this directly. Su Pinggan was stunned, and then burst into laughter. Chen Qingshan looked at Su Pinggan, who was laughing and suddenly felt that he seemed to have said something wrong. After a while, Su Pinggan stopped laughing and looked at Chen Qingshan. You are right. No matter how well the Apocalypse Group develops, I am nothing in the eyes of politicians. I am just a fat pig at most. Pinggan, don't. Chen Qingshan felt that Su Pinggan's thoughts were very dangerous. He wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Su Pinggan waving his hand. I understand. I was just joking. I accepted the invitation. I will arrive early and have a good time in Switzerland, Su Pinggan said calmly. You are really joking, Chen Qingshan looked at Su Pinggan's face. Of course it's a joke. What else can it be? Come, let's have tea, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Chen Qingshan didn't see anything wrong with Su Pinggan's face. It seemed that Su Pinggan was really joking, so Chen Qingshan didn't take it to heart. Su Pinggan changed the subject, and after they drank tea for a while, Chen Qingshan was about to leave. Don't go back at this time. Let's go have a drink later. "I tell you, I got a bottle of good wine," Su Pinggan said directly. "Keep it and drink it next time." "I've been busy lately," Chen Qingshan refused directly. He really didn't have time to drink. If he drank with Su Pinggan at noon, he wouldn't be able to do anything in the afternoon. After sending Chen Qingshan away, Su Pinggan was gloomy in the office. Although Chen Qingshan's words were not pleasant to hear, they also stated a fact. Although cruel, this was reality. "The Apocalypse Group is very fat. I believe many people are planning to take a bite. We must make some arrangements," Su Pinggan said to himself. Time passed slowly. Su Pinggan arranged things at home and in the company. He called Isabella and agreed to meet in Switzerland. Su Pinggan planned to leave half a month in advance, just as a vacation. On this day, Su Pinggan began to be busy with the last thing, a comprehensive inspection of the recycling company. At present, the recycling system has been launched in several cities, forming a huge network. Domestic waste can basically be recycled. And the paper waste recycling system has also started to operate. After a series of complex procedures, paper waste is restored to pulp. Various sewage is discharged into the urban ecological river channel after repeated refining and purification, increasing the humidity of the city. Y Province has been in a drought environment for many years. Increasing the moisture content in the air helps to reduce air pollution. These treated waters have been monitored by relevant departments and fully meet the national Class II water source standards. The Y provincial government has also begun to promote a major water conservancy project to manage the water conservancy facilities in several surrounding cities. Comprehensively renovate the river channel, J City, Xinxi, Keishi, Luo City, Su City, and the provincial capital, and the agricultural ditches of several cities form a network layout. Each city must build a reservoir to regulate agricultural water use. It will be fully completed this year. After completion, the agricultural water cost of several cities will be reduced by about 30%. This is a huge agricultural benefit project. After meeting the needs of urban rivers and canals, these treated waters will flow into agricultural water reservoirs, and each city will regulate agricultural water use within its territory according to the situation. This is a long-term project, and it is expected that it will be difficult to put it into practical use within 2 years. It will take a certain amount of time for the urban ecological canal to complete the water storage, and it will also take time for the reservoir to complete the water storage. Biofertilizer feed factories have also begun to be miniaturized. There are factories in various cities. They only produce in reserve, and sales are dispatched by the headquarters. They are arranged according to the principle of proximity. Because of the low price, sales are hot and supply is in short supply. Biogas power plants now basically maintain uninterrupted and continuous power supply, creating hundreds of thousands to millions of net profits every month. Construction waste can also be recycled and reused, but plastic and technical wastes are piled up in a huge landfill. Each one has been compacted, and a huge square, very heavy, is piled up in the landfill piece by piece, leaving it for processing after the technology is completed. The plastic landfill is already conducting secret experiments to biologically transform a kind of insect that can eat plastic to enhance its ability to eat plastic. When these insects grow to a certain extent after eating plastic, they will be replaced by a batch of larvae. These adults will be transported to the feed processing plant for a feed ratio experiments. Once the experiment is completed, the plastic waste cleaning work will be completely started. According to the Research Institute, there are 2 treatment plans for plastic waste. The first is this kind of biological conversion to treat waste, and the second is to recycle plastic. As a result, the second method is difficult to meet the technical standards. When recycling, it will produce a lot of toxic gases. Over time, it will cause great harm to workers. Therefore, we began to study the first chapter of the plan with all our strength. Only metal waste needs to wait. The current technology is far from mature. We can only wait for the technology to mature before decomposing and recycling. After going around several cities and watching the operation of various factories, Su Pinggan returned home and accompanied his parents for a week. He flew directly to Switzerland from the provincial capital. Isabella also set off from Denmark to Switzerland. Denmark took the lead in promoting the hydrogen energy industry. Su Pinggan gave the lowest patent licensing fee for Isabella's sake, which was 50% off. This approach made the Danish bosses very satisfied, and Isabella was also extremely satisfied. After the promotion of the hydrogen energy industry, Vestas Group not only resettled its original workers, but also added hundreds of jobs. Without the big burden, they can go into the research and development of other high-profit projects with ease, and have made a perfect transformation. This is what the bosses are most satisfied with. Switzerland is in the mountains, the air is very good, and the temperature is a bit low at this time. Sue Pinkin and Isabella did not get up early, and stayed in bed together and talked about little love. It was not until almost noon that the two got up and took a shower together to have lunch. In the afternoon, they visited Zurich. This time, the Davos Forum was held in the ski resort of Zurich. After resting for 2 days and adapting to the local climate, Sue Pinkin took Liu Wenjin and Darinetta Isabella to ski and play, completely throwing away all worries. In the outside world, the German Schianki High-Tech Materials Research Institute announced that it has reached a patent licensing cooperation for carbon aluminum batteries with 2 companies in China, 2 companies in Japan, 1 company in Italy, 1 company in Belgium, 1 company in France, 1 company in Spain, 1 company in Australia, and 2 companies in the United States. It is expected that the new generation of carbon aluminum batteries will be available as early as May next year. Households powered by solar and wind energy will be equipped with such batteries to form a perfect clean energy system. The maintenance cost of this system is 70% of the maintenance cost of lead-acid batteries on the market, and its service life is 50% longer than that of lead-acid batteries. When the battery reaches the end of its service life, the battery manufacturer will recycle it at a discount, and the discount rate can be as low as 20% of the price of a new battery. After the statement was issued, all authorized companies received a large number of phone inquiries, mainly asking when the product will be launched and how much it will cost. It can be seen that the sales of the product are not a problem at all. Within 2 days, Schianki Wind Energy Company announced that Schianki Wind Energy Company had reached a clean power authorization agreement with 3 shipyards in China, 1 shipyard in South Korea, 1 shipyard in Japan, 2 shipyards in France, 1 shipyard in Germany, 1 shipyard in Spain, and 1 shipyard in Greece. These shipyards will adopt Schianki Wind Energy's clean energy system, and the newly produced ships will fully adopt clean energy, directly reducing fuel costs by 60%, which is 10% more than expected. When holding a press conference, American reporters asked why there were no American shipyards and whether they discriminated against the United States. This question was very sharp. Alexander smiled slightly. He had been prepared for this. Your little trick is not smart enough. We have not reached an agreement with the American shipyard because no American shipyard has contacted us so far. Maybe it's because our products are not good enough. Another reason is that this system requires hydrogen energy. The United States does not intend to promote this clean energy. Even if you are authorized, you cannot use it. Based on these 2 reasons, we regret not being able to cooperate with American shipyards, Alexander explained very calmly. The American reporter was speechless. It was not that Schianki Wind Energy did not authorize, but that the domestic companies did not contact Schianki Wind Energy at all. They gave up the project themselves, and Schianki Wind Energy could not be blamed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385. This is an era of turmoil and opportunity. How could the U.S. shipyards contact Schianki Wind Energy? Currently, only 3 shipyards have died. These 3 shipyards can survive because of orders from the U.S. military. The manufacturing of seagoing vessels has been completely abandoned. The high cost has been eliminated by the market. At present, the international Shanghai shipbuilding orders are basically won by shipyards in Europe and Asia. The U.S. shipbuilding industry has declined from its peak when it could manufacture 10 aircraft carriers at the same time to the point where it barely survives. According to the analysis of the U.S. media, one of the only 3 large shipyards will go bankrupt in 2 years, leaving 2 shipyards. With the announcement of the good news of Schianki High-Tech Materials Research Institute and Schianki Wind Energy, the stocks of all companies that have reached cooperation agreements in the statement have begun to rise against the trend, and the boards of directors of various companies can wake up with laughter in their sleep. The cost of shipping has plummeted, and the result is that the shipping business of various countries will grow linearly. With low costs, businessmen will definitely like it more, and the stock prices of trading companies have also increased. On this day, the news about the U.S. president's visit to China began to flood the screen. Su Pinggan also saw it, looked at it and put it aside. It had nothing to do with him. This was the world of big shots. 8 days passed unknowingly. Various big shots began to gather in Zurich. Su Pinggan had no time to play with Isabella. He began to take Isabella to various cocktail parties frequently. Isabella's identity was different from that of ordinary people. It was definitely face-saving to take her out. Holding a wine glass and holding Su Pinggan's arm, the two of them were circling around. Sometimes Su Pinggan was left to talk, and Isabella went to the side to chat and laugh with other ladies, showing ease. Many big shots looked at Su Pinggan and Isabella with envy. It was great to be young, but it was a pity that they were already married. However, these people soon returned to normal. China is a monogamous country. Su Pinggan has 2 confidants in China. This is no secret. Let's see what Su Pinggan will do in the future. There will be a time when Su Pinggan will cry. Su, the international economy is weak, but your Shanghai group is bucking the trend and making huge profits. What do you think of the current economy? Dr. Curry, chief analyst of the Swiss Union Bank, also attended the reception and took the opportunity to ask Su Pinggan. There were 7 or 8 people sitting around. None of them were ordinary people, either the presidents of large companies or bankers, all with serious expressions on their faces. In the past 2 years, the profits of Shanghai Group have definitely surpassed those of any other company. Su Pinggan's leadership ability has been recognized, and they all care more about Su Pinggan's opinions. Doctor, to be honest, my view on the world economy is no different from that of the past. The world economy is currently at a crossroads. Those who seize the opportunity and rise against the trend will become the economic giants of the future. If you don't seize the opportunity and stick to the old ways, you are destined to be eliminated by the social trend. As you can see, the Apocalypse Group has entered a period of explosive growth after several years of scientific research accumulation. Not only the Apocalypse Group, I think that in the next few years, many companies around the world will enter this period. With the advancement of technology, new industries will replace old industries. I believe everyone has learned about the single-person aircraft exchange conference held in E-City, Xianxiao. My opinion is that in about 3 years, single-person aircraft will mature and become people's means of transportation. At that time, what will happen to the automobile industry and the aircraft industry? It depends on your transformation speed. Only by keeping abreast of the world trend can there be a future. Su Pinggan expressed his views seriously. You mean that the automobile industry and the aircraft industry will be eliminated, said Porter Lane, president of Porsche, frowning and looking at Su Pinggan. It is difficult to be eliminated in the short term, at least before the single-person aircraft matures. But once the single-person aircraft matures, what do you think? The result is obvious. Flying motorcycles and flying cars will replace the current automobile industry, and the new aircraft industry will replace the current aircraft industry. Technology is developing, and the impact on traditional industries is inevitable. Technology is developing. Every new technology that comes out will have a huge impact on the original industrial system. The advent of hydrogen energy has had an impact on the crude oil market. Everyone has seen it, even if the hydrogen energy of the Apocalypse Group is not successful. I believe that in a few years, the new energy of other companies will also be successful, which will also have an impact on the original energy system. This is an era of turbulence and opportunities. As for whether you can seize the opportunity, it depends on your personal ability. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he took a sip of the red wine in the glass, and the other people nodded. Su, what do you think is the best industry in the future? Norwood asked on the side. The Norwood family is a banking family, and the family has been operating the banking industry for more than 200 years. No matter how far social development goes, it cannot be separated from the financial industry. This is the best industry, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and everyone laughed. However, I think that in the future, the 4 major areas of high-tech basic manufacturing, communications, artificial intelligence, and pharmaceuticals will usher in rapid development, because the accumulation of science and technology has reached a certain stage. As long as you can grasp one, you will definitely have a place in the future. There is also a traditional industry that will undergo a major change, that is, the planting industry. At present, the global climate is warming, and extreme weather has begun to appear frequently, posing a great threat to agricultural production. If we do not introduce high-tech products to assist agriculture, The global food crisis in the future is inevitable, Su Pinggan said seriously. You can't tell that the large farms of our group located around the world have suffered losses caused by extreme weather this year, 1.7% higher than last year. This ratio is not high, but it can't withstand the increase every year. If the climate continues to be so abnormal, the global food crisis will soon come, Temple, president of Costa Group, said directly. Costa Group is not very famous. If you underestimate this group because of this, you will definitely suffer a big loss, because this group controls 20% of the global food industry, which is a terrifying number. Temple, is it really that dangerous? Curry asked in surprise. Temple nodded seriously. This was not an exaggeration. We expect this year's grain production to be the same as last year. You know, we have added more than 400 hectares of land for growing grain this year. This part of grain only makes up for the losses caused by natural weather. This is not a good sign, Temple said seriously. Not only that, according to the research of My Apocalypse Botanical Research Institute, the grain seeds are currently degenerating. The degradation process is not obvious. It is difficult to find out if you don't collect data carefully. If this goes on, maybe one day the speed at which we use technology to transform seeds will not be able to keep up with the speed of seed degradation. At that time, it will definitely not be a good thing for mankind, but don't worry, everyone. According to calculations, there is no need to worry about this problem in the next 200 years. The technological transformation can keep up with the changes, Su Pinggan added, and everyone was very surprised. Su, you should announce this matter and attract the attention of all mankind. Dr. Curry stared at Su Pinggan and said, Doctor, we can talk about this kind of thing in private, but the higher-ups will never let this kind of news spread out, as it will affect social stability. Su Pinggan pointed upwards, and everyone suddenly realized what Su Pinggan meant. Then everyone started chatting about love and romance, and it wasn't long before Isabella came over and pulled Su Pinggan away to continue talking in another circle. Attending lunch at noon and cocktail parties at night, this state lasted for 6 or 7 days, which made Isabella very addicted. In the last few days, Isabella didn't show up for lunch, and went out to play with other ladies. Elle inevitably came to the forum and took time to meet with Su Pinggan privately. As a good friend, Su Pinggan helped Elle a lot. Unlike other companies, Apocalypse Group basically didn't have any big requirements for Elle. After the establishment of the branch factory of Apocalypse Light Energy in Nantes, Elle provided a lot of help. The employment rate dropped significantly and the economy improved, allowing Elle to consolidate his position. Now he has freed up his hands to start some industry reforms. Everyone knew the relationship between the two, so they did not hide their meals from others. The media took photos of the two laughing while eating. Many people looked helpless when they saw the photos. A few days later, the heads of more than 30 countries arrived and the Davos Forum officially began. Su Pinggan sat down to attend the opening ceremony and listened to the speeches of the heads of state. The translator used in this conference was provided by an American company. Su Pinggan was relieved after using it. It was completely behind the products of the Apocalypse Group. There was no threat to Su Pinggan, so he didn't care. During this period, many people asked Su Pinggan when the Apocalypse Group's translator would be available on the market. These people had personally experienced the Apocalypse Group's translator, which was much more advanced than the one used in the forum. Su Pinggan expressed tactfully that the Apocalypse Group would not produce its own products, but would license the patents. Any company could come to negotiate patent licensing. This news inevitably spread, and many companies became interested. The presidents of many companies left contact information with Su Pinggan. Once the Apocalypse Group's translator matured, they would notify him immediately. They were all interested in purchasing patents to intervene in this market. Su Pinggan is open to all. You can produce, but the final translation effect comes from the database of Apocalypse Group Technology Company. When the translator becomes popular, Apocalypse Technology Company will firmly occupy a large part of the internet data and truly gain a foothold. At that time, even if Fuji wants to suppress Apocalypse Technology Company, it has become unrealistic. Not to mention other things, it only needs Apocalypse Technology Company to release a program that is incompatible with the Android system, and the Android system can be abolished in an instant. With this restriction, Apocalypse Technology Company can expand on the internet. With the technology of the technology company, it is not impossible to occupy the European market in the future. The Apocalypse mobile phone ecosystem will expand step by step and become the mainstream of the world. Mastering the mainstream of mobile device clients means mastering the future of Internet development. At the very least, those Internet companies in the United States will never dare to play any tricks on Apocalypse Group. They cannot afford the price. Chapter 386, 716 scientific research institutions around the world are conducting new energy research. Su Pinggan arrived at a meeting early every day to listen to speeches by some national leaders and economic experts. He found a characteristic, that is, everyone admitted that the current international economy was weak. Su Pinggan began to think about one thing. The consequence of economic weakness is that you earn less. The cost of living has increased, but your income has decreased. This has caused many people to be afraid to consume, even if you give him a loan. Because loans need to be repaid, the consequences of not being able to pay back are very alarming. The interest will be calculated until you die, because China does not have a personal bankruptcy law. Europe and the United States have personal bankruptcy laws. If an individual files for bankruptcy, the interest will not be calculated. You still have a chance to turn over. I am afraid that this reason is also the fundamental reason for many people to immigrate, in order to have an extra chance to turn over. This day, Su Pinggan returned to the hotel after attending the forum. Isabella had already made tea for Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan sat down and drank the tea slowly. Darina came in. "Boss, the deputy director of the forum, Husky, is here and wants to talk to you," Darina reported, and Su Pinggan frowned. "Please let him in," Su Pinggan said directly. Darina nodded and went out. Soon, she came in with a gray-haired man. Su Pinggan recognized him. It was Husky. Husky's image had appeared at the opening of the forum, and the host had introduced Husky. "Welcome to be a guest," Su Pinggan said with a smile, and shook hands with Husky, who also had a smile on his face, and then sat down together. Isabella was very tactful and followed Darina out without interrupting Su Pinggan's conversation with Husky. "Princess Isabella is really considerate," Husky said with a smile. "She is not interested in this, forgive me," Su Pinggan said with a smile, and picked up the teapot to pour a cup of tea for Husky. Su Pinggan picked up the cup and clinked it with Husky's cup. Both of them drank it in one gulp. Su Pinggan began to clean the tea set and boil water. "Su, there is a problem now. The organizing committee has received many requests from people and needs you to speak," Husky said as he looked at Su Pinggan. To be honest, Husky did not expect Su Pinggan to have such a great influence. 22 of the more than 30 national leaders wanted to hear Su Pinggan's views on the economy. 76 media outlets from various countries unanimously requested that Su Pinggan be arranged to speak. Many people from other institutions also gave their opinions to the organizing committee. This kind of scene was the first time since the establishment of the forum. The organizing committee discussed it and sent Husky to Su Pinggan. After all, Su Pinggan had reached an agreement with the forum before the forum was held not to speak. Mr. Husky, you know, I don't know much about the world economy. It's a bit inappropriate for me to speak, Su Pinggan said with a frown. "Su, you still don't recognize your position. Your Apocalypse Group is no longer a small company. Every move is affecting the trend of the world economy. Just like this time's hydrogen energy, you directly affected the plunge in international crude oil prices. To be honest, I have lost most of my wealth." Husky still felt a dull pain in his heart when he said this. Su Pinggan looked at Husky a little embarrassed. He knew very well that his promotion of hydrogen energy had caused a critical blow to many people, causing many people to lose everything. He didn't expect that Husky in front of him was also a victim. "Well, I really didn't expect it to have such a big impact," Su Pinggan said embarrassedly. "I don't blame you. This is the impact brought about by technological innovation. Even if there is no Apocalypse Group, other companies may emerge in a while, which will also have an impact on the crude oil market." Su, after the promotion of hydrogen energy, the agreed standards for single-person aircraft fuel have opened the door for the vigorous development of the single-person aircraft market. In addition, this time, Apocalypse Wind Energy's clean energy system for sea vessels. These scientific and technological achievements are promoting the development of hydrogen energy. At present, nearly 50 countries are using hydrogen energy, but everyone is a little confused. Is the change brought about by hydrogen energy just a reduction in costs? Is it only single-person aircraft that can use hydrogen energy? What are the development prospects of hydrogen energy in the future, including your translator? To be honest, The organizing committee had contacted Apocalypse Technology Company before the conference, and the reply we got was that it is currently undergoing an upgrade breakthrough, so we used the American translator. A comparison of the two shows an obvious gap. Many people feel very uncomfortable, especially those who have already experienced it in Xi'an City, and they feel unacceptable to this slow speed. You can talk about the projects that your Apocalypse group will exhibit in the future. This will have less impact on the traditional economy, which is very important to many people. I think this is one of the fundamental reasons why many people want you to speak. I hope you can agree to express your opinion on the last day, which is the day after tomorrow. At the same time, I hope to hear your apology for the impact on the crude oil market that caused many people to lose money. If you apologize, I forgive you. This is my personal opinion. Husky looked at Su Pinggan and said directly. Su Pinggan looked at Husky seriously, thought about it, and nodded. Okay, I will speak on the last day, Su Pinggan said directly. Husky breathed a sigh of relief. His mission was completed. He chatted with Su Pinggan for a while and left. After seeing Husky off, Su Pinggan returned and leaned on the sofa. Zingling, why do you want me to agree to him? Su Pinggan asked in his mind. Zingling just asked Su Pinggan to agree directly, which was very unusual. Commander, I feel that many people have a lot of resentment against you. You must resolve this resentment. If you let it develop, it will gradually cause harm to the commander's body, Zingling said directly. No way, there is such a saying. Su Pinggan was very surprised. It is unscientific that being hated by others will cause harm. Yes, anyone who is entangled by such resentment will end up in a bad way. Even if I explain the specific reasons, the commander still cannot understand. Now the most important thing is to try to resolve them, Zingling said directly. I understand, Su Pinggan said directly. It is very clear that the root cause of these resentments is the sharp drop in oil prices, which has implicated too many people. The next morning, the forum announced the list of speakers for the last day, and Su Pinggan's name was on the list. After seeing the notice, many people were satisfied. The bigwigs from China who came to participate in the forum also saw the notice. After asking the reason, they could only shake their heads and smile bitterly. They didn't expect Su Pinggan's influence to reach this point. It was incredible. A day passed quickly. The next morning, Isabella cleaned up Su Pinggan, making him more energetic and more approachable. There were only 3 people speaking today, all of whom were heavyweights. The first 2 were political bigwigs, and Su Pinggan was the only representative from the business community. It was originally planned that the chairman of the organizing committee, Ms. Dasima, would speak. In order not to affect the progress of the forum, Ms. Dasima cancelled her speech and let Su Pinggan take over. There were still 3 speakers. In recent days, the huge venue has not been full. Basically, 1/3 of the seats are occupied. The only time it was full was on the first day of the forum, and the rest were empty. Because the speeches of politicians are difficult to understand and are more formal, the audience really doesn't like to listen. Today, without exception, it was full again. Many media have made adjustments and adopted the live broadcast method, which has invisibly increased the forum's income. This effect surprised the organizing committee of the forum. The entire conference hall was full of people before the start of the conference. Many people were full of emotion. This is influence. Not only ordinary people are affected, but these politicians and the chairman and president of large companies are also affected. Soon, today's meeting began. First, the German boss spoke, then the Japanese boss spoke, and finally Su Pinggan spoke. When it was Su Pinggan's turn, there was a warm applause from the audience. The warm applause made many politicians feel incredible. They didn't expect Su Pinggan to be so influential. Let's see what Su Pinggan will say today. I hope Su Pinggan can say some valuable news. Su Pinggan pressed the air with his hands, and the huge conference hall began to quiet down. To be honest, I am also very surprised to speak this time. I only got the news the day before yesterday. If there's anything wrong, please forgive me. Let me talk about the first topic first. The impact of technology on society. This year, Apocalypse Group launched hydrogen energy, which had a severe impact on international oil prices and caused many investors to lose all their money. Many people think that it is me. It is Apocalypse Group's fault. I can't refute you on this point. Let me ask you a question. Do you know how many scientific research institutions were researching new energy before the introduction of hydrogen energy? Here I can tell you that 716 scientific research institutions around the world are conducting new energy research. All of these institutions are conducting research to replace petroleum energy. Among them, there are 214 institutions that have been researching for more than 10 years, and 51 scientific research institutions that have been researching for more than 20 years. Su Pinggan announced the number directly, and many people were stunned. There were so many institutions engaged in these researches. In front of the TV and computer, all the people who were watching Su Pinggan's speech were stunned when they heard this. How could there be so many institutions researching alternative energy to oil? Was what Su Pinggan said true or false? This number is not something I made up on impulse, but the result of an investigation I asked a professional institution to do, and it is a number of international investigation companies, and the data was obtained based on their investigation results. BD Investigation Company in the United States, Yaki Investigation Company in Japan, Bonica Investigation Company in Germany, Tongshu Business Consulting Company in France, Musketeer Business Consulting Company in the Netherlands, and Bikalu Business Investigation Company in Spain. I asked 6 companies to investigate the research institutes and institutions engaged in new energy research around the world, and finally came up with the number I just mentioned. More than 700 research institutes are engaged in new energy research to replace oil resources. Su Pinggan directly told this matter, and many people were shocked. Damn, there are really so many research institutes engaged in this research. Many people have dealt with the 6 business consulting and investigation institutions mentioned by Su Pinggan. They are not small companies, and they are also quite famous in the industry. People who watched the live broadcast began to think about it. It is unimaginable that there are so many institutions and research institutes researching new energy to replace oil. Chapter 387. The announcement of this news caused an uproar internationally. Hydrogen energy is impacting traditional energy, oil. This is the impact brought about by scientific and technological progress, and is the inevitable product of social development. Just like the heroic cavalry in the past, they have been wiped out in history by scientific and technological progress. The emergence of tanks, infantry vehicles, and other advanced weapons have replaced the cavalry. We cannot stop it. This is the rolling trend of historical development. This year, it was the breakthrough in hydrogen energy of Apocalypse Group that caused a huge impact on international crude oil, causing many investors to suffer heavy losses. Tomorrow, even if there is no Apocalypse Group, other companies will achieve breakthroughs, which will also have an impact on international crude oil. The plummeting international crude oil prices have left many investors penniless. Some people have died, some have lost their life's wealth, and some have lost most of their wealth. We cannot stop this technological change. However, what I want to do here is to apologize to all those who have suffered losses in their investments, because these people are indeed victims of the rise of apocalypse hydrogen energy. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he dodged and bowed deeply in front of everyone to express his apologies. Pa 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 pa. The audience burst into warm applause, and many people stood up and applauded. Su Pinggan's attitude made them very recognized. I forgive you, Husky shouted loudly when he stood up and applauded. As Husky shouted pa 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 pa, the applause became more enthusiastic. Su Pinggan had no need to apologize at all, because Su Pinggan's words just now made it very clear that this was the inevitable result of technological development. It was not Su Pinggan's responsibility for the new to replace the old. But Su Pinggan still apologized. This mind and this attitude made you have to admit it, especially the sentence that Husky shouted loudly, which represented the voice of many people. They just needed an apology, not anything else. Husky's friends walked over to hug Husky. They all knew that Husky suffered heavy losses due to the plunge in international crude oil prices this time. It was not easy for Husky to shout this sentence now. Many people who watched the live broadcast looked at Su Pinggan, who bowed on the screen with complicated expressions. Slowly, many people sighed for a long time, and their resentment towards Su Pinggan was reduced a lot. It was also fate. Su Pinggan stood up and came to the podium. He pressed his hands together and the scene was calm again. Su Pinggan looked at Husky below and then at everyone. Although I can't change anything, I have to take practical action. I have decided to donate 100 million euros to the United Nations Environment Fund. I hope that these funds can help our Earth's environment. Su Pinggan announced the decision loudly. Pa 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 pa. The scene once again rang with warm applause. Su Pinggan pressed the button several times before the scene quieted down. Now I will talk about the second thing, which is the impact of technology on enterprises. I believe that in the next few years, many inventions will be born internationally. These inventions will completely change our lives. Therefore, I hope that everyone will be more cautious when investing. New technology will have a severe impact on existing industries. While it will facilitate human beings, it will also cause pain to many people. The pain of unemployment is something we cannot avoid. I won't talk about the specific industries. If I talk about them, it will have an impact on the companies in these industries and cause many people to lose their jobs. So, it's better for me not to talk about them, Su Pinggan said directly, and many people began to sweat. These people are not stupid. Those who can come to attend the meeting are all elites. From Su Pinggan's words, we can hear that in the next few years, many industries will be impacted and companies will have a hard time. Therefore, in the future, the governments of many countries will need to be prepared to truly stabilize prices and reduce the various living costs of the domestic people in order to cope with the impact of technological upgrades. Enterprises must also concentrate a large amount of funds. When the impact comes, they can transform or upgrade to smoothly survive the impact of technological development. Some time ago, Apocalypse Wind Energy's clean energy system will completely change the shipping market. The freight costs of newly produced ships will be reduced by 60%, and this is just for ocean-going ships. Similarly, it will also have an impact on offshore ships, yachts, and other related companies. Correspondingly, it will still have a certain impact on international crude oil prices, because ships no longer need oil fuel to sail. Now we generally use 3G 4G communications. I analyze that 5G will be popularized in about 3 years. The speed of 5G is 100 times that of 4G. It is very fast, so fast that you will find it incredible. The rapid growth of internet speed will have an impact on many industries. This is a large industry. If you fall behind, you will lag behind the development of other countries in many aspects in the future, and the consequences will be serious. After the internet speed is improved, autonomous driving technology is no longer a dream. This is also a huge impact for drivers in the taxi industry. Therefore, in the future, I hope that governments of all countries will be prepared in advance to deal with the impact brought by technological development. Su Pinggan fully expressed his meaning. Many political leaders have a thoughtful expression. The news they know is definitely better than Su Pinggan. The probability of the impact Su Pinggan mentioned is really high. When so many people are unemployed, the government will be under great pressure. People watching the live broadcast are also thinking about this issue. They have to consider it, especially the communications and rental industries mentioned by Su Pinggan just now. They are even more worried. It is a matter of great importance and cannot be taken lightly. Ordinary people think about themselves, while the entrepreneurs present are beginning to consider the benefits brought by technological breakthroughs, how to share, and how to bring benefits. They all have their own ideas. There are impacts and opportunities. Many industries will be much less impacted. Su Pinggan looked at the people below who listened carefully to his speech and said that it was time to give some benefits. Precision manufacturing, pharmaceutical industry, planting industry, breeding industry, robot development industry, artificial intelligence industry, scientific research industry, etc. These industries have great development potential and will never fall behind at any time. This requires you to analyze it carefully and find the value contained in it, then you can benefit. That's all I have to say. This is just my personal opinion. I hope it can help everyone. Thank you. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he bowed again. Warm applause began to sound. If you think carefully about Su Pinggan's speech today, it has revealed a lot of information. As for whether you can find it, it depends on your own ability. Amid the applause of the crowd, Su Pinggan left the podium directly and returned to the backstage. He let out a long breath. He wanted to talk about the environment, but after thinking about it, he decided not to say it. There were many heads of state present. These issues were discussed by big men. It would be useless even if you said them. It would be better not to say anything than to make people feel bored. The forum was over. The next day, UN officials began to contact Su Pinggan. After Su Pinggan confirmed the identity of the official, he held a small press conference and handed a check of 100 million euros to the UN official, fulfilling his promise. Such efficiency was unexpected by many people, including the reporters. This shows Su Pinggan's financial resources. Su Pinggan is really not short of money now, and his cash reserves are very sufficient. Shinyankey Bank has obtained the qualification certification for international currency settlement, and branches have been established in France and Japan. In the future, branches of Shinyankey Bank will be seen wherever there are branches of Shinyankey Group. According to Su Pinggan's arrangement, the bank does not ask for how much profit it makes, but only asks that the bank can serve the Shinyankey Group system and speed up the settlement between departments. If Yao Xingsheng can do this, it will meet Su Pinggan's requirements. Su Pinggan has stored 50 billion euros in the bank. This part of the funds has been in a closed state and will never be used. It exists as an emergency reserve. After a day of rest in Switzerland, Su Pinggan and Isabella set off and flew directly to Isabella's home. He accompanied Isabella for a few days and had a detailed discussion with Phil. Su Pinggan left. There was no way to stay away. Phil had already begun to put pressure on Su Pinggan and began to force him to marry. Phil could not accept Isabella following Su Pinggan like this. He returned directly to the Celestial Empire and calmed down. Su Pinggan was quiet. The impact of Su Pinggan's speech was still continuing, and the impact of technological upgrades was still continuing, but this time the protagonist was not Shinyankey Group. In the United States, Eric Petroleum Company held a press conference. The super fuel was successfully developed. The energy generated by the explosion of this new fuel is 4 times that of the best-known spacecraft fuel. This super fuel is extracted from high-quality gasoline. 12 gallons of high-quality gasoline can extract 1 gallon of super fuel. It did not have promotion value before. Now that the international oil price has plummeted to cabbage price, super fuel has full promotion value. At the same time, the super engine that the company has been developing for many years has also been officially launched. The power of this new aerospace engine is 3 times the power of the currently known aerospace engines. With super fuel, it can allow spacecraft to fly farther. It takes 165 days for a human spacecraft to travel to Mars. Using Eric's super engine and super fuel, the time can be shortened to 75 days. The announcement of this news caused an uproar internationally. Then, a Spanish technology company called Fanxing announced that it would launch a driverless test in Zaragoza. This news was even more shocking, especially the taxi associations of various countries. Before these people were shocked, technology companies in the United States, China, France, Germany, Britain, New Zealand, and Canada announced the launch of driverless tests, and the terrible pressure of taxi drivers losing their jobs began to fall. What Su Pinggan said was happening, and it happened too fast. All the drivers in the taxi industry in various countries were under great pressure. What should we do? They immediately asked the association to come forward to solve this matter. The taxi association was also in a headache. This was the impact brought by technology. What should we do? A group of leaders discussed for a long time and had no idea. Simply use the old method, directly march and demonstrate, and let the government solve this matter. Immediately began to apply for demonstrations. Governments of various countries were also in a headache after receiving this application. They had to approve it. This was a legitimate application and you had to approve it. After obtaining approval, hundreds of taxi drivers began to march and demonstrate in a massive manner, demanding that the government control the development of technology, reduce the impact, and provide living security for taxi drivers. I came back late because I was typing. Please forgive me. Thanks to Loving Zhuang Shuang for the reward. I will update more for you tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 388. It's over. My attempt to take credit has been discovered. While foreign taxi drivers were demonstrating, China was examining the super engine and super fuel of the United States. The bigwigs gathered many experts to analyze the super engine and super fuel. There was a lot of discussion but no feasible solution. A gray-haired head of the research institute said, "Leaders, our institute cannot achieve such results, but there are still research institutes in our country that can achieve such results. Mr. Yan, which research institute in China can reach this level?" a bigwig asked. The Shinyankey Research Institute is the only one with this strength, but because of the policy, they have not conducted research in this area. If we relax the control in this area and give private enterprises a chance, we may be able to make a breakthrough, Yan Haiyang said with a serious expression. Let the Shinyankey Research Institute study everything. What are we doing? The director of a research institute next to him said dissatisfiedly. What nonsense. Super engines and super fuels are national affairs. Are you going to ignore the national interests for your little face? Shinyankey Research Institute's achievements, You should develop one and see. You have no ability but are still creating obstacles here, Yan Haiyang scolded this person harshly. The big guys looked at the director of the institute with dislike. Did they see what time it was now? He was still targeting here. Do you really think we don't know about your little shit? Does Shianki Research Institute have such strength? A big guy asked with a frown. Yes, as far as I know, there are already 2 international engine authorities working in Shianki Group. They have been working secretly for 3 years. It is not clear what project they are engaged in. Once I met them when I attended a seminar abroad. I asked them what project they were researching. They smiled and changed the subject directly. They avoided talking about the research project. Obviously, this is not a small project, Yan Haiyang explained in a loud voice. Let me tell you one thing. Apocalypse Group should be carrying out many secret projects. When I attended a science and technology conference in the United States, I heard from an authority that Apocalypse Group's research on precision sealing devices on spacecraft is the best in the world. No doubt about it, it's just that Apocalypse Group didn't announce it to the public. I was discussing a technology transfer with him at the time, and he told me about it. If we can exchange this precision sealing technology, they promise to transfer all the 18 technologies we need to our institute free of charge, said a director of the institute named Liu Changgong, who also had white hair and was not young. So, Apocalypse Group really has a lot of the world's top technologies in its hands. A big man looked at everyone with an unbelievable expression, and many people nodded seriously. My dear leaders, I propose to reform the science and technology industry. Some industries should introduce the participation of private research institutes and open up certain permissions. Only when we are united can our science and technology make great strides forward. Based on the current domestic and foreign situation, it is no longer realistic to rely solely on our research institutes to be responsible for the country's science and technology improvement. Our research speed has not kept up with the needs of the changes in the international situation. If you want to achieve overtaking on the curve, you must introduce more people to participate. This is my personal opinion. I hope the leaders can seriously consider it, Yan Haiyang said bluntly, not caring about belittling himself at all. The big guys began to think about it. Yan Haiyang's words still have weight. He has dedicated his life to national scientific research and is definitely a person who hopes that a country will develop and become prosperous. Now Yan Haiyang said that these research institutes are not good enough. It can be seen that it is time to change this matter. Looking at each other, this matter must be planned well. Old Yan, what is the principle of this super engine in the United States? Can we imitate it? A big guy asked. The principle is very simple, but we don't have the materials. Let's not talk about other things. Ordinary aerospace materials can't withstand the high temperature generated by the combustion of super fuel. The year before last, Shianki Group authorized me to use a super high temperature material, which raised the technology of our aerospace engine to a higher level and barely reached the world-class level. The reason why I say barely is that we are still far behind the world-class level in other materials. This is also the fundamental reason why I suggest relaxing this control. Our domestic Advanced Materials Research Institute has been around for so many years, and some achievements have been made. Generally speaking, it is not close to the world-class level. It's time to relax the control and let private scientific research institutions participate, Yan Haiyang said seriously. The breakthrough in our aerospace engine is the technology of Shianki Group. How is this possible? How come I heard that it was the achievement of XX Institute? A big man looked at Yan Haiyang with a look of surprise. Yan Haiyang was also stunned. He looked at a person in charge of a research institute sitting next to him in confusion. The person in charge began to sweat on his face. It's over. His own credit was discovered. What should he do? His face turned pale. The bosses understood what was going on when they saw this situation. Damn, they were actually deceived. Before the bosses could say anything, the man rolled his eyes and collapsed, fainting from fear. A boss waved his hand, and someone immediately went over to carry him out for emergency treatment. Let's stop here today, and we'll talk about it in detail another day. A boss spoke, and Yan Haiyang and others stood up and saluted. Only the bosses were left in the room. There were no outsiders, and the bosses' faces were not good. One boss frowned and said, I wonder why we didn't make a breakthrough with such a large investment, but Shianki Group made a breakthrough. Why is this? Yes, Su Pinggan's annual investment is only more than 7 billion euros. Even if he invested 8 billion euros, our investment is much more than his. Why is it that as companies people made a breakthrough, but we didn't make a breakthrough with a large investment? Why is this? A boss also did not accept the current situation. It's time for us to change. We have to change. Look at the latest achievements in the world. More than 90% of them are breakthroughs made by private research institutes, including the super fuel and super engine of the United States this time. Eric Company is also a company. Private companies pursue profits. So we should give them profits and buy their research results? Domestic research institutes are just living too easily. There is no competitive pressure. We must introduce a competitive mechanism. With competition, there is pressure, and with pressure, there is motivation. Things like taking credit must never happen again. The Apocalypse Group gave the technology to the country, and it turned out to be a breakthrough made by the research institute itself. These people are too bold. They even dare to deceive us. What else can't they do? The boss said with a dark face, and he was very angry. Many people nodded. Reform is necessary. They began to discuss the deregulation. The speed of national scientific research must be improved. This cannot go on. In the South Pacific, the Apocalypse research ship has begun to operate. Various experiments are currently being carried out in the high seas. There are people of all races on the ship, and the nationalities of the researchers cover 6 countries. There are 4 small research submarines around the research ship, and 6 small attack submarines in secret. These forces are under the control of Cao Yuanfang. Once attacked, they will immediately counterattack. At present, the research ship has received the first order, an order from the New Zealand government, to restore the ecological environment around a small island. There used to be a lot of coral reefs around this small island, which was colorful and very beautiful. In recent years, there has been a large-scale death and complete decline. Not only are there no coral reefs, but also some fish have disappeared. The original tourism resources have been completely abandoned. This time, the order was given with a try-and-see attitude. If it works, a large order will be given. If it doesn't work, forget it. Anyway, the loss is not big. Today, 6 speedboats and 4 small research submarines set off from the research ship and began to colonize microorganisms and bacteria around the island. The cause of the disappearance of coral death and fish has been found. Pollution, seawater pollution, has created a group of special fungi. This fungus is highly toxic to coral reefs, corals, and fish. This special fungus must be removed to restore the ecology. This special fungus is also a good thing. There is no effect of leaking this fungus inside the research ship. This special fungus and a kind of fungus cultivated inside the institute can promote each other's evolution. This cultured fungus is used to remove a large amount of plastic residues. The decomposition speed can be increased by more than 3 times. After mixing with this newly discovered fungus, the effect can be increased to about 6 times. It is an incredible discovery and is currently being studied by intensive personnel. Many people on the speedboat have changed into diving suits. They dived down with a large wire box, came to the dead coral reef on the seabed, and took out a water-soluble test tube from the box. Insert the test tube directly into the coral reef. As time passes, the test tube will automatically decompose after 10 minutes, and the bacteria inside will penetrate into the coral reef and kill the special fungus within 10 days. Going down along the island, the distance between each test tube is 1 meter, and it is divided into 10 circles. It is expected that the entire project can be completed in 3 days. The research ship does not know that many countries are in this project. Once the project is successful, many countries will come to them because the island ecology of many countries has been destroyed and must be restored. In the past, many companies were engaged in this project, but the results were very unsatisfactory. If the government is not satisfied, it will definitely not give orders. After being fooled a few times, it will not be fooled again. Today, there are almost no companies engaged in this kind of work. Chapter 389 Sanctions. After returning to China, Su Pinggan went directly to the Hangzhou Science and Technology headquarters, came to the single-person aircraft project team, and started a conversation with Kane to understand the current progress of the single-person aircraft. Boss, I can guarantee that the single-person aircraft can be tested in March next year. According to the information collected so far, we have fixed more than a dozen problems, Kane said confidently as he looked at Su Pinggan. It's good to have gains, and it's worth spending money to acquire so many technologies, Su Pinggan said with a smile. This time, Su Pinggan spent 1.2 billion yuan to acquire more than 90 technologies at the single-person aircraft exchange conference. Although the participants in the exchange conference are all private groups, each of them attaches great importance to their own technology and has applied for many patents long ago. All the technologies recorded by Kane were purchased by Su Pinggan. It can be said that many groups participating in the single-person aircraft this time have made a lot of money. In this case, how can they not support the conference held by Su Pinggan? With funds, they can continue to improve their aircraft and achieve better results next year. As for Su Pinggan's statement that all hydrogen energy is used, it is not a big deal. This time, there are already teams using hydrogen energy, which can be used as a reference. Many problems have emerged after this exchange, and safety is a big problem. What do you think? Su Pinggan looked at Kane and asked. Boss, come and see, we have installed a parachute device here. Once there's a problem, just press a button and the parachute will open. It is definitely safer than an airplane. We have also optimized the power system and added 2 jet nozzles. The fuel consumption has not increased much. Moreover, our fuel reserves have also been optimized. The fuel reserves have increased by 20%, and the cruising range will be longer. Kane pointed to the sample in front of him and said directly. Secret test or public test? Su Pinggan asked. Secret test and public test are all for attracting attention and winning funds. We don't lack funds, so we can just do secret tests directly, Kane said directly. Su Pinggan nodded, thought about it, and it would be better to tell Kane some words in advance to avoid unpleasantness in the future. Kane, have you seen the video I sent you? Su Pinggan said directly. I have seen it, Kane sighed. The video Su Pinggan sent was a single-person flight military test video of the United States. The single-person aircraft was equipped with weapons and had great lethality. I won't hide it from you. After our product is successful, it will inevitably be applied in this area. You know the pressure the United States puts on other countries. I have no choice, Su Pinggan said directly. I understand. I am very happy that the boss can talk to me about this in advance. I hope the boss can promise me one thing. Military applications will be carried out when necessary, because I know the strength of the company, Kane said to Su Pinggan, and Su Pinggan nodded. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not allow the single-person aircraft to be transformed into a military vehicle, Su Pinggan said seriously, and Kane nodded. Military transformation is inevitable. It is very kind of Su Pinggan to tell him in advance, and there is no way to ask Su Pinggan to do anything. After talking with Kane, Su Pinggan stayed for a while and left directly, went to the translator project team, and began to comprehensively inspect the progress of the translator project team. Boss, we can prepare the database now, the project team leader Anya looked at Su Pinggan and said directly. Have all the data collected this time been digested? Su Pinggan asked, and Anya nodded. We have completely digested the data collected this time, and found 216 vulnerabilities, all of which have been fixed. We can prepare for the launch of the product, said Anya with a smile. Okay, I will arrange for people to start purchasing equipment, and you will definitely get the bonus, said Su Pinggan with a smile. Anya and the team all laughed. They have been waiting for this day for a long time. They are very envious of other project teams getting bonuses. Finally, it is their turn. Make a sci-fi appearance. After I pass it, I will start to distribute bonuses. You will start paid vacations directly, and you can start the second-generation research after the new year, said Su Pinggan directly. Thank you, boss, said Anya with a smile on her face. Su Pinggan chatted with Anya for a while and then left. He was in a good mood. There were a lot of good news when he came back this time. Could it be that Xingling was right, and there was such a benefit in resolving resentment? What do you know? These are the lowest level manifestations of causal weapons. This is because there are few people. Once tens of billions of people collectively resent you, this will reach the lowest level of causal weapons. You don't even have the qualifications to present it now, said Xingling directly, and Su Pinggan's face turned black. As the integration between the two people continued to deepen, they became more and more impolite in their words. They said whatever they wanted to say. This was a concrete manifestation of the deepening of their feelings, representing Xingling's deepening recognition of Su Pinggan, which Xingling himself might not have noticed. Su Pinggan stayed in Hangzhou for a few days and inspected every project team. After the inspection, he felt much more relieved. He had a clear idea of the new products to be launched next year. Next year will definitely be another year of explosive expansion. He invited Zhang Jianbin and Qia Lianqing, two big guys, to have a meal. The next day, Su Pinggan sent Song Zinayu away and left Hangzhou. Knowing that Su Pinggan was with Isabella abroad, Song Zinayu came over as soon as he returned to China to express his dissatisfaction. After returning to J City, Miao Yi came a few days later. Su Pinggan rubbed his head and had a feeling in his heart that having too many women was not good. On this day, a big news shocked the world. The United States imposed sanctions on Xinxing Company in China and prohibited all American companies from supplying Xinxing Company. This news shocked all Chinese companies. The stock of Xinxing Company began to plummet, and the company suffered huge losses. Su Pinggan was also extremely shocked. He never thought that the United States would do this. After thinking for a while, he called Hall, Bruce, and Niels and asked them to come to the headquarters to discuss the matter. The three of them knew what the matter was, and immediately arranged to fly directly to China. A few days later, Su Pinggan, Hall, Bruce, Niels, Wu Sike, Ho Minghe, Ji Zuai, and several others met in Su Pinggan's office. Everyone had a serious expression on their faces. Tell me, how should we deal with this matter? What should we do if the United States imposes sanctions on Xiangqi Group? Su Pinggan asked directly. Boss, I think the US will be very cautious in imposing sanctions on us. If they really fall out with us, it will have a great impact on the US. I roughly counted that the European Apocalypse Research Institute has signed more than 400 patent licensing agreements with US companies, involving more than 200 companies. Once we stop licensing, it will cause a huge blow to the US. What's more, we also have super fish oil, which is a product that Americans cannot live without, Bruce said with a frown. What if the US launches a trade war against China? Hall said directly. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment, looking at Hall's thoughtful expression. The reason why we didn't start investing in North America this year is because we are worried about the United States. Now it seems that our worries are not nonsense. What we are worried about may really happen. After all, Apocalypse Group is a company of China. I think we need to prepare in advance. Once the United States also imposes sanctions on Apocalypse Group, we must have means to deal with it. Now many of our electronic components are imported from the United States. We must be prepared once the United States prohibits us from providing electronic components and equipment. Hall looked at Su Pinggan and said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. While Su Pinggan and others were discussing, the Black Palace of the United States was also discussing this matter. Sanctioning Xinxing Company is just a beginning, and the next step will be made according to the situation. Someone has proposed to support Apocalypse Group. Xinxing Company is too small to show the power of sanctions. Only by sanctioning Apocalypse Group can the power be shown. This proposal was directly rejected by several bigwigs as soon as it was proposed, and a report was thrown directly on the table. Sanctioning Apocalypse Group has too much impact, and the impact on the United States is also very large, which is not worth the loss. After reading the report, the bigwigs all frowned. They didn't expect that Apocalypse Group would be so deeply entangled with American companies, especially one of the documents, which clearly stated that once the United States sanctioned Apocalypse Group had the right to immediately terminate the patent authorization. More than 200 companies will be affected, which involves the employment of more than 100,000 people. It is not possible to be careless, not to mention the restriction of superfish oil. The impact of superfish oil is really too great. Let's talk about Apocalypse Group later. Let's talk about the application of Eric Oil Company first. They don't want us to restrict their exports. The reason is that they have no money and need money to develop the next generation of technology. Spectrum looked at everyone and said, "Superfuel and super engine must not be exported," the Secretary of State said directly. Just kidding, this is a national weapon. If it is exported, how can the country stay ahead? What if they sue and there is no profit? According to the law, if we restrict exports, we need to give subsidies, which is not a small amount. The vice president frowned and said, "How much subsidy do they need?" The bigwigs in the party asked, and the lobbyists of Eric Company also contacted his team. They said that if exports are restricted, a subsidy of $1 billion will be needed every year, Spectrum said directly. The lobbying company has already contacted Spectrum's team. Why doesn't he go and rob it? The Secretary of State said with a dark face. There is another plan, which is to sell the patent to the country for $20 billion. Eric is in the oil industry. Everyone knows that oil companies are not doing well now, Eric Oil Company proposed to discuss hydrogen energy with Apocalypse Group. If they cannot reach an agreement with Apocalypse Group, they plan to lay off employees, Spectrum said again. The faces of the bigwigs in the room were constipated. This was a dilemma. Eric Oil Company had more than 50,000 employees. If they really had to lay off employees, the financial burden on the country would be further increased. How many employees do they plan to lay off? The vice president asked, rubbing his head. The first batch of 20,000 people does not violate the labor law. The contracts of these people expire at the end of the year, and they do not plan to renew the contracts, Spectrum said directly. We have just sanctioned China's Xinjiang company. If we approve them now, China will use this condition to negotiate with us. Without China's approval, Apocalypse Group will not sign a contract with Eric Company. Everyone knows this, said a big boss in the party. Chapter 390. You have no choice. Wang Qiang hesitated for a while, but still agreed. He told the staff, left the hotel, took a taxi and left, heading straight to the destination in the suburbs. In a very hidden cafe, Martin was waiting for Wang Qiang. Looking at the information in his hand, Martin smiled. These young people are really daring. They don't even consider whether your father can come up with the money. He shook his head, put down the information and started drinking coffee. Time passed slowly. Wang Qiang got out of the car and walked into the cafe. Martin waved to Wang Qiang, and Wang Qiang walked over. Come on, have a drink, we have plenty of time. Coffee bar, Wang Qiang said directly. Martin cleaned up, and the waiter immediately brought a cup of coffee. Martin gave a $10 tip. What's your name? Wang Qiang asked directly. My name is Martin, the president of Eric Petroleum Group. Martin reported his name truthfully, and Wang Qiang was stunned. The reputation of super fuel and super engine is still heard. This is the latest achievement of Eric Petroleum Group, which is absolutely leading the world. Mr. Martin, you said that you can reduce the fine of Xinjiang company. How do you plan to do it and what is the cost? Wang Qiang asked directly. Dealing with this matter well is the most important thing. Mr. Wang, our oil group has a very good relationship with many congressmen. We can still reduce the fines by some activities. As for what price I want, it's very simple. You just need to follow what is said here. Martin handed Wang Qiang a folder. Wang Qiang took it and looked at it. His face changed immediately. He closed the folder with a snap. I won't do this. You are asking me to betray my country. Wang Qiang stared at Martin with anger and said. Why do you have to say it so harshly? You can think of it as a token of your future joining the U.S. nationality. Martin looked at Wang Qiang and said directly. Do you really think I don't know about your affairs? I'm fine now. I don't plan to join the U.S. nationality, Wang Qiang said directly. Really? Then why did your son submit the immigration information for your whole family? Martin said very impolitely, and threw out another folder. Anyway, there are many around him, one after another, and he is not afraid that Wang Qiang will not cooperate. Wang Qiang opened it and looked at it. He was gloomy and silent. On it was the U.S. immigration application form. The date was still last year, and it had passed 2 review procedures. Your son spends more than $800,000 in the United States every year. Where does this money come from? At the beginning of this year, how did your son pay off a gambling debt of $27 million in Las Vegas casinos? By the way, your wife spent 300,000 euros on a trip to Europe. How much is your monthly salary? Your son's company in the United States is losing money. Don't say that it is your son who made the money. You can hide this from the Chinese side, but you can't hide it from the United States. Martin stared at Wang Qiang and said, he really looked down on people like Wang Qiang. His company is losing money, but this is a normal need for corporate development. Any startup company is burning money. Wang Qiang was prepared for this matter and blurted it out directly. Really? Going to Las Vegas to gamble with investors' funds is also a normal business of the company? Martin looked at Wang Qiang and said. Wang Qiang didn't say anything. This is a flaw, and you can't argue. With a pop, Martin put another folder on the table, looked at Wang Qiang with contempt and said, read it carefully, and give me an answer after reading it. Do it or don't do it. You can only choose one of the two. Wang Qiang looked at Martin. His expression was very struggling, but he finally picked up the file and started to look through it. His face turned pale as he looked at it. This is not true, Wang Qiang said to Martin a little bit out of control. The file was an investigation report on Wang Kaiyang's son and another person who tortured and killed a girl. If it's true, you can call your son and see if your son will tell you the truth, Martin said directly. Wang Kaiyang's spirit was completely gone, and he collapsed. Agreed, I will handle the immigration procedures for your family. With your extra points this time, this matter can be completed in a month at most, and then you will be an American citizen. In your son's case, I will arrange for another person to take the blame and disappear. This is your best choice. Otherwise, the Chinese government will also deal with you, and you have no choice. Your family's wish has come true, and I can also get the hydrogen energy industry authorization of Apocalypse Group. This is a good thing to have the best of both worlds, Martin said directly to Wang Kaiyang. After a long while, Wang Kaiyang looked at Martin with red eyes. I want $8 million transferred to my son's account within 3 days. I will do it if you agree. Martin thought about it, nodded and said directly, deal, deal. Wang Kaiyang said, shook hands with Martin, and turned to leave. My money is not so easy to take. If you take it today, you must spit it out to me in the future, Martin said slowly while looking at Wang Kaiyang's back through the window. Soon, George got Martin's call, talked for a while and hung up the phone. George had a smile on his face. The executor of the second step of the nightmare plan had been determined, and the third step of the plan could be started. Time passed slowly. One day, Su Pinggan received a call from Sun Wenbin. Boss, according to the current project plan of the scientific research ship, I suggest ordering another scientific research ship. This will speed up the progress of many projects. Are there any conflicts in the current projects? Su Pinggan asked. It's not that there is a conflict, but the current environment of the ocean is different. Some experiments need to be carried out in the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and the Arctic Ocean after they are completed in the South Pacific Ocean. With one more research vessel, the speed of our project testing will be greatly improved. At present, some project teams have been idle, Sun Wenbin said directly. How did you arrange these people? Su Pinggan asked. I asked them to return to the Shianki Island laboratory to conduct small-scale experiments and collect seawater from other regions for experiments, Sun Wenbin explained his arrangements in detail, and Su Pinggan nodded. I will arrange this matter, Su Pinggan said directly, and ask Sun Wenbin about the current progress before hanging up the phone. Zingling, please work hard. The second-generation research vessel can carry 10 single-person submarines. It uses solar energy and wind energy layout. The strength is a little higher than the current one, and the tonnage is a little larger, Su Pinggan said in his mind. The drawings have been sent to your mailbox. It is 8,000 tons. Just make a slight modification based on the first generation. Don't come to me for such trivial matters in the future, Zingling said directly, and Su Pinggan smiled. Picking up the phone, he started to contact the shipyard directly. The phone number was specially left when the scientific research ship was produced last time. If necessary, you can contact this person directly. Duyuz is responsible for contacting Su Pinggan, because Su Pinggan's scientific research ship is different from ordinary scientific research ships. It needs to carry some weapons. Ordinary people cannot make the decision. Only Duyuz, who is designated by the superiors, can decide this matter. After communicating with Su Pinggan and hanging up the phone, Duyuz immediately reported it. This matter must be approved by the superiors before it can be carried out. It has been agreed with Su Pinggan to wait for 3 days. Before the 3 days are over, Su Pinggan received a call from Duyuz. Mr. Su, no problem, we accept this business. Are you too? Yes, 2 8,000-ton ships. I will send you the drawings when, Su Pinggan said directly. Now, I will send the email address to Mr. Su, and Mr. Su can send it directly, Duyuz said very politely. The last time Su Pinggan's scientific research ship was produced, the shipyard's technical accumulation was greatly improved, and it was very much looking forward to the drawings this time. Okay, please pay attention to receiving it. I will send it to you right away. As usual, we will strictly follow the drawings for construction, Su Pinggan said again. Don't worry, Mr. Su, we will strictly follow the drawings for construction and will never change the design. It will, Duyuz promised with a serious face. After the call was hung up, Su Pinggan operated on the computer and sent the second-generation drawings via email. Soon, Duyuz received it in the office. Engineer Song, the drawings have arrived, Duyuz said respectfully. Engineer Song was the captain of the personnel sent by the higher-ups, so he must not be careless. Start printing, Song Yuming said seriously on the side, and Du Yu's immediately started to operate it. It didn't take long for the special printer on the side to start working, and clear drawings were printed one by one. Song Yuming was very excited and hoped that he could analyze better technology this time. Song Yuming is over 60 years old this year. He was rehired to continue working at the XX Institute and enjoyed special allowances. Last time, he analyzed many important technologies from Su Pinggan's drawings, which were all technologies in short supply in the country. At present, it has been applied to many ships and spacecraft. It is said that it is also used on the aircraft carrier currently being manufactured. It has solved several very big problems, improved the performance of many accessories, and saved a lot of space. Therefore, Song Yuming was also very much looking forward to it this time. Time passed little by little. After the drawings were printed, Song Yuming immediately picked up the drawings and began to look through them. As he looked at them, his brows frowned. This time, the style of the scientific research ship was strange, which made Song Yuming a little confused. Song Yuming immediately became excited, sorted out his mood and turned to look at everyone. You all know the principle of confidentiality. So I won't say it anymore. If anyone leaks the drawings, the law will be followed. Understand, understand, understand. Everyone left and began to express their opinions. It can be seen that the drawings that made Song Yuming express such an attitude must be not simple this time. Song Yuming looked at everyone and nodded. Xiao Du immediately arranged for the shipyard to start purchasing steel for production, and several of us will live in the factory, Song Yuming said to Du Yus. I have already made the arrangements. Small building number 4 has been vacated. You experts will live and work there. No one else is allowed to approach. Captain Qin will be responsible for the protection, Du Yu said seriously. Chapter 391 This is the Iron Rule. When Xingling modified the blueprint, he understood Su Pinggan's intention and directly extracted several technologies from the databases of other countries and added them into it. The biggest difference between the second-generation scientific research ship and the first generation is that the space is larger. Although the space is larger, the functions that should be there are not missing. The engine is fully electric-driven, and the propeller adopts an 8-blade design, which is obviously different from ordinary ships. 10 countercurrent chambers have been added to the bottom of the ship, which can be directly connected to the exit of a small submarine. Personnel can directly enter the submarine through the bottom of the ship. At the same time, the submarine can also be controlled at the bottom, which is very convenient. Don't underestimate this bottom entry submarine setting. This is a British design called the submarine aircraft carrier design. At that time, the design was to hang 20 small attack submarines on the bottom of the ship, and once the war started, a wolf-pack attack could be launched from the bottom of the sea. The purpose of the Eagle Country project was not to target other countries, but the United States. After the end of World War II, the United States blackmail against the Eagle Country made a group of elites in the Eagle Country very annoyed. How could the great Eagle Empire, which has been a troublemaker for a century, not have any temper? The United States is the only country that dares to blackmail our great Eagle Empire. We must avenge this. We should discuss and formulate a plan against the United States, God's punishment. This plan is top secret and involves a lot of arrangements. However, as the world situation changes, the comprehensive national strength of the Eagle Country has not recovered, and this plan has been shelved. It is estimated that the current Prime Minister of the Eagle Country does not know that there is such a plan. This underwater aircraft carrier targets surface aircraft carriers. It is composed of a fleet of 5 warships with super air defense capabilities. It can launch an attack from 500 kilometers away and turn the aircraft carrier into a black one. According to calculations, once targeted, the aircraft carrier will never escape and will definitely be sunk to the bottom of the sea. This plan is not to be underestimated. Xingling also came up with such a design when he was bored. He modified it slightly and sent it to Su Pinggan. He didn't know the threat of this project at all. As for whether Song Yuming and his team can find the value of this project, it depends on themselves. Xingling did not explain it to Su Pinggan, and Su Pinggan did not know the true value of this project. Anyway, everything that should be done has been done. It depends on God's will. The current shipbuilding technology of the Celestial Empire is already good enough. It has had experience in building such a scientific research ship once, and this time the construction will only be faster. According to Du Yu's arrangement, 2 scientific research ships began to be built together. The cost of each ship is as high as $140 million US. This is because the materials listed by Su Pinggan are more advanced than ordinary ships, and the requirements for some parts are even higher than the standards of warships. The painting must be done with its own super paint. There is no room for negotiation. If you use it yourself, you must pick the best. Su Pinggan will not see the ordinary goods, let alone Zingling. As time goes by, companies around the world are getting busy. This year is almost over, and it is necessary to summarize and see how much profit or loss this year. Su Pinggan also started to get busy. The notice of the annual meeting has been issued. The profits must be handed over before the end of this month. The annual meeting will be held on the 15th of next month. The venue is still Hangzhou. After all, it is very convenient to travel there. On this day, Su Pinggan and Ho Minghe were drinking tea in the office. Old Ho, how much profit has each branch turned in so far? Su Pinggan asked. Ho Minghe smiled and said very confidently, Boss Su, let's keep it a little mysterious. The profit turned in this year will definitely exceed your expectations. Su Pinggan's eyes lit up and asked, more or less? More, Ho Minghe said with a smile. Su Pinggan smiled and said nothing. Soon, he had an uncomfortable expression on his face. Ho Minghe was very puzzled. What happened to Boss Su? I feel bad about the tax. After a long time, Su Pinggan finally blurted out a sentence. Ho Minghe nodded to show his understanding. I guess Chen Qingshan will wake up laughing when he sees the tax we paid this month, Ho Minghe said very confidently. Su Pinggan looked helpless. Individual tax took away half of his income at once. You say, should I also make it a shareholding system? Su Pinggan couldn't help but say. Ho Minghe smiled bitterly and shook his head. Boss Su, if Shianki Group changes to a joint stock company, the people of the whole country will not agree. You know, Boss Su's total personal income tax reduction has reached 22%, Ho Minghe said directly. Su Pinggan covered his chest with a depressed look on his face. While the two were talking, Liu Wenjin pushed the door open and said, Boss, Chu Wudang, Ji Huayan, and Dai Wenchu are here, please let them in, Su Pinggan said directly. Liu Wenjin went out and soon came in with the three of them. Su Pinggan shook hands with Ho Minghe and the three of them. Su Pinggan invited the three of them to sit down and drink tea. What's the matter? Su Pinggan asked. Boss Su, we have completed the compilation of the courses and books. Please take a look, Chu Wudang said directly. I won't read this. I don't understand it. I just want to ask one thing, whether the content of the textbook can be connected with the physics and chemistry of junior high school. Su Pinggan looked at the three of them and asked. It can be connected completely. We base it on junior high school physics and chemistry. The content of other courses is also more advanced than that of other universities, focusing on practical applications. The investigation team we sent has returned and basically figured out what the standards of talents urgently needed in several industries are. The content of the textbooks is linked to reality and can be adjusted at any time. If students can study hard for a year, plus do experiments, the amount of knowledge they master is basically equivalent to 3 years of study in an ordinary university, and the practicality is definitely better than that of an ordinary university. We emphasize hands-on ability. In a year, we definitely do more experiments than in other schools in 3 years. With strong hands-on ability, the understanding of knowledge will be very solid. Chu Wudang explained seriously. Su Pinggan nodded and continued to ask, is there anything else I need to solve at the moment, Mr. Su? We plan to announce next year's enrollment plan, application plan and examination schedule, Chu Wudang said. Tell me about it, Su Pinggan said directly, and then took a sip of water. This month we will announce the enrollment plan for each subject. Students can freely choose subjects. They can download the application form from the official website before March 10th and upload it to the official website before the end of March. We will announce the examination time before April 10th, and strive to conduct the examination at the end of the month. The admission list will be announced on May 10th. Students will report for admission before August 30th, and classes will officially start on September 5th. Chu Wudang repeated the plan. Let's move up the time of the application form. It will be available for download in mid-February and the deadline is March 10th. At the same time, announce the tuition fee amount. It should be more detailed, including accommodation fees, miscellaneous fees, school uniform fees, etc. Remember one thing, the fees must be clear. Show me the details in advance, and I will make the final decision. By the way, announce the standards for various scholarships. Su Pinggan looked at the three people and said directly. Do we recruit people who have the conditions for extra points stipulated by the state? Do we recruit international students who have state subsidies? Ji Huayan asked. There is no extra points for anyone to take the exam. This should also be announced. The test scores are the main factor. You can enroll if you pass our exam with state subsidies. If you fail, we will not enroll you. No matter if you have subsidies or not, we want talents, not garbage. Su Pinggan said this with a serious face. What if there are foreigners applying for us? Ji Huayan said, and Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment. Do you think there will be foreigners applying for our Shanghai University of Science and Technology? We are a newly established university and have no reputation. Will anyone sign up? Su Pinggan asked back. Mr. Su, Shanghai Group is famous. The Laboratory Research Institute of Shanghai Group is the authority in many industries. I remember you said that you would arrange for people from the Research Institute to come and give lectures, Ho Minghe said while drinking tea next to him, and Su Pinggan began to think. Let's see the situation. If foreigners apply for the exam, they must pass the Chinese language and Chinese language. The exam paper is only in Chinese. This one should be announced. Seeing this, I analyze that there will be no foreigners coming to sign up, Su Pinggan said directly. Several people were stunned for a moment. Ho Minghe gave Su Pinggan a thumbs up. He couldn't help but accept it. It was very difficult for foreigners to understand the Chinese characters. This alone was enough to stop foreigners from signing up. Isn't this too harsh? Dai Wenshu said directly. Harsh? What's so harsh about it? When our students go abroad to study, do they still use the Chinese test papers for assessment? During the interview, does the examiner speak the Chinese language? These foreign schools can do this, why can't I? This is the rule of my Shanghai University of Science and Technology. No matter which country you are from, you must abide by it. This is an iron rule and no one can violate it. Also, don't do those things like companion reading and entertainment activities in those universities. Whoever does it will get out, no one will be left. Su Pinggan looked at Chu Wudang and the other two and said this directly. Okay, Mr. Su, this iron rule is well formulated. I will keep an eye on it. Anyone who dares to violate it will be expelled directly, Ji Huayan said directly. Domestic universities are quite unpleasant to the way foreign students are treated. By the way, let's add one more rule. The scores of international students must be 5 points higher than the average score to be admitted. What we need are elites. The ordinary ones should be left to other universities. This rule should also be announced directly. If anyone puts pressure on you, just push it on me. I want to see who will intercede for these people, Su Pinggan said very impolitely, and added another rule directly. Why do foreign universities have higher scores than ordinary international students? Su Pinggan has no control over the admissions of other schools. Su Pinggan of Shanghai University of Science and Technology can make the decision. We must follow Su Pinggan's rules. By the way, measure the hardware facilities of our school. It costs so much money to buy equipment. Let everyone know our strength. And the computers configured by the school, let them know what strength is, Su Pinggan said directly. Chu Wudang and others laughed. Not to mention those high-tech experimental equipment, the experimental computers configured by the school alone are all the most advanced hardware this year. Each one costs up to 10,000 Xianchao coins, and there are more than 2,000 computers configured. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Whatever You Want. That's not all. The school has also set up an internal internet cafe. With a student's ID, it costs 2 yuan an hour. There are 500 computers. You can play games or check information. You can make your own arrangements. After more than half an hour of discussion, Chu Wudang and the other two left. Ho Minghe also said goodbye. Su Pinggan sent the 4 people away, then returned to the office, looked at the time, and went home to eat. Time passed slowly. On this day, the official website of the Apocalypse Group was updated, announcing the existence of the Apocalypse University of Science and Technology, and released a link. This link is the official website of the Apocalypse University of Science and Technology, which was officially launched for the first time. Apocalypse Technology Company sent 3 people to be responsible for network maintenance within the school. The design is very formal, giving people a sense of rigor. First, the photos and resumes of the 3 principals were announced, followed by photos of some honorary professors. Dr. Leek, Professor Naren, Professor Karen, Miao Yang, Zhou Qingping and others' photos and resumes are listed. This shows how high the school's style is. Next are the photos, names and resumes of teachers in various disciplines, and then some photos of the current school. The teaching buildings shown in the school photos are a bit old-fashioned, but the campus plan under construction next to it is also shown. It is expected to be completed in June next year. After decoration, it will be officially put into use at the end of August. Next is the school's hardware display. Various experimental equipment, electronic equipment, computers, etc. are displayed in detail, giving people a very shocking feeling. Next is the introduction of 7 major subjects: computer, chemical engineering, advanced physical materials, electronic hardware technology, precision machinery, optics, advanced life botany, 7 major subjects. Then there is a notice about enrollment. After browsing one by one, basically all of Supingan's requirements are reflected in it. The charging standards, scholarship standards, examination scope, etc. are very detailed. The rules for foreign students' registration have also appeared. This is definitely the first time in the history of domestic universities. Other universities are kneeling and begging foreigners to enroll. When it comes to Chianki University of Science and Technology, it has completely changed. The requirements for international students are very strict, especially the sentence quoted from Supingan above, that the elites we need are not garbage, and Chianki University of Science and Technology is not short of that little subsidy. This sentence is very domineering and has caused a lot of discussion. Including not taking the English test has also caused a lot of discussion. This matter has been announced before, and people have been prepared for it. Now it is just officially confirmed, and the media will not let it go. At the end of the statement, a red warning was given. The school's academic schedule is very tight. If you are just idling around, please do not apply for Chianki University of Science and Technology. Don't waste each other's time. The school reserves the right to persuade and expel students midway. According to the statistics of the background, the number of website hits is very high, breaking through 1 million in just a few days. The media also began to report on this matter, and various online forums were also talking about it. There are many other arguments. Supingan's sentence, Chianki University of Science and Technology is not short of that little subsidy, was completely flooded, and many people paid attention to it below. This was said in a domineering way. The title of domineering principal fell on Supingan's head. Even many principals of Supingan were given this title, which made Supingan laugh. Among them, a media called Chianshan Express released a number. In major bookstores across the country, the sales of Chinese, mathematics, physics and chemistry books for junior and high schools are extremely hot. Obviously, many people are brushing up on these knowledge. According to incomplete statistics, Xinhua bookstore alone sold as many as 1 million copies. This news was completely screen-sweeping, beyond everyone's expectations, and Supingan was also shocked by the news. Could it be that so many people would apply for Chianki University of Science and Technology? This is unscientific. This university of his has just been established, and the teaching quality has not been tested at all. There shouldn't be many people who sign up. He called Chu Wudang and the other 2 to discuss it. The 3 of them had the same opinion as Supingan, and they all thought that the number of applicants would not be large, at most about 30,000. After discussing it for a while, they had no clue, so they separated and finally looked at the actual number of applicants. Supingan stayed at home for a few days, and then flew directly to Hangzhou. Ho Minghe and Wu Sike also traveled with him. The 3 of them were able to talk along the way. Mr. Su, you can definitely buy a private jet. It will be much more convenient, Wu Sike said to Supingan. Wait, I plan to directly acquire an aircraft manufacturer next year, and then I will directly customize one, or, I will not buy an aircraft, and after the single-person aircraft is completed, I will directly make one, which will definitely be very cool, Supingan said with a smile, and Wu Sike was speechless. Has her project made a breakthrough after acquiring the aircraft manufacturer? Ho Minghe asked. Soon, when I visited last time, they had already conducted a test, and are currently rectifying the problems found. It is expected that a second test will be conducted at the end of the month, Supingan said indifferently. If our project really makes a breakthrough, Boeing and Airbus will be uncomfortable at that time, Ho Minghe said directly, and Su Pinggan and Wu Sike both laughed. Either don't do it, or if you do it, you must subvert the industry. This is our consistent purpose, and we must stick to it, Su Pinggan replied with a smile, and Wu Sike and Ho Minghe pointed at Su Pinggan with a helpless look on their faces. They talked and laughed all the way and soon arrived at the place. They got off the plane and walked out of the passage. The bodyguards carried the three people's salutes. The car was already waiting outside, so they got on the car directly. Su Pinggan went to his residence, while Ho Minghe and Wu Sike went straight to the hotel. The three of them separated on the way. They took a break today and met at the company tomorrow. The next morning, Su Pinggan got up early to exercise for a while. He came back from running sweating all over. He took a shower and had breakfast before taking Liu Wenjin to the company. Not long after arriving at the company, Wu Sike came over. He asked Wu Sike to sit down and drink tea. After drinking a cup of tea, Wu Sike opened the topic. I just received news that Xinxing Company was fined $1 billion and reached an understanding with the U.S. Department of Commerce. It is said that we are also involved in this. You are not mistaken. How can this matter involve us? It has nothing to do with us, Su Pinggan frowned and said, with a bad premonition. I don't know, this is what a classmate of mine in the United States said. There has been a report in the United States, Wu Sike said with a serious expression. You drink tea? I'll go online to check it out, Su Pinggan said, raised his hand to drink the tea, stood up, went to the desk, turned on the computer and browsed. After a while, Su Pinggan came back with a strange look on his face. Wu Sike picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Su Pinggan, who took it up and drank it. You are right. There's indeed something about us here. According to the media reports over there, an oil group was involved, which reduced the U.S. government's fine of $1.5 billion to $500 million, a reduction of $1 billion. It should be that this oil company has reached a deal with China. It sold my Apocalypse Group for $500 million. It's really cheap enough, Su Pinggan said with a gloomy face. When Wu Sike was about to speak, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Su Pinggan said, and Liu Wenjin came in. Boss, Mayor Zhang is here with an American, Liu Wenjin reported directly. Su Pinggan frowned, and looked at Wu Sike. No, Su Pinggan said directly. Liu Wenjin was stunned for a moment, and quickly reacted and went out directly. Is it okay to be so disrespectful? Wu Sike said. The reputation of my Shianki group is worth $500 million. Did they give me face? Su Pinggan said directly. He was very angry and was picking on the weak. He said that he would not give me face this time. He said whatever he wanted. Zhang Jianbin and the American were surprised when they heard Su Pinggan's reply. They did not expect Su Pinggan to be so disrespectful. Zhang Jianbin looked very unhappy. Su Pinggan did not even see him. He was so disrespectful. He did not care about Liu Wenjin and walked directly to Su Pinggan's office. With a bang, he pushed the door open and saw Su Pinggan and Wu Sike drinking tea. Boss Su is so powerful. Now he does not even see me, Zhang Jianbin said unhappily. I welcome you to come alone for tea. Let's not talk about other things, Su Pinggan looked at Zhang Jianbin and said directly. Zhang Jianbin was stunned. Looking at Su Pinggan actually knew what I was looking for him for. Mayor Zhang, please sit down, Wu Sike stood up and said, giving Zhang Jianbin a face. He asked Zhang Jianbin to sit down, and Wu Sike went out directly. I'm introducing you to business, but you don't want to talk about this kind of thing, Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan and said directly. There was no other way. The task imposed by the superior must be completed. No, I have limited funds and I don't plan to increase any business, Su Pinggan directly blocked Zhang Jianbin's words. I'm giving you money, Zhang Jianbin said again. Hey, I have enough money and I don't plan to make more money, Su Pinggan said directly, not giving any face at all. You don't listen to anything. Is it appropriate to refuse like this? Zhang Jianbin stared at Su Pinggan's eyes. Mayor Zhang, the media has already reported it. Don't tell me that the person who came with you is not a representative of an American oil company. Su Pinggan stared at Zhang Jianbin without giving in. My Shianki group is worth $500 million. I sold my Shianki group directly for a mere $500 million. Sorry, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. I don't sell myself cheaply, Su Pinggan added with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Pinggan, you have to put the overall situation first, Zhang Jianbin said with a stiff face. There was no other way. If there was a possibility, Zhang Jianbin really didn't want to come. He originally thought that Su Ping'an didn't know about this, but he didn't know that Su Ping'an knew it clearly. Things had come to this point and there was no way to talk about it. Zhang Jianbin left Su Ping'an's office with a gloomy face. This was the first time that the two of them had a direct breakdown in the talk. Su Ping'an sat alone in the office drinking tea and didn't see anyone. Whether it was Su Ping'an or Zhang Jianbin, neither of them knew that they were being calculated by the Americans. Everything went very smoothly at this point in the nightmare plan, which was smooth beyond the expectations of the Americans. The American who came with Zhang Jianbin was called Heyman. From Zhang Jianbin's face, it could be seen that the communication was very unpleasant. He had a bad premonition in his heart. He returned to the hotel and reported directly to President Martin. This matter could not be delayed. Chapter 393, I don't know that everything I do is part of the enemy's plan. What? Su Ping'an didn't see you, you went alone, Martin said with doubt. President, it was the mayor here who accompanied me, and Su Ping'an didn't see the mayor either. In the end, the mayor broke into Su Ping'an's office and came out with a dark face. It was obvious that the conversation was very unpleasant, Heyman said truthfully. You wait for a few days. If there is no news in a few days, I will notify you to come back, Martin said directly. Heyman agreed and the phone was disconnected directly. Zhang Jianbin returned to his office with a gloomy face. Qiao Lianqing was waiting in Zhang Jianbin's office. Seeing Zhang Jianbin's face, he understood what was going on. He shook his head with a wry smile and went to hand a glass of water to Zhang Jianbin. I didn't give you face, Qiao Lianqing said directly. Not only did I not give you face, I didn't even want to see me at the beginning, Zhang Jianbin directly told this story truthfully, and Qiao Lianqing also felt very difficult. Let's report to the senior officials truthfully. It is understandable that Su Ping'an is angry. No matter who is in this matter, they will be full of anger, Qiao Lianqing said directly. Yet, that's why I didn't want to go at first. What a bullshit. Su Ping'an said it well. He sold it for only $500 million if it were me, I wouldn't agree to it either. I'm so upset, Zhang Jianbin said with a look of discomfort. Qiao Lianqing nodded, asked Zhang Jianbin to drink 2 sips of water, and the two went to report to their superiors together. Su Ping'an started to make phone calls in the office. This time he gave in to everything. Su, don't worry. I will arrange this matter. I will definitely let you vent your anger and make the other party come back in disgrace, a foreigner's voice came from the phone. I'll wait for your call, Su Ping'an said directly. The two of them said a few polite words and hung up the phone. Leonardo, the chairman of Qualcomm, hung up the phone and looked at an old man in front of him. Hughes, there is a good business. Do you want to do it? It's no problem to make tens of millions of net profits in a year. You will give me a bargain if there is such a good thing. The old man named Hughes did not believe Leonardo's words. It can only be a bargain for your General Motors group. Qualcomm doesn't have this kind of business. This is a great opportunity for you, Leonardo said directly. Hughes looked at Leonardo seriously and found that Leonardo was not joking. What is it? Hughes became interested. It's very simple. It's related to Xinjiang Company and Eric Oil Company. The people of Eric Oil Company are, the result is that the person was furious and would not give it to anyone, Leonardo told the story again. Hughes laughed directly and it took him a long time to calm down. That bastard Martin would do such things. He always likes to take advantage of others. It's his way of doing things. That's why I kicked him out of GM in the first place, what a moron. He doesn't even think about Su Ping'an's status. You use officials to suppress him. Isn't this obviously a slap in Su Ping'an's face? If Su Ping'an can tolerate this, I won't be optimistic about the Apocalypse Group. I've done this business. I will immediately send the president of General Petroleum over. With hydrogen energy, General Petroleum will be able to turn around. Thank you this time, old friend, Hughes said directly. Why are you being polite? Didn't you help me back then? Leonardo said with a smile. I still have a bottle of good wine in my car. We'll get rid of it at noon today. This is the best news I've heard recently, Hughes said directly. No problem. You make the arrangements first. I'll reserve a seat, Leonardo said directly. Hughes nodded, and the two began to make phone calls separately. The next day, before Su Ping'an could react, the international news exploded. A U.S. media outlet broke the news. The headline, In the eyes of Chinese officials, the Apocalypse Group is worth $500 million, was all over the world. In one morning, Su Pinggan received many calls from people, both domestic and foreign. Su Pinggan could only say that he had just learned about this matter, and said nothing else. 3 Chinese media outlets forwarded this report, and all deleted it within half an hour. It was so efficient. Su Pinggan sneered and said nothing. He had no idea that his actions were all calculated by the enemy. The bigwigs started the meeting. Many people looked helpless. They couldn't figure out how the people they sent over could do things that the US media knew clearly. What did Su Pinggan think? Isn't this creating domestic conflicts? The existence of the nightmare plan was kept highly confidential by the United States. The Chinese had no idea about it at all. What's more, the nightmare plan was a chain of links. Wang Qiang played an indispensable role in the smooth implementation of this plan. How could the media know that this was specially arranged by the CIA in order to make this matter public and alienate the relationship between the Celestial Empire and the Apocalypse Group? Now it seems that the goal has been basically achieved. 2 days passed slowly. An American woman led a few people to Hangzhou, the Celestial Empire. That afternoon, she took people to visit Su Pinggan of the Apocalypse Group. "Welcome, Ms. Evelyn," Su Pinggan said with a smile. "It is my honor to be a guest here, Mr. Su." Evelyn was also very polite. She shook hands with Su Pinggan and the two sat down together. Although Evelyn was in charge of General Oil Company, she had to be respectful in front of Su Pinggan. The two were not on the same level. "Evelyn, what do you think of this cooperation?" Su Pinggan asked. "Mr. Su, I believe Chairman Hughes has already talked to you on the phone. We can just do what we agreed on," Evelyn said directly. Su Pinggan nodded. "He did talk to Hughes on the phone last night. When is the convenient time to sign the contract?" Su Pinggan asked. "Any time. I brought my financial staff and lawyers with me, and we can sign a formal cooperation agreement at any time," Evelyn said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded. "Now, notify your lawyer to come over, and I'll have the lawyer draft the documents. We will both announce it through the official website tonight. I will give you the treatment before the price increase, and this news must also be announced," Su Pinggan said directly. "I understand. Chairman Hughes told me before I came that after the contract is signed, the General Group's official website will announce it," Evelyn said directly, and Su Pinggan smiled. How could Hughes, as the chairman of the General Group, care about Eric Oil Company? Not to mention that Hughes and Martin have a lot of personal grievances, and they are eager to make the other party look bad. Su Pinggan is the same, just wanting to slap him in the face. "Whoever promised you? You can go to whoever, they don't give you face." Even if Eric Oil Company has super fuel and super engines, these things Su Pinggan doesn't need. Su Pinggan and Hughes discussed more than that. When the official website was announced, Su Pinggan directly thanked General Motors for its help in the matter of Xing Company, so he gave a discount. When someone asked about it, Su Pinggan directly said that he had heard it wrong. Anyway, the contract has been signed. Shaanqi Group and General Motors are not easy to mess with. You, Eric Oil Company, can bite us. You try it. Both giant companies can knock your teeth out. The two notified the lawyers separately. Wu Sike was on call at any time and had already drafted the documents. The lawyer brought by Evelyn had an Asian face. Su Pinggan didn't care. He drank tea and talked with Evelyn on the side, and the lawyer was reviewing the documents on the side. More than half an hour later, the lawyer finished the review and found no problems. Su Pinggan and Evelyn signed the contract directly. There were 2 copies in Xianqiao and 2 copies in English. Both parties kept 1 copy of the contract in 2 languages. The two made a phone call to notify the official website to update. Wu Sike also took photos of Su Pinggan and Evelyn. The photos of the two holding hands and holding wine glasses with a smile on their faces were also uploaded. Evelyn will stay in Hangzhou for 2 days, and then return to the United States with a team sent by the Apocalypse Group, until the hydrogen refining plant is established and 10 hydrogen refueling stations are completed. When these people work in the United States, their salaries are paid by General Oil Company, according to the standard of $5,000 a month, which is required in the contract. It can be said to be a good job. That night, the United States exploded. No one expected that the Apocalypse Group would reach an agreement with General Motors so quickly, but the statement on the Apocalypse Group's official website is interesting. "Thank you General Motors for helping our Xing Company in the U.S. lawsuit. Both the Apocalypse Group and Xinxing Company are Chinese companies, and they must show sincerity. Therefore, I specially approved the treatment of General Motors before the price increase, and hope that the people of the two countries will continue to maintain peaceful exchanges. Everyone knows that the matter of Xinxing Company was the work of Eric Oil Company, but who knew that Su Pinggan thanked General Motors, which was completely disgusting to Eric Oil Company. After receiving the notification, Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lianqing opened the official website of Shianqi Group and were completely dumbfounded. Su Pinggan actually thanked Grams. What the hell was this? The agreement was signed so quickly. Why wasn't it Eric Oil Company? After a while, Zhang Jianbin looked at the news and said directly, "He is clearly slapping his face." Qiao Lianqing nodded and agreed with what Zhang Jianbin said. Su Pinggan's behavior was too irrational. In the United States, Eric Oil Group, Martin's office was in a mess. Martin sat on the ground panting. It was a great shame. He worked hard to lay out the plan, but in the end, the old man Hughes of GM plucked the fruits. With a bang, the door was pushed open, and several big directors walked in, looked at the situation in the office, and then looked at Martin, with a look of disgust in their eyes. "Martin, how did things develop to this point?" Senior Director Ross asked. "Sorry, I didn't expect Hughes of GM to intercept halfway," Martin said directly, his face full of gloom. Chapter 394 The Nightmare Plan is not that simple. Director Ross sneered. "Oh, really? I heard that it was Sue from the Apocalypse Group who contacted General Hughes." Ross stared at Martin's face. Martin was shocked. It was Su Pinggan who contacted Hughes. How could this be possible? The information he got showed that Su Pinggan had no intersection with General Hughes. The two did not know each other at all. Seeing Martin's expression, several directors looked at each other, and their faces were not good. Martin did not even know where the problem was. It was really sad. "You don't even know how you lost. Are you worthy of being the president of Eric Oil Company?" Howard looked at Martin and said. From the beginning of the news report, Howard closed his eyes after reading the news. The cooperation with the Apocalypse Group would definitely not be achieved. Doing so is completely a slap in Su Pinggan's face. Su Pinggan is the chairman of the Apocalypse Group and the boss of an international energy giant with assets of hundreds of billions of dollars. He would endure being slapped in the face like this and would cooperate with Eric Oil Company. It is obvious that it is impossible to cooperate with him. I ask you, what is the grudge between Su Pinggan and you, and why do you want to plot against him? Howard continued to ask Martin. Hate? I have no hatred with Su. I do this for our Eric Oil Group. Martin said this calmly. Really? I really want to hear your explanation. Hydrogen energy has been authorized to General Motors. This is also for the consideration of the oil group. Howard looked at Martin and asked. Gentlemen, sit down, I will explain this to you in detail. If you think I am wrong, you can fire me directly, Martin said very calmly to several big directors. Several people looked at each other, nodded, and took action directly, throwing all the bits and pieces on your sofa to the ground. Several people sat down, and Martin still sat on the ground without getting up. Gentlemen, our super fuel and super engine have been on the market for a long time, and the directors have also used a lot of resources to lobby the Black Palace to give us export rights, but there is no news until now. Have you ever thought about why this is? Martin looked at several big directors and said directly. Several big directors frowned and thought about whether these two things were related. Some time ago, George from the CIA found me and said that if I agreed to do one thing, they would give us export rights. Of course, we can only export to our allies in the United States. If I don't agree, we can't expect to get export rights. There is no room for negotiation. We can only choose one of the two things between hydrogen energy and super fuel and super engine exports. We have invested a huge amount of money in super fuel and super engines. If we can't export, we will face a major loss. After comparing the two, I can only choose to export and cooperate with the CIA. It's just that I didn't expect Su Pinggan to give the hydrogen energy industry project to General Motors. However, it doesn't matter who Su Pinggan authorizes. The important thing is that in about half a month, our export approval will come down, Martin said directly to several big directors. Several big directors were shocked. There were so many things involved. Martin, it's not just that. Tell me everything, said Ross, the big director. Of course, this also involves a Chinese named Wen Kang. Martin didn't hide anything this time and revealed everything, including the tax exemption conditions he asked George for. After listening to this, Several big directors looked at each other. They really couldn't blame Martin for this matter. After all, Martin's starting point was also for the development of the company. Super fuel and super engine were too involved. If it were me, I would probably agree to do so. Wang Qiang wrote a report in the United States that completely discredited the Apocalypse Group and Su Pinggan according to the CIA's intentions and sent it to China. He bluntly said that Su Pinggan's actions made the country lose its credibility. Many collaborators said that the Celestial Empire could no longer effectively control the country. These words were very heavy, and every word was heart-piercing, and every sentence killed Su Pinggan. This step was a key step in the nightmare plan. As long as the Celestial Empire accepted Wang Qiang's report, the first phase of the nightmare plan would be 80% successful. It must be said that the Americans' desire to destroy our country was so heavy. Inside the Celestial Empire, the bigwigs were still meeting to study the affairs of the Apocalypse Group, and Wang Qiang's report was still adopted. This time, the Apocalypse Group was so disrespectful that Su Pinggan had to be dealt with, and the authority must be thoroughly maintained. This is Su Pinggan's fault. He must be severely punished. It is his non-cooperation that has caused our reputation to suffer a great loss. This is a huge smear on our country's external image, the boss said with a dark face. The others looked at him without any expression on their faces. Let's talk about this later. A boss who didn't speak often said that he felt something was wrong, but he couldn't say what was wrong. It was better to be cautious. Many people nodded. Shyanki Group is a business card for the Celestial Empire to the outside world. It must be cautious. If it is not done well, Su Pinggan may be forced to do something that will make his relatives sad and his enemies happy. Time passed slowly. The senior executives of Shyanki Group basically arrived at the technology headquarters. The annual meeting of Shyanki Group was about to be held. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan frowned as they looked at the paper in front of them. The personal income tax reduction of Su Pinggan of Shyanki Group was reduced by 10%, from the original tax exemption of 22% to 12%. The two knew very well that this was a punishment for disobedience. What should we do? Should we notify Su Pinggan? Chen Qingshan looked at Wei Dongshuo with an uncomfortable face. We must notify, our superiors have instructed us to execute, Wei Dongshuo said helplessly, and Chen Qingshan sighed deeply. In Chen Qingshan's view, hydrogen energy is going to be promoted anyway, and it doesn't matter who you give it to. Why do you have to overturn the designated candidate? Now, you have lost tens of billions for a fight, why bother? That morning, Su Pinggan received a call from Chen Qingshan, with a calm face, and just replied I know and nothing else. What does he mean by this? Chen Qingshan looked at Wei Dongshuo in confusion. Wei Dongshuo shook his head and said nothing, knowing very well what Su Pinggan meant, but he couldn't say it. Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lianqing both knew about this, and they sighed helplessly, saying nothing, as if this matter had never happened. And no one expressed any opinions. The nightmare plan has been carried out to this point, and it can be said that it has been successful. This thorn that disturbs the hearts of Chinese entrepreneurs has deeply penetrated into China. If it doesn't explode now, it will explode sooner or later. The first phase of the mission has been successfully completed. After a while, the second phase of the plan can be launched. The things against the Celestial Empire and the Apocalypse Group are only the first phase of the goal. The nightmare plan is not so simple, it is a long-term plan. After the plan was proposed by the vice president, the top leaders discussed it for a week, and then the CIA further improved it. How could it be so simple for so many people who are good at calculating to improve the plan together? Wang Qiang, who was far away in the United States, had returned to China and directly submitted his resignation, saying that he had discredited the country because of his poor work and could not forgive himself. The department had also talked to Wang Qiang several times to retain him. Wang Qiang also tactfully expressed that he was ill and could not hold on, and could not bear too much pressure. He had to recuperate for a long time. Seeing that Wang Qiang was determined to leave, his direct superior approved it and gave him some bonuses as compensation. In less than a week, Wang Qiang disposed of everything he could sell, took his wife and flew directly to the United States. The visa application for the United States was approved in seconds. Things were so fast that you can't imagine. I'm afraid that by the time the country finally reacts, Wang Qiang has already obtained an American passport. It's too late. The impact has already been caused. It will take longer and more time to repair the rift. The next morning, Su Pinggan packed up and took Liu Wenjin to the technology headquarters. The annual meeting was officially held, and the general managers and deputy general managers of each branch had already arrived. The security force inside the technology headquarters was directly upgraded to a higher level. A few days ago, Qiao Yichen began to arrange a major cleanup of the technology park, clearing garbage, purifying the water quality of the park, and cleaning the exteriors of each building. All the work has been completed. The list of senior executives attending this year's Shianki Group annual meeting is as follows: President of Shianki Group, Su Pinggan, Assistant to the President of Shianki Group, Liu Wenjin, Advisor to the President of Shianki Group, Hall, Financial Director of Shianki Group, Ho Minghe, Financial Director of Shianki Group Europe, Niels, Legal Minister of Shianki Group Xiancheo District, Wu Sike, Legal Minister of Shianki Group Europe, Bruce, General Manager of Shianki Investment Company, Jizu Ie, General Manager of the Japanese branch of Shianki Investment Company, Watanabe Yoko, General Manager of Shianki Bank, Yao Xingsheng, General Manager of Poseidon Biological Preparation Company, Kyle, Deputy General Manager of Poseidon Biological Preparation Company, Moore, General Manager of Shianki Technology Company, Qiao Yichen, Xiancheo District, Deputy General Managers of Shianki Technology Company, Xiao Yingji, LV Xiangjin, Xiancheo District, General Manager of Shianki Mobile Phone Group, Ding Zhejian, Deputy General Managers of Shianki Mobile Phone Group, Zhang Zhejian, Ma Xianke, General Manager of Aki Game Company, Yi Changlin, Xiancheo District, Deputy General Manager of Aki Game Company, Chang Xingxin, Xiancheo District, General Manager of Shianki Paint Company, Aubrey, Deputy General Manager of Aki Paint Company, Fei Linda, General Manager of Aki Solar Energy Group, Burson, Deputy General Manager of Apocalypse Solar Energy Group, Carol, President of Apocalypse Wind Energy Group, Alexander, Vice President of Apocalypse Wind Energy Group, Osborne, General Manager of Apocalypse Renewable Resources Group, Bao Xing, Xiancheo District, Deputy General Manager of Apocalypse Renewable Resources Group, Fei Kaheo, Xiancheo District, General Manager of Apocalypse Hydrogen Energy Group, Tang Zixin, Deputy General Manager of Shianki Hydrogen Energy Group, Qin Jiaheo, General Manager of Apocalypse Video Company, Duan Zhehe, Deputy General Manager of Apocalypse Video Company, Chang Boqiang, General Manager of Apocalypse Comprehensive Research Institute, Chen Fansheng, General Manager of Apocalypse Botanical Research Institute, Zhang Senlin, General Manager of Apocalypse Marine Ecology Research Institute, Sun Wenbin, General Manager of Apocalypse Life Science Research Institute of Japan, Matsuyamato Shiyuki, General Manager of Apocalypse Advanced Materials Research Institute of Germany, Barry, General Manager of Apocalypse Renewable Resources Research Institute of Britain, Gilbert, General Manager of Apocalypse Mechanical Equipment Research Institute of Italy, Darium, General Manager of Apocalypse Biological Research Institute of Austria, Pippin, General Manager of Apocalypse Gaming Company of France, Jaeger, General Manager of Apocalypse Technology Company of France, Coaster, General Manager of Apocalypse Weapons Company of Italy, Bannon, Deputy General Manager of Apocalypse Weapons Company of Italy, Baker, General Manager of Apocalypse Group Xiancheo Security Company, Chen Killen, General Manager of Apocalypse Group Black Fox Security Company, Buck, General Manager of Apocalypse Island, Hubert, Deputy General Manager of Apocalypse Island, Lei Yushin. Chapter 395. Every step is in the enemy's calculation. Su Pinggan and Liu Wenjin entered the elevator and went straight to the large conference room on the 16th floor. When they walked out of the elevator, they saw two burly men standing at the door of the conference room. Su Pinggan nodded to the two men as he walked. The two men held the handles of the door and opened it directly. Su Pinggan led Liu Wenjin in. Everyone in the conference room stood up. They all knew the rules of the meeting. They usually asked for the same. After Su Pinggan took his seat, he waved to everyone. Everyone sat down, straightened their backs, sat upright, and looked at Su Pinggan. Everyone, a year has passed, and it's time for us to summarize our achievements last year. I want to thank you for your efforts here. The fact that Shianki Group can reach its current level is inseparable from your hard work. Of course, the specific thanks can be seen from the annual total bonus. The more you work, the more you get. This is our purpose. Su Pinggan smiled when he said this, and everyone laughed too. The new members of Apocalypse Group this year, please stand up and introduce yourself to everyone. You will inevitably have to deal with each other in the future. Alexander, let's start with you, Su Pinggan said directly. Okay, President. Alexander stood up and said. Dear colleagues, my name is Alexander, and I am currently working at Apocalypse Wind Energy Group as the general manager. Alexander introduced himself. Dear colleagues, my name is Osborne, and I am currently working at Apocalypse Wind Energy Group as the deputy general manager. Osborne also introduced himself. Dear colleagues, my name is Tang Zixin, currently working at Shianki Hydrogen Energy Group, serving as the general manager. Tang Zixin also introduced himself. Dear colleagues, my name is Kin Jiaheo, currently working at Shianki Hydrogen Energy Group, serving as the deputy general manager. Dear colleagues, my name is Sun Wenbin, previously working at Shianki Ocean Research Institute, serving as the general manager of plants. Dear colleagues, my name is Zhuang Senlin, currently working at Shianki Botanical Research Institute, serving as the general manager. Dear colleagues, my name is Songshin Junai, currently working at Shianki Life Science Research Institute, serving as the general manager. They introduced themselves one by one, and it was soon finished. Su Pinggan looked at Kyle, and Kyle smiled. Poseidon is my first industry. As usual, you should be the first to speak, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Kyle stood up directly. President, colleagues, Poseidon experienced a small storm last year. Our production costs have increased, but our profits have not decreased much. As of last year, we have operated a total of 14 products in Poseidon, and each product has achieved very good benefits. Now our Poseidon products are synonymous with high quality. We added 4 new planting bases last year, and they have all started normal operation. The upstream industrial chain has been completed, and we have fully achieved the goal of self-production and self-sale of raw materials. Last year, we turned over 13.7 billion euros in profits to the headquarters, and the company retained 3.5 billion euros in operating funds. This year, our goal is very simple, that is, to deepen the market and not expand any more, Kyle said and looked at Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan nodded and waved his hand for Kyle to sit down, and everyone applauded. It really deserves to be Poseidon. Last year, it stopped production for a month, but it still made such a profit. Kyle's ability really can't be underestimated. You can't help but accept it. Kiao Yichen, tell me about your technology group, Su Pinggan said directly, and Kiao Yichen stood up directly. President, colleagues, Shianshao Shianki Technology Company was still losing money last year. The year before last, our loss was as high as 5 billion. Last year, after a year of hard work, the loss was reduced to 1.6 billion. The main reason for the loss is that we adjusted some projects and cut a lot of projects. The investment in these projects was wasted. However, we also obtained a lot of patented technologies. Through the licensing of patented technologies, we reduced a lot of losses. It is expected that this year, we will make breakthroughs in several projects. We are confident that we will turn losses into profits this year. Please wait and see at the headquarters. We will achieve real profits, Kiao Yicheng said confidently. Su Pinggan smiled. Shianki Technology Company will be 100% profitable this year. Apart from other things, the translator project alone can make Shianki Technology Company completely turn around. Sit down, look at your performance this year. If the profit is less than 5 billion, you are still unqualified, Su Pinggan said directly, and then waved his hand to let Kiao Yicheng sit down. Everyone else began to applaud. The president's words were full of meaning. It seems that Shianki Technology Company already has mature products, and next year there will be another strong opponent. Ding Zhijin, tell us about the mobile phone company, Su Pinggan said directly, and Ding Zhijin stood up immediately. President, colleagues, Apocalypse Mobile Group achieved some results last year. Our mobile phone sales were more than 23 million units throughout the year, of which half were the second generation Apocalypse mobile phones that were just launched last year. At the same time, we have added new wearable device products to enrich our product line. The sales of smart bracelets and smart headphones have reached 2.7 billion euros, which is a good result. At present, the application store on our mobile phone system has as many as 400,000 small programs. These small programs cover all aspects of life and also bring us considerable benefits. We have also upgraded the navigation software developed based on the Beidou system several times. Each upgrade has generally received positive reviews from users. According to our internal calculations, after 5 to 6 upgrades, it can be said to be comparable to the GPS system. In some aspects, the functions even surpass the capabilities of GPS. After a year of hard work this year, our Apocalypse mobile phones will be fully equipped with a Beidou positioning system next year, and the domestic and foreign versions will be unified. Last year, we turned over 8.7 billion euros in profits to the headquarters, and we retained 4 billion euros in reserve funds. This year we will recruit a large number of people to develop 6 new products, which will definitely achieve profit growth. Ding Zhijin gave a brief report on the mobile phone company. After the meeting, all recruitments will be temporarily cancelled and personnel will be transferred from within, Su Pinggan said calmly, and Ding Zhijin was stunned. Yes, I will execute it immediately after the meeting, Ding Zhijin said directly. Su Pinggan's words were the highest order and must be executed. Not only mobile phone companies, but also recruitment in the Xianchao area will be stopped. Executed immediately after the meeting, internal adjustments will be made for projects. At present, the number of people in the Xianchao area of Xianqi Group is already a bit bloated. This situation must be changed. If you must recruit people, come to me in person to negotiate. Without my approval, you are not allowed to recruit people privately, Su Pinggan announced this directly. With a swish, many people stood up and said in unison, immediately executed after the meeting. Su Pinggan nodded and waved his hand to let everyone do it. Many people underestimated that this matter must not be so simple. There must be other things involved. Su Pinggan didn't know how badly he was calculated by the nightmare plan of the Americans this time. All kinds of counterattack methods have been studied thoroughly by the Americans, and every step was in the enemy's calculations. Yi Changlin, tell me about your game company, Su Pinggan said without any expression on his face, and Yi Changlin stood up directly. President, colleagues, the main source of income for Xianchao Xianqi Game Company is the large-scale terminal game Xianji Civilization. Last year, we made a profit of 2.7 billion euros, of which the profit of Xianji Civilization accounted for 87%. We have remade our profitable Three Kingdoms games. After the remade version was launched, it received unanimous praise from players and the number of registered users increased slightly. This is due to our expansion into 9 foreign markets and achieved good results. This year we will continue to increase our efforts to expand the overseas game market. This year, we will make internal personnel adjustments and develop 2 casual games and a science fiction game to enrich our product line and strive to achieve good results. According to the instructions of the headquarters, we need to retain a part of the funds. We handed over 1.1 billion euros in profits to the headquarters throughout the year, and the company retained 3 billion euros in funds. Yi Changlin made a brief report. You are still a little slow. Why didn't you develop a new game last year? Don't you have the ability? Let's see how you perform this year, Su Pinggan commented, which put a lot of pressure on Yi Changlin. He waved his hand and asked Yi Changlin to sit down. Everyone applauded. It was already very good for Yi Changlin to achieve such a result. However, what the president said was also a clear mistake of Yi Changlin. The president was really smart. Aubrey, tell me about your situation, Su Pinggan said directly. Aubrey, the general manager of Apocalypse Paint Company, stood up. President, colleagues, our Xianqi Paint Company added 4 new products last year. At the same time, we invested 20 million euros in Turin, Italy to build a paint factory to produce civilian paint. Super paint production is still maintained only in the factory here at the headquarters. We expect to launch 3 market segment products this year. At present, our Xianqi paint has occupied 32% of the global high-end paint market. According to this survey we asked professional institutions to show, our share is still on the rise, and there is great potential to be tapped. We turned over 167 euros of profit to the headquarters throughout the year. And our company retained 3.5 billion euros. We expect that we will make greater profits this year. Aubrey briefly introduced the situation of the paint company. Su Pinggan was very satisfied with Aubrey's performance. He did not wait or rely on others to move forward steadily, and his profits increased year by year. This made Su Pinggan feel relieved. Your hard work will be reflected in the year-end bonus. Keep up the good work, Su Pinggan said with a smile, waving his hand for Aubrey to sit down. Everyone applauded. Super Paint opened up the international market of Xianqi paint in one fell swoop, and the civilian paints launched also achieved good sales. It is not easy for ordinary paint to be recognized by consumers. Chapter 396 Annual Meeting. Bolson, tell me about your story, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Bolson also stood up with a smile on his face. President, colleagues, Apocalypse Solar achieved breakthrough profits last year. We pay 23.9 billion euros to the headquarters throughout the year, setting a historical record. Our company has retained 4 billion euros in reserve funds. This is due to the layout of our microgrid system. The 7 major power supply groups in the United States all use our microgrid system. Power supply groups in Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and the United Kingdom have also purchased our system. We cannot supply the market with our production in FZ alone. The establishment of the French branch has eased our supply pressure. Our carbon crystal solar panels are currently being rolled out in developed countries around the world. Due to price and production capacity, we are currently unable to develop the developing country market. This is a great pity. This year we will make adjustments to meet orders from some developing countries. At the same time, we have communicated with Professor Nealon. Professor Nealon has completed his global tour and will start the research and development of the second generation product this year, hoping to reform the process and reduce costs. This will be of great help to us in developing the developing country market. We are confident that we will achieve new profit highs, Burson said very confidently, and Su Pinggan smiled and nodded. Bolson is very smart and well planned. He has developed his own layout step by step. He is worthy of being a senior talent and has fully exerted his ability in his current position. Don't be proud, Su Pinggan said with a smile, waving his hand for Bolson to sit down. Everyone applauded. They had to accept it. They handed over more than 20 billion euros in profits. It was amazing. It was really amazing. Hall was very emotional while applauding. Look at the subsidiaries of the Apocalypse Group. Each one is either making terrible profits or reducing losses on a large scale. Even for loss-making companies, it is not the fault of management, but too much internal investment. Temporary losses will not be a problem for future profits. If the Apocalypse Group goes public, Hall can be sure that it will definitely be the company with the highest market value in the world, without a doubt. Beozing, tell me about the renewable resources system, Su Pinggan said to Beozing, and Beozing stood up immediately. President, colleagues, Shianki Recycling Resources Company was in operation for 1 year last year, and we were generally profitable. After reporting to the headquarters, the president specially approved that we did not turn in the profits, and our company retained 1.1 billion funds. At present, we have completed the comprehensive garbage treatment system ecosystem in Y Province, with a provincial capital of Y Province as the center, and the surrounding 5 cities are included to form a large system. Based on the situation in the past year, we can recycle and reuse ordinary household garbage 100%, and ordinary construction garbage can also be recycled 100%. The recycling of plastic garbage is currently being tested, but metal garbage is still being piled up. The use of household garbage to produce biogas power generation has achieved good profits. And the biological fertilizer and feed company has also achieved good profits. We are confident that we will be able to turn in profits to the headquarters this year. Beozing briefly reported the situation of the Recycling Resources Company. After the meeting, pay more attention to communicating with the 3 general managers Pippin, Darian and Chen Fanchen. You must learn to take the initiative instead of passively waiting. Su Pinggan looked at Beozing and said directly. Beozing's eyes lit up, and he looked at Darian, Chen Fanchen, and Pippin. Chen Fanchen, Darian, and Pippin all shook their heads and smiled. The president really knows how to find things for himself. He really can't bear to see himself idle for a while. Your task this year is not small. Before May, complete the last optimization of the renewable resources system and make preparations for expansion. Do you understand? If the transfer of manpower affects the normal operation of the enterprise, I will only ask you. Su Pinggan looked at Beozing and said directly. Yes, I will definitely arrange the manpower. There is no problem with the ladder team building. I have been doing this. The assessment and training of technical personnel in various departments has never stopped, Beozing said directly. Su Pinggan nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand to let Beozing sit down, and everyone applauded. Although Shianki Recycling Resources Company did not turn in profits, everyone knew that Shianki Recycling Resources Company's profitability was not a problem. Tang Zixin, tell me about your situation, Su Pinggan said while looking at Tang Zixin, and Tang Zixin stood up directly. President, colleagues, Shianki Hydrogen Energy Group is a company that was just established this year. We currently have 1.23 million employees, and the pressure is very high. Currently, we have invested in the construction of 32 hydrogen production plants, which have housed more than 100,000 people. Large and small hydrogen refueling stations have housed 370,000 people, and nearly 300,000 people have been taken over by sister units. Currently, There are nearly 500,000 employees on vacation, and we also need to be responsible for their insurance costs. These expenses account for a large part of our profits. It is expected that this year, we will successively complete the construction of 40 hydrogen production plants and 78,000 hydrogen refueling stations, and the remaining employees will be resettled by October this year. In order to reduce cost pressure, we are not recruiting anyone from outside and are making internal personnel adjustments. In the next 5 years, more than 90,000 people will retire. Without recruiting a new person, we estimate that it will take 10 years to return to normal employment costs. Last year, our overall loss was as high as $37.8 billion, and we expect to lose money this year. I hope that the headquarters can continue to support us in completing the layout. We will definitely create profits for the headquarters. Tang Zixin looked at Su Pinggan with a firm face and said, "Confidence, go for it. I support you. The current loss of Hydrogen Energy Group is not your fault. It is not easy for you to properly place millions of employees according to the plan. If you need funds, call the headquarters directly. I will sign and approve it." Su Pinggan looked at Tang Zixin and said, cheering Tang Zixin up. "Thank you, President," Tang Zixin said directly. Su Pinggan waved his hand and asked Tang Zixin to sit down. Everyone gave a heartfelt applause. Hall felt even more emotional. Apocalypse Group is really full of talents. It is an amazing ability to properly place millions of employees. Not only Hall, but others also think so. Millions of employees are not so easy to place. This shows that Tang Zixin's ability is definitely a first-class talent. Duan Zhehe, tell me about your situation, Su Pinggan said to Duan Zhehe, and Duan Zhehe stood up immediately. "President, colleagues, after a year of development, the Apocalypse Video website achieved a historic breakthrough last year. We have opened up 4 markets, Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, and the Philippines. The current number of registered paying users has reached more than 40 million. According to our back-end statistics, the number of registered users is still increasing. We have reached cooperation intentions with more than 20 film and television production companies around the world, and obtained exclusive online broadcasting authorizations for many films and TV series. These excellent film and television works are very helpful for us to increase active customers. This year, we have reached a critical moment in negotiations with relevant departments in the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Italy, Austria, Spain and other countries. Once approved, we will land in these countries and our profits will increase again. Not only that, we have also signed investment agreements for 37 film works with 11 companies. These works are all invested by us after detailed analysis. In order to bring a very high possibility of profitability, we will further enrich our video content. Last year, we did not turn in profits to the headquarters because we did not meet the standards for corporate retention funds. After consulting the headquarters and with the approval of the president, we did not turn in profits. Currently, our corporate retention funds are 340 million euros. According to our forecast, due to the hesitation in investment, it is still difficult for us to complete the profit payment this year. I hope the headquarters will forgive this, Duan Zhehe said a little embarrassedly. The profits of other companies are making great strides forward, but the profits of Apocalypse Video are difficult to make great strides forward. This is very embarrassing and seems a little lacking in confidence. Duan Zhehe, have you contacted Bruce and Wu Sique lawyers to develop foreign markets? Su Pinggan asked. President, we are all cooperating with the law firm designated by the legal department of the headquarters. Duan Zhehe told the truth. I will tell you one thing now. The development of foreign markets must be reviewed by the legal department, and all contracts are no exception. This is not only Duan Zhehe who must implement this, all branches must implement this. If there is any violation, the headquarters will not hesitate to punish. I hope everyone will remember this, Su Pinggan said as he looked at everyone. Yes, the general managers of all the affiliated companies stood up and said, and Su Pinggan waved his hand for everyone to sit down. Wu Sique, Bruce, you two must step up the review of each branch's contracts to avoid problems. I'll give you a privilege. The first time you find a problem, you can ask the general manager of the branch to correct it within a time limit. The second time you find a problem, report it directly to the headquarters and deduct 5 points from your year-end bonus. It's easy if you don't want the money. I can save a lot, Su Pinggan said directly to everyone. Yes, we will arrange for the execution immediately after the meeting. In the future, we will follow the instructions of the president. Wu Sique and Bruce stood up to express their opinions. The others all had bitter faces. Deducting 5 points means a lot of money. In the future, management in this area must be strengthened, because it is not worth a loss to be deducted for this matter. It must be avoided. Everyone remembered this matter firmly. Alexander, tell me about your situation, Su Pingyan said, looking at Alexander, and Alexander stood up directly. President, colleagues, Apocalypse Wind Energy is a company that was just established this year. We have already made a profit this year. Because we did not meet the company's reserved funds standards, we reported to the headquarters and obtained special approval from the president, and we do not need to turn over the profits. Currently, our company's self-retained funds are 2.1 billion euros. After deducting all investments and various expenses, the net profit is 600 million euros, which is very small. Currently, we have received more than 3,000 orders for wind power systems. These orders are mainly from shipping companies for the transformation of seagoing ships. We are still negotiating with more than 30 companies. These companies are from countries that are rich in wind energy, and it is essential for them to adopt our wind power systems. We have held an internal meeting to analyze that when the first pure electric seagoing ship starts operating, it will bring about rapid development. We are currently working closely with France's CMA-CGM shipping company. The first 50,000-ton pure electric container shipping ship is expected to be completed in August this year. Once it passes the sea trial, our business will usher in explosive growth. This year we will focus on developing household wind energy use. We are confident that we will turn over profits this year. Alexander briefly reported on the situation of Apocalypse Wind Energy. Su Pingyan nodded, waved his hand and asked Alexander to sit down. Everyone applauded. Wind energy is different from solar energy and is subject to considerable limitations. It is already very good that Alexander can do this. Alexander, the application range of wind energy is very wide. In cloudy weather, wind energy can play an important role. Increasing the development of coastal cities is a large market. Carbon crystal solar panels can be used on yachts, so why can't wind trees be used? The power supply is sufficient, and the small freshwater equipment on the yacht can be used boldly. There are many selling points. You have to dig carefully, Su Pingyan said to Alexander. Yes, we will seriously explore the potential of the product, Alexander said seriously. Su Pingyan nodded and waved his hand to let Alexander sit down. Everyone began to applaud. They were not worried about the profitability of Shanxi wind energy. In some areas, the use of wind energy is the lowest cost. People will make the right choice. Profits are a matter of sooner or later, and it's just a matter of how much. To give a simple example, the Antarctic research stations of various countries are in great need of this kind of wind power device. Antarctica is at a high altitude, and it is very easy to encounter level 8 winds. Using wind power for power supply is the best choice. There are also some areas in the United States and the plateau areas of China, where wind power is indispensable. There are strong winds all year round, and developing wind power is the most convenient way. Yage, tell me about the situation over there, Su Pingyan said directly, and Jaeger stood up immediately. President, colleagues, the French Apocalypse Game Company launched 3 game works last year, which generally achieved good results. At the same time, we upgraded the old games currently operated by the company. This upgrade has generally been well received by players. The number of registered users on our official website has increased by more than 6 million. We have also started operating the game Fairy Civilization in France. Due to cultural differences, the results achieved are not good. Currently, we have only opened 4 groups of servers, with an average of about 150,000 active users. This has a lot to do with our modifications to the game translation. Through a series of marketing planning we have carried out, it is currently showing a slow growth trend. Our company's own large-scale terminal game project has not yet been completed, and various tests and research and development are still ongoing. It is expected that by the end of this year, the first version of our large-scale terminal game project Disordered World will be launched, which will become a new profit growth point for us. Last year, we did not remit any funds to the headquarters because our retained funds did not meet the company's standards. After consulting the headquarters, the president approved this special approval, so we did not remit any profits. Currently, our company retains 1.7 billion euros, Jaeger reported carefully. Don't focus all your resources on one project unless you are 100% sure. The European and American market for standalone games is very large. You can consider this. It's up to you to decide what to do, Su Pingyan said directly. Yes, We haven't stopped developing standalone games, Yeager said directly. Su Pinggan nodded and waved his hand for Yeager to sit down. After Yeager took over the game company, the results were still good. Everyone applauded Yeager. They understood the difficulties of the game company. There are so many game companies and studios in the world, and the competition is very fierce. It is very rare not to make a loss. Coaster, tell me about the situation over there, Su Pinggan said directly, and Coaster stood up directly. President, colleagues, our French Apocalypse technology company suffered losses the year before last, with losses of more than 4 billion euros. After our hard work last year, our losses were 3.6 billion euros. The reason why the losses have not been reduced much is because we have set up a satellite research department. We have begun to study satellites suitable for our internal use, and it is expected to be completed in August this year. Once the launch is successful and officially starts operation, our entire Apocalypse Group system can be encrypted. The difficulty for commercial spies to steal our research data will increase exponentially. Last year, our patent licensing income increased, and the income from new inverters and patents of carbon magnetic wind trees made up for our considerable losses. The number of patents we obtained throughout the year was 491. Not as many as the year before. We currently have 1,040 employees, all of whom are elite employees who have been eliminated after several rounds of elimination. The average age is 34, and the vitality of the company is very high. If we want to truly get rid of losses, we still need to make a lot of efforts, Coaster said to Su Pinggan. Coaster, I am satisfied with your work. The loss of French Apocalypse Technology Company is not your management problem. You have made great contributions to ensure the completion of the strategic planning of the Apocalypse Group headquarters. Su Pinggan looked at Coaster and said seriously, waving his hand to let Coaster sit down. Everyone applauded Coaster. They all understood that it was really difficult to make a profit when the new investment project costs so much. If this part of the investment was excluded, the profit of French Apocalypse Technology Company would not be a problem. Bannon, tell me about your situation, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Bannon stood up, and this time he was full of confidence. President, colleagues, our Apocalypse Weapons Company made a historic breakthrough last year. Although we did not turn in the profits to the headquarters, we also completed the task of fund reserve. We currently have 3.8 billion euros in our own funds. We originally planned to turn in 800 million euros in profits, but the president called it back. The profits were too little and we kept them for unified turning in this year. Bannon couldn't help laughing when he said this. Su Pinggan also laughed, and the others laughed too. They all understood that Su Pinggan looked down on the 800 million euros in profits. He was worthy of being the president. This appetite was different. We have achieved a substantial increase in sales of conventional weapons, because the performance of our weapons has been recognized by many customers and has become the standard configuration of the military of 11 countries. At the same time, our scientific research one-person submarines have also made a historic breakthrough. We delivered 68 one-person submarines throughout the year, and they are currently the first choice for underwater scientific research organizations. This year, with the help of Hall Consultants, we obtained the Italian government's small attack submarine production and sales export license. We have delivered 37 ships so far, which has brought us a lot of profit. According to current customer feedback, we recognize the quality of our products, which are very practical and have irreplaceable advantages in nearshore defense. To date, we have accepted orders for 170 small one-person attack submarines, and we are very confident that we will realize profits this year. Bannon briefly introduced the situation of the weapons company. Su Pinggan nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand for Bannon to sit down. Bannon was finally about to turn over. The year-end bonus of the previous year was a consolation to the administration. Su Pinggan adjusted the year-end bonus that was about to be issued and increased Bannon's reward. Everyone applauded. The competition in the international weapons market was very fierce. It was not easy for Bannon to achieve such results. From this, we can see Bannon's hard work. Barry, introduce the situation on your side, Su Pinggan said directly, and Barry stood up immediately. President, colleagues, there are currently 37 projects underway at the German Schienke Advanced Materials Research Institute. Last year, we obtained more than 600 patent results, of which more than 400 have been authorized. We handed over 4.6 billion euros in profits to the headquarters throughout the year. According to the latest requirements of the president, we have retained 1 billion euros of our own funds. We are confident that we will create more profits this year. Barry said very confidently. The reports of the Institute are very brief, which is to prevent technology leakage. From Barry's report, it can be seen that the German Schianki Advanced Materials Research Institute is currently operating well. Sue Pingan smiled. Barry's life is much better now. Not only has he paid off all his loans, but he also sold his original house and bought a small farm in the suburbs. His family's life is enviable. Sue Pingan waved his hand and asked Barry to sit down. Everyone applauded. It's not easy. A research institute can make so much profit. It's rare. 80% of the research institutes in the world are in the low stage. After the group is set up in the next 2 days, the fat man will give everyone a red envelope as compensation after everyone joins the group. Chapter 397 Annual Meeting, Part 2. Gilbert, tell me about your situation, Sue Pingan said with a smile, and Gilbert stood up directly. President, colleagues, the British Apocalypse Renewable Resources Research Institute set a new record last year. We acquired 3 research institutes, one more than the original plan. The number of new projects reached 12, which also exceeded the original target. We obtained 837 patents throughout the year, which was slightly less than the previous year. This is because our research depth has deepened a lot and the difficulty has increased a lot. We turned over £2.7 billion of profits to the headquarters throughout the year. Our institute retained £1 billion of funds. We are confident that we will create higher profits this year. Gilbert also briefly introduced the institute he was in charge of. I remember asking you last year that plastic recycling would make a breakthrough in about 3 months, but there is no news until now. What is the current progress? Sue Pingan asked with a smile. President, I have good news for you. We just made a breakthrough before I came here and are currently testing. If everything goes well, we can officially launch this achievement in 2 months, Gilbert said confidently. Sue Pingan was stunned, and so were all of them. Damn, a breakthrough was made. Beozing's eyes were even brighter. There was a lot of plastic waste piled up in the large open-air warehouse over there. Once the technology was introduced, it would be a huge profit. Is there any problem with recycling large quantities of plastic waste? Sue Pingan asked. President, I have discussed this issue with General Manager Darian. There is no problem with the equipment. General Manager Darian has already begun to design related equipment based on the technology. There is no problem with large-scale processing, Gilbert said very seriously. Boss, our Italian Apocalypse Equipment Research Institute has already started this work. It is expected that the design will be completed in 2 months. By then, whether renewable energy company will be able to recycle in large quantities, I expect that after several minor adjustments, the perfect effect will be achieved. Darian stood up and reported. Good, very good, this is really good news. I must have a good drink with you at noon today, Sue Pingan said with a smile. Everyone laughed and understood that this was a very profitable project. Just think about how much plastic waste there is in the world every year, and you will know the benefits contained in it. When can we break through the recycling of electronic and metal waste? Sue Pingan continued to ask. If this is also broken through, the renewable resource recycling system will be complete. President, this will still take some time. I have discussed this with General Manager Chen Fanchen. The problem of toxins generated during the recycling process cannot be solved, Gilbert said helplessly. Sue Pingan looked at Chen Fanchen, who nodded. Sue Pingan waved his hand and asked Gilbert to sit down. Everyone applauded. No one dared to underestimate these general managers of research institutes. Everyone knew that these general managers of research institutes had a lot of good things in their hands. According to gossip, many achievements were sealed up by Sue Pingan himself. The scientific and technological foundation of Apocalypse Group is very strong. Darian, tell me about the situation on your side, Sue Pingan said. Taking a sip of tea, and Darian stood up. President, colleagues, the Italian Apocalypse Mechanical Equipment Institute acquired a mechanical research institute last year. At the same time, we have achieved more than 500 research results, all of which have been applied for patents. Last year, we realized 7 new projects, all of which have made great progress. 4 of them are expected to achieve complete breakthroughs this year, which will bring considerable profits to our institute. At present, we have authorized more than 2,000 patents, and more than 40 patent projects have brought us a lot of profits. We have turned over €3.8 billion in profits to the headquarters throughout the year, more than doubled from the previous year, and we have retained €1 billion in funds. Sue Pingan waved his hand to let Darian sit down, and everyone applauded. Mechanical equipment is an indispensable part of the manufacturing industry. When a certain link achieves a breakthrough, it will bring changes to the manufacturing industry and increase the profits of the manufacturing industry. Pippin, tell me about yourself, Su Pinggan said with a smile, in a very good mood. President, colleagues, the Austrian Apocalypse Biological Research Institute has authorized more than 1,000 patents so far. We also launched a research project on planting last year, but have not yet achieved any results. After deducting all expenses, we handed over 2.3 billion euros in profits to the headquarters. We retained 1 billion funds and achieved a historic profit breakthrough. This year we will work hard to achieve another profit breakthrough. Pippin's introduction was very simple and was completed in a few sentences. Su Pinggan waved his hand to let Pippin sit down, and everyone began to applaud. From the profit, it can be seen that the Biological Research Institute has achieved great results and must have good things in hand. Fan Shen, introduce the situation on your side. Su Pinggan looked at Chen Fansheng and said directly. This year, Chen Fansheng has completely turned over. Chen Fansheng stood up and said, President, colleagues, the Shianki Comprehensive Research Institute achieved a historic peak last year. We achieved 984 patent breakthroughs throughout the year. As of today, we have authorized more than 2,400 patents, which have brought us a lot of profits. After deducting all expenses, we paid 6.7 billion euros to the headquarters throughout the year. With the special approval of the President, we retain 1.5 billion euros in funds. We are sure to make better profits this year, Chen Fansheng reported his achievements with a smile on his face. Su Pinggan waved his hand to let Chen Fansheng sit down. Everyone applauded with surprise on their faces. They didn't expect that the Shianki Comprehensive Research Institute would make so much profit. It was terrifying. Sen Lin, introduce yourself, Su Pinggan said directly, and Zhang Senlin stood up directly. To be honest, Zhang Senlin attended the annual meeting for the first time, and his mood at the moment was very shocked. The profits of the various departments of the Shianki group were so terrifying. Zhang Senlin never thought of it. His colleagues who worked at Guanghu International said it well. The Shianki group was full of talents and terrifying strength. The foundation of the Shianki group could be seen from the fact that no one was willing to quit. It's not that no one has poached people from the Apocalypse group. Basically, no one has refused. On average, only one person is willing to change jobs after contacting 300 people, and this person is not a key employee. None of the key employees are willing to change jobs. President, colleagues, our Apocalypse Plant Research Institute was in the red last year. Everyone knows that the growth process of plant research is very slow, and a lot of meticulous work is needed to collect data. So far, a total of 30 patents have been obtained, and the annual loss is 340 million, and these patents have not been transformed into commodities. We will continue to work hard this year to turn these achievements into profits and reduce losses. Zhang Senlin's report was also very simple. Take your time. Is there any problem with the bean seeds to be planted after the new year? Su Pinggan looked at Zhang Senlin and asked. No problem, we have started seed cultivation, and it will not delay planting and use, Zhang Senlin said seriously. Su Pinggan nodded and waved his hand to let Zhang Senlin sit down. Everyone gave encouraging applause, and they all understood the difficulties of plant research, and they all understood that once a breakthrough is made, profitability will not be a big problem. Just look at the genetically modified plants in the United States, and you will know that they make tens of billions of profits every year. Wenbin, tell me about your situation, Su Pinggan said to Sun Wenbin, and Sun Wenbin stood up immediately. After taking over the Marine Research Institute on Shianki Island and communicating with other people more, Sun Wenbin felt the strength of Shianki Group, which surprised him. President, colleagues, I took over the Marine Research Institute last year. At present, our institute has a large laboratory under construction and a 5,000-ton research vessel. We have obtained a contract signed with New Zealand to restore the ecological balance around a small island. As of today, we have obtained a total of 97 patent technologies. According to the instructions of the President, we have not authorized any of them to other parties, so we are currently in a serious loss stage. I hope that the headquarters can continue to support us, Sun Wenbin said very modestly. The headquarters will continue to support you. You don't need to worry about this. None of the patent technologies obtained shall be authorized to other parties. This is related to the strategic layout of the group. This must be strictly enforced. Do you understand? Su Pinggan said to Sun Wenbin. I understand. I will increase the protection of technology, Sun Wenbin said seriously. Su Pinggan nodded and waved his hand to let Sun Wenbin sit down. Everyone began to applaud. What technology did the Ocean Research Institute obtain? The president did not even give any authorization. It can be seen that the technology of the Ocean Research Institute must be very important. Songshan Junai, tell me about your situation. Su Pinggan looked at Songshan Junai and said directly. Songshan Junai stood up immediately. Hi President, colleagues, our Shianqi Life Science Research Institute was established only last year. The headquarters has given us great support, replaced our experimental equipment and improved our treatment. The institute is united in making breakthroughs. We are currently researching 32 projects involving human disease control and life extension. At present, our institute has a total of 47 patents. We will work hard to achieve more results this year, Songshan Junai said with a serious face. It is necessary to be serious. This time, participating in the meeting also made Songshan Junai understand the strength of the Shianqi Group. The terrifying profits of the branch company and the terrifying research and development capabilities of the institute all shock Songshan Junai. Standing on the side of the strong is Songshan Junai's life principle. Apocalypse Group is strong enough, and it is also the company with the highest credibility. Chapter 398 Annual Meeting, Part 3. Hubert, tell me about the development of Apocalypse Island, Su Pinggan said to Hubert, and Hubert stood up directly. President, colleagues, Apocalypse Island has now completed a small desalination plant, which has begun formal operation and is more than enough to meet the water needs of the entire island. The deep water port terminal is now almost completed and is expected to be completed in April. Once completed, we can transport all kinds of materials to the island through the port, and the construction speed of Apocalypse Island will be greatly improved. The marine laboratory is expected to be completed by March. The main construction has been completed and is in the stage of decoration and installation of security measures. Next month, various experimental equipment can be installed according to the layout. The overall elevation of the island is still ongoing. Only 1/3 has been completed. It will take about a year to complete. After completion, the island will be 3 meters above sea level and will not be afraid of heavy rain. In addition, we have completed the town's drainage system and will not form any water accumulation. A small domestic waste disposal system has been installed. Because there is less garbage, we plan to run it once every 3 months. The power system has been improved, the communication system has been improved, and the network has completely covered the area we use and can be expanded at any time. According to the agreement, our network has been connected to Australia and New Zealand. According to the food currently stored on the island, it is enough for 2,000 people to live for a year. There is no problem. Hubert gave a brief report on Apocalypse Island. Su Pinggan nodded and waved his hand for Hubert to sit down. Everyone applauded Hubert. Hubert made great contributions to the completion of Apocalypse Island. The town on Apocalypse Island can be used as a vacation destination for you people. You can take your family there to relax. The company will upgrade the authority in a unified way, and your vacation expenses will be 30% off. This is a place where we can make all the decisions ourselves. You don't need to worry about safety issues. You should know that there is a special training base on the island. The force of those people will definitely satisfy you, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and many people's eyes lit up. Old Zhao, tell me about the development of the bank, Su Pinggan said to Yao Xingsheng, and Yao Xingsheng stood up immediately. President, colleagues, Apocalypse Bank currently has 7 branches in China. Overseas, branches have been established in Japan, France, Germany, Iceland, the United Kingdom, Italy, and Austria. This year, we will establish branches in Spain, South Korea, the United States, Australia, and Apocalypse Island. The settlement speed of each department will be very fast. I hope that you will settle in our own bank in the future, which can reduce a lot of trouble. Last year, excluding the cost of expansion, the bank made a profit of more than 300 million euros for the whole year. This profit is very poor. Our deposits have reached 3.7 billion euros. International bank peers will definitely laugh at us if they hear about our profits. Yao Xingsheng said this with a bitter face. Everyone else smiled and understood Yao Xingsheng's pain. Old Zhao, this is not your fault. I am suppressing your bank. Your bank's first task is to serve the Apocalypse Group, and the second task is to make money. I still say that high-risk investments must not be carried out. This is an iron rule that no one can violate. Last year, I terminated your bank's internal financial investment operations. Resume it this year. The operating funds are 1.5 billion euros. Strict stop-loss conditions must be set. You have to check this yourself. Su Pinggan looked at Yao Xingsheng and said directly. Yao Xingsheng's eyes lit up immediately. The internal investment department of the bank can operate, and profit is not a problem at all. Please rest assured, Chairman, I will personally keep an eye on the investment department. Su Pinggan nodded and waved his hand to let Yao Xingsheng sit down. Everyone applauded Yao Xingsheng. They need to deal with Yao Xingsheng every year. The internal settlement speed of the Apocalypse Group is really fast, which is much more convenient. You have another task. You must increase my foreign exchange reserves, mainly in euros, supplemented by US dollars, yen, Xianqiao currency, and pounds. Su Pinggan looked at Yao Xingsheng meaningfully. Please rest assured, President, we will increase our reserves in this regard. Yao Xingsheng immediately stood up and said. Su Pinggan waved his hand to let Yao Xingsheng sit down. Hall narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Pinggan meaningfully. Su Pinggan's face was very calm, and he didn't show his emotions. Hall began to think. Zhuai, tell me about your situation, Su Pinggan said directly to Ji Zhuai, and Ji Zhuai stood up directly. President, colleagues, Apocalypse Investment Company handed over 39.3 billion euros in profits to the headquarters last year, and we retained 10 billion euros in operating funds. Ji Zhuai finished speaking, and completed the report in one sentence. Su Pinggan smiled and waved his hand to let Ji Zhuai sit down. The others looked at Ji Zhuai with fear. This sentence was too powerful. The investment company was powerful. Yoko, tell me about your situation, Su Pinggan said to Watanabe Yoko. Hi, Watanabe Yoko stood up immediately. President, colleagues, Japan Apocalypse Investment Company handed over 35.8 billion euros to the headquarters last year, and we retained 10 billion euros in operating funds. Watanabe Yoko also finished speaking in one sentence. Su Pinggan waved his hand with a smile and asked Watanabe Yoko to sit down. This time, including Hall, everyone looked at Ji Zhuai and Watanabe Yoko with surprise. These two women are amazing. The profit they handed over was as high as more than 70 billion euros. It was terrifying. Barry, Chen Qilin, you two will report to my residence tomorrow. You are special, Su Pinggan looked at the two and said directly. Barry and Chen Qilin stood up and nodded. Su Pinggan waved his hand and asked them to sit down. Lawyer Wu, Bruce, do you have anything to say? Su Pinggan looked at the two and asked. Both shook their heads, indicating that they had nothing to say. Su Pinggan looked at Bruce and paused. Bruce, has Dun's lawsuit been settled? I haven't asked you what the result is, Su Pinggan asked. Su Pinggan was very impressed by Dun, the old liar. Boss, the lawsuit is not over yet. Dun has come to us for no less than 20 times, but I didn't see him. Boss said that he must pay the price. His current loss is only about 60 million pounds. I plan to drag him for another year and make him completely bankrupt. Bruce stood up and reported. Su Pinggan nodded with satisfaction. That's it. He dared to plot against our Apocalypse Group. He must pay the price. Just making him bankrupt is too light. After he goes bankrupt, we will send him to prison for retirement, Su Pinggan said directly. After that, he waved his hand and asked Bruce to sit down. Others were quite surprised. They had heard about Dun's affairs. They didn't expect that it hadn't been over for a year. It seemed that the chairman wanted to beat Dun to death. Many people were sweating on their backs. This soft method was terrifying. Everyone, the Apocalypse Group has developed to the point where it has already qualified to challenge the world's largest company. If we go public, all major stock markets around the world are willing to welcome us with both hands. Why do we have strong funds now? Why do we want to go public? Why do we let financial companies share our profits? The valuation is false. Therefore, the Apocalypse Group will never go public. We are not afraid to compete with any company in cash and fight a business war. The final winner must be our Apocalypse Group. We have the strength to do so. You have all heard about the company's profits. Do you think that the Apocalypse Group, which has been developing for several years, has a rival in business? If a rival really pops up, he can be killed by money. When Su Pinggan said this, he looked at everyone with a confident face. Everyone had a proud expression on their faces. Of course, what I said may be a bit exaggerated. Those old international giants are definitely not simple. However, If 1 year is not enough, then 2 years. I really don't believe that there is a company that could withstand the rapid development of the Apocalypse Group for 3 years. Su Pinggan had a serious expression on his face. The people present also did not believe that such a company existed, even if you were a bank. The profits of the Apocalypse Group were too terrifying. According to the current state, it would be difficult to have a rival if it developed for 3 years. Everyone, let's join hands and write a strong chapter in human history. I will be proud to have you in the future. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he stood up and bowed to everyone. Everyone stood up and bowed to Su Pinggan in return. The Shyankey Group was extremely united from top to bottom. The meeting is adjourned. We will not leave until we are drunk at noon today. Su Pinggan looked at everyone and said directly. Everyone laughed. Su Pinggan took Liu Wenjin out first. The others were relieved and followed him out of the meeting room in twos and threes. The restaurant has been booked. Today, we directly booked the second floor of a large restaurant. There are both Chinese and Western food. You can order as you like. There are more than 20 kinds of top-quality wines for you to choose from. Su Pinggan doesn't even like the wine provided by the restaurant. This drinking is all a big lie. Everyone was taken back to the hotel by the security personnel, and Su Pinggan was no exception. Su Zhangyan carried Su Pinggan back home and put him on the bed and covered him with a quilt. Liu Wenjin put a glass of honey water at the head of Su Pinggan's bed, and everyone left. Su Pinggan slept until 2 in the morning. He felt dry in the mouth, so he drank some honey water. Then he went to the bathroom to wash up, and came back to sleep. He didn't wake up until 6 in the morning. He changed his clothes and went downstairs to eat something. Then he went out for a jog to recover. Today's exercise was very short, and it was over in less than an hour. He came back and had a big meal, and then he recovered his energy. Barry, Chen Killen, Gavin, and York all came over. Su Pinggan called them, and the four followed Su Pinggan to the study. Liu Wenjin knew that he couldn't get involved in the matter. Although Liu Wenjin and Darina were Su Pinggan's assistants, they couldn't do anything without Su Pinggan. The general managers of the various branches of the Apocalypse Group would never cooperate. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Taking Advantage of the Situation. Among them, the finance department is the most strict. Even with Su Pinggan's signature, large transfers cannot be processed. Ho Minghe must personally call Su Pinggan before processing. Su Pinggan has a deep control over the Apocalypse Group. No one can fully control the Apocalypse Group. The general managers of those branches and the general managers of the research institutes will not be convinced by others. Only Su Pinggan can suppress them. In the study, tea was brewed, the exhaust fan was turned on, the windows were opened, and the 5 people began to smoke. Gavin reported the situation in the Damanha area to Su Pinggan, which is now unusually stable. What is the situation in other areas? Su Pinggan asked, spitting out the smoke from his mouth. The war is raging. According to what I know, there are 3 behind-the-scenes masters behind this. The reason why it didn't develop towards us is that we have the power to change the situation. At the same time, we are working very closely with Bayam. Bayam has completely come to his senses. He notified me when he received the personnel sent by the behind-the-scenes forces. The people we met together, you didn't see the restless expressions of those people, Gavin said with a smile, and Su Pinggan also laughed. Let them fight. We will rob them from time to time, just as training, Su Pinggan said nonchalantly, and Gavin and York nodded. Do we need to increase the number of personnel? Su Pinggan asked. No, the current manpower is enough. We stabilize the Damanha area, and it is also convenient for those forces to trade. A stable area is in the interests of all parties, and it is currently considered to be tacitly accepted, Gavin explained, and Su Pinggan understood what was going on. Killen, Buck, we need to speed up the reserve of personnel at sea. I will give you a goal. Killen will be responsible for 400 people, Buck will be responsible for 100 people, and a total of 500 people will be needed. I have also ordered 2 scientific research ships worth more than 8,000 yuan from domestic shipyards. I need to go to the ocean to do experiments. These 500 people will be responsible for the safety of these 2 ships to prevent them from being robbed, Su Pinggan said as he looked at the 2 of them. No problem, I will definitely complete it, Buck said easily 100 people are not a big problem. I have no problem either. I guarantee to complete the reserve of 400 people. Chen Qilin also expressed his attitude. Not only that, you also have to train 150 single-person attack submarine operators respectively. The training location is on Apocalypse Island. This work will be carried out in secret. Any leaks must be erased, Su Pinggan said directly as he looked at the two of them. Buck and Chen Qilin were completely dumbfounded. Gavin and York were also surprised. They couldn't figure out why Su Pinggan arranged this. Gavin looked at Su Pinggan deeply. Don't ask why. I'll give you an explanation when the time is right, Su Pinggan said directly. Buck and Chen Qilin nodded seriously. The 5 people discussed in the study for 2 hours. Chen Qilin and the other 4 left. Su Pinggan wanted to keep the 4 people for dinner. Chen Qilin and Buck shook their heads again and again. The sequelae of yesterday's drinking had not disappeared yet. They had to take it easy. After lunch, Su Pinggan went to practice. He just woke up at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When he was washing up in the bathroom, Liu Wenjin entered the room and reported, "Mr. Hall is here." Su Pinggan was stunned, and soon figured out the purpose of Hall's coming. "Please ask Mr. Hall to come to my study." "I'll be there right away," Su Pinggan said directly. Liu Wenjin nodded and went out directly. Soon, Su Pinggan went directly to the study after washing up. He closed the door and talked to Hall and the other 2. No one knew what they talked about. Liu Wenjin saw clearly from a distance that Hall left with a frown, looking very worried. The next time is the time for the Apocalypse Group to distribute the year-end bonus. All the Apocalypse branches in China are looking forward to this day, while the Apocalypse branches abroad must wait for their general managers to return before they can distribute the bonuses. J-City, Hangzhou, FZ, Beijing, and several other places are discussing the Apocalypse Group. The Apocalypse Group has withdrawn all the recruitment information on major recruitment websites, leaving none. The external explanation is that the company's internal staff is bloated and internal adjustments must be made. After the internal structural adjustments are completed, recruitment will begin again according to the situation. This excuse can fool ordinary people. Chen Qingshan and others know very well why it is. They all don't understand why Su Pinggan is so stubborn. Is it so difficult to be submissive and admit his mistakes? Wei Dongshuo told Chen Qingshan that he had other instructions from above. As long as Su Pinggan admits his mistakes, this matter will be over and will be restored to the original state after a period of time. However, Su Pinggan must take the initiative to propose this matter, and no one can remind him. Unfortunately, after a few days, there was no news from Su Pinggan. Chen Qingshan didn't believe that Su Pinggan couldn't see through this. He might have been too busy with the annual meeting the other day, but 2 days had passed since the annual meeting, and the senior executives of the Apocalypse Group had left one after another, but Su Pinggan still had no reaction. Zhang Jianbin wanted to talk to Su Pinggan again, but was stopped by Qiao Lianqing. He said that he couldn't interfere with this matter, and no one could interfere. Zhang Jianbin was also very helpless. After a week of rest in Hangzhou, Su Pinggan took a plane back to J-City and rested at home. He didn't mention this matter at all, as if it had never happened. The Apocalypse Group headquarters had already started to buy benefits for the new year. Su Pinggan didn't go to work, and it seemed that he was going to prepare for the new year directly. Seeing this situation, many people sighed. Time passed slowly. On this day, New Year's Eve, Su Pinggan, Darina and Feng Xiao accompanied their parents to celebrate the new year, talking and laughing. Qin Kexia didn't let the 3 of them go home, and they rested directly at home. There were so many rooms that they couldn't be occupied. It was not until the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year that Feng Xiao and Darina left. Feng Xiao went back to her own home, Darina started to travel around, and Su Pinggan accompanied his parents to visit relatives. It was not until the 8th day of the Chinese New Year that Su Pinggan could finally relax. He relaxed in his villa for a few days before starting work. As soon as he got to work, he called Wu Sike to the office. The two talked for a while drinking tea. Wu Sike was shocked. Mr. Su, are you really going to do this? It's not that I really planned to do this, but I've been forced to this point. Before the new year, Chen Qingshan called me and my personal income tax reduction was reduced from 20% to 12%, Su Pinggan said calmly. How is this possible? Chen Qingshan dares to do this. Wu Sike was shocked. You should know that this is not what Chen Qingshan meant, Su Pinggan said directly. Wu Sike was silent and understood what Su Pingyan meant. When will I go to Hong Kong? Wu Sike asked. Leave as soon as possible. I'll ask Lao Ho to send a financial veteran to go with you to investigate the tax environment there. If it's suitable, just buy a piece of land and build a headquarters building. Shyanki Group will move to Hong Kong within this year. By the way, ask how to get a Hong Kong ID card, Su Pingyan said calmly. Su Pingyan had no choice. When the tax-free period was about to end, Su Pingyan was anxious to see a report when the senior management was studying the tax avoidance problem. A person's annual income is converted into 960,000 Hong Kong dollars after marriage, with elderly parents and children. If this person holds a Hong Kong ID card, the personal income tax for a year is 11,800. If this person holds an ID card from an inland province of the Celestial Empire, the personal income tax for a year is 206,000, 11,800 and 206,000. The difference is so big. They are all people of the same country, but they are treated in two completely different ways. After the two discussed for a while, Wu Sike left. Not far from the headquarters of Shyanki Group, there was a van. The people in it had heard it clearly and were shocked. Xiao Jiang, send the file to the superior immediately, quickly, Captain Ji Zuimin said with a dark face. This matter is not a trivial matter. I didn't expect Su Pingyan to react so strongly that he actually wanted to move the headquarters and apply for a Hong Kong ID card. The team members next to him immediately started to operate and sent out the collected recordings. Captain Ji Zuimin went to the side and immediately started to make phone calls. In case of emergency, he could directly contact his superiors by phone. Shyanki Group, Su Pingyan's office. Su Pingyan was drinking tea quietly. The other party has reported the matter. Xingling's voice appeared in Su Pingyan's mind. Wait and see how they react. Su Pingyan was not in a hurry at all. The reason why he talked about this with Wu Sike in the office was to let people outside collect the conversation between the two and use the trick against them. The bug on the top of the head has not been removed just to facilitate the transmission of messages. From now on, it is not Su Pingyan who is anxious, but some people. Force the headquarters of the Shyanki Group to Hong Kong to see if some people with ulterior motives can still sit still. At that time, we need to have a good talk. Su Pingyan thought he was doing the right thing. When he knew what he really wanted in the future, he wondered if he could still be so calm. Ideals are full, but reality is very skinny. Outside, audio data began to be reported layer by layer. People who saw the data had their heads buzzing. What they feared came true. Su Pingyan, this stubborn donkey, could really do this. More than 2 hours later, a call came directly to Wei Dongshuo's mobile phone. Wei Dongshuo was dumbfounded when he received the report, and it took him a while to recover. Sorry, leader, I was distracted just now, Wei Dongshuo admitted his mistake directly. I understand that this matter is not a trivial matter. You must find a way to resolve this matter. Once the headquarters of Shyanki Group moves to Hong Kong, no one will be able to get off the stage, Wei Dongshuo's old leader said directly. Old leader, you know Su Pingyan's temper. How can I persuade him? I really don't know, Wei Dongshuo told the truth. Wei Dongshuo may have a little grasp of other people, but he really has no confidence in Su Pingyan. Su Pingyan didn't plot against him and Chen Qingshan, and he was already very lucky. Try to keep him stable for a few days, and we'll have results in a few days, the old leader said directly. Chapter 400, Towards Eliteness. Wei Dongshuo was sitting in the office thinking about this matter very uncomfortably. How should this matter be resolved? The relocation of the company's headquarters is a normal business matter and cannot be interfered with. He picked up the phone and started to dial. Soon the call was connected. Old Wei, this is Old Chen, Chen Qingshan's voice came over. Old Chen, come over, I have something to tell you, urgent, Wei Dongshuo said directly. I'll be there right away, Chen Qingshan said directly. If Wei Dongshuo could say it was an urgent matter, it must be a big deal. After making some arrangements, he immediately stood up and walked towards Wei Dongshuo's office. Soon, Chen Qingshan arrived at the door of Wei Dongshuo's office. Mayor Chen, the senior official is waiting for you, the secretary said and pushed the door open. Chen Qingshan went in directly. The secretary closed the door and began to block the way. This was something the senior official had instructed. Wei Dongshuo told Chen Qingshan about the matter. Chen Qingshan was also confused and didn't know how to resolve the matter. When the two were discussing, Wei Dongshuo's cell phone rang. After talking for a while, There was a look of joy on his face. Without saying anything, he immediately turned on the computer and operated it, printed out a document, sealed it with a file bag, pressed the button next to the desk, and the secretary came in soon. You will send this document to Shaanxi Group and hand it over to Su Pinggan in person. Remember, Su Pinggan must take it personally, and no one can view the content inside. After Su Pinggan has read it, you can take it back and tell me his reply, Wei Dongshuo said with a serious face. Yes, the secretary agreed and went out with the document. Seeing the secretary go out, Chen Qingshan began to ask, Old Wei, what's going on? Nothing, this is an investigation report from a relevant agency. Su Pinggan should know what's going on after reading the report. He should have any other thoughts? This matter is top secret. Only Su Pinggan can see it except me, Wei Dongshuo said directly. Chen Qingshan nodded and stopped asking. He said goodbye after talking to Wei Dongshuo for a while. The secretary drove to the headquarters of Shaanxi Group in person and directly stated his identity. He wanted to meet Su Pinggan. After Darina informed him, Su Pinggan met with his secretary. Boss Su, this is what the senior official asked me to give you. You can only read it. No one else is allowed to read it. Please return it to me after reading it and give me a reply, the secretary said directly. Su Pinggan was stunned for a moment, took the document and nodded. Go to the reception room to rest first, I'll take a look at the information and give you a reply, Su Pinggan said directly. The secretary nodded and went to the reception room to wait. Su Pinggan opened the document and took a look. His brows furrowed. It turned out to be an investigation report on Wang Kang. After thinking about it, Su Pinggan understood what was going on. He was calculated by the Americans. With a pop sound, he smashed the cup directly, sat there with a gloomy face for a long time, then packed the documents and left the office and came to the reception room. Please return the documents to the senior official and say that I owe him a favor and thank him for his trouble, Su Pinggan said directly. The secretary nodded, shook hands with Su Pinggan and left directly. After sending Wei Dongshuo's secretary away, Su Pinggan returned to the office, sat down and began to think. There's no fear of settlement. Let's wait and see. Sooner or later, there will be a day of settlement. When the secretary came back and saw Wei Dongshuo, he returned the document to Wei Dongshuo and conveyed Su Pinggan's words truthfully. Wei Dongshuo nodded and asked the secretary to go and get busy. The matter was successfully resolved and he called his old leader back. Time passed slowly. On this day, Wu Sikei led the team to conduct a comprehensive contract audit of the branch of Shaanxi Group in Xianchao. In Europe, Bruce led the team to audit the contracts of various branches of Shaanxi Group in Europe and the United States. The comprehensive audit of the contract of Shaanxi Group kicked off. This is what Su Pinggan discussed with Wu Sikei and Bruce after the annual meeting. It will be implemented immediately after the new year. At the same time, the internal adjustment of various branches of Shaanxi Group in Xianchao also kicked off. The purpose of this internal adjustment is only one, to cancel all temporary workers and replace them with formal personnel, clean up the idle personnel in the enterprise, and move towards elitization. Half a month passed slowly. Su Pinggan received a call from Zhuang Senlin. The new soybean seeds have been cultivated enough for 5 million acres of land and can be planted at any time. Su Pinggan drank tea in the office for a while, pressed the button on the table, and Liu Wenjin came in. Contact Corn Ferry International. I need agricultural management talents, and the process is expedited. Yes, Liu Wenjin agreed, turned around and went out to execute. He knew in his heart that this was to start the agricultural layout of the Apocalypse Group. Liu Wenjin attended the annual meeting and was very clear about the capabilities of the Apocalypse Botanical Research Institute. In just 5 days, Yan Leho from Corn Ferry International brought 4 people to J-City. These people were all not simple, and each of them had experience in managing large farms. Feng Changlin, a native of northeast China, is the president of a large agricultural cooperative in northeast China. He is good at integration. The cooperative he runs has integrated the land of 4 villages for collective farming and has achieved good results. The reason for the failure was that his cooperative was targeted by certain people, who came up with a better contract and signed another agreement with several villages directly to replace Feng Changlin's cooperative. This forced Feng Changlin into a dead end. Feng Changlin used the profits he had earned before to borrow more than 20 million yuan from the bank and bought 2 large foreign harvesters and a large number of seeds and fertilizers. With such a large investment, it is now completely useless. He could not get the land contract. According to the agreement, the bank began to collect the loan in advance. The equipment and materials were sealed by the bank. After the auction, he still owed the bank more than 4 million yuan. With no other choice, he started to work. The company that replaced Fang Changlin was also willing to hire Fang Changlin and offered him an annual salary of 300,000 yuan. Fang Changlin directly refused. "Damn it, you made me bankrupt and still want me to work for you, dream on." And directly sent his resume to Korn Ferry International. It is not so easy for agricultural talents to find jobs. Basically, the salary is not high, and there are not many who earn more than 100,000 yuan a year. This time, it just happened that Shyanki Group needed agricultural talents. Korn Ferry International immediately sent people to the northeast for a field investigation. After proving that he was not lying, they notified Fang Changlin to gather together in J City for an interview. Fang Changlin definitely had no objection. Fang Changlin was very clear about the strength of Shyanki Group. Joining Shyanki Group was definitely better than going to any other unit. Zheng Xichao, from Ji province in the northwest, had a doctoral degree and studied in the Netherlands. He worked for the Ammo Agricultural Group in the Netherlands for 8 years and was dismissed and returned to China last year. The reason for his dismissal was not because of Zheng Xichao's ability, but because of the employment law in the Netherlands. Once you have worked for more than 8 years, you need to sign an employment contract of more than 10 years if you continue to be employed. Moreover, the 10-year contract must be renewed after it expires until the statutory retirement age. If the company continues to employ Zhang Zichao, it will need to pay a higher salary. According to regulations, the salary must be increased by at least 30%. In order to reduce the company's costs, the two parties parted ways amicably and gave Zheng Zichao a compensation and did not renew the contract. After returning to China, Zheng Zichao started his own business. As a result, he lost everything. The Dutch system did not work in China. He was very out of touch with reality. After bankruptcy, his wife also divorced him. He had no one to worry about and could only work part-time. He was also recommended by Korn Ferry International. Fan Yechen, a native of Sichuan province, graduated from a well-known agricultural university in China. He is a professional worker and works in a modern agricultural company in the south as the vice president of sales. His performance is not bad. Because of the private enterprise, there is no possibility of promotion and the salary has reached the ceiling. If he wants to have greater development, he needs a bigger stage. He has been in contact with Korn Ferry International for a long time. During this period, Korn Ferry International also provided him with several companies. Fan Yechen rejected them directly after reading the information. Those companies were not as good as his own, so there was no need to choose. This time, as soon as Korn Ferry International announced the recruitment of Shyanki Group, Fan Yechen agreed to come without saying a word. He took a leave and flew directly to J City to meet up. Zheng Yan, a native of J province, is a capable person. He directly invested and immigrated to the United States, bought a farm, and started his own agricultural journey. He did make money in the first 2 years. He started to get rich after he became arrogant. He dated 4 girls in a row and became a spendthrift. Especially the last one, he directly sued Zheng Yan, saying that Zheng Yan drugged him and possessed him, and obtained a large amount of compensation. In order to pay the compensation, the farm was sold. Years of hard work went to waste. Investment immigration has restrictions. If your assets are drastically reduced, you cannot obtain U.S. citizenship. Now you still have a green card. Once the lawsuit comes out, the green card will be taken back and you can only return to China. This time, he was also recommended by Korn Ferry International. After the personnel in J City arrived, Yan Leho took them to Shyanki Group for an interview the next day. Su Pinggan interviewed Fang Changlin, Zheng Xichao, and Fan Yechen in person. He was only dissatisfied with Zheng Yan. Zheng Yan was too good at fooling people. He kept talking about modern agriculture in the United States and American agriculture was quite developed. He didn't say anything about his specific abilities. After explaining it to Yan Lihua, Fang Changlin, Zheng Xichao, and Fan Yechen stayed behind. He would have a detailed discussion with these 3 people tomorrow. At the same time, Yan Lihua asked them to find managers for the supermarket chain. The next morning, Yan Lihua took Zheng Yan away. Zheng Yan lowered his head and had no energy at all. He failed to fool Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan had a long talk with the three of them. Feng Changlin and Zhang Zichao did not have any other contracts, so they signed a contract with Shianqi Group directly. Fan Yechen went back to handle the resignation procedures, and then reported to the headquarters of Shianqi Group a week later and signed a formal contract. Feng Changlin and Zhang Zichao also had a week to go home and settle down, and then came back to work. After talking to the three people, the three left in the afternoon. 2 days later, Wu Sike completed the contract audit in the United States. There were problems with 7 contracts, all of which were re-signed. After signing a cooperation agreement with Xianping law firm, he returned directly to China. After resting at home for 2 days, he came to work. As soon as he came to work, he was called by Su Pinggan to assign tasks and immediately register 2 companies, Shianqi Agricultural Group and Shianqi Chain Supermarket. Boss, registering a company requires a level legal person. The heads of these 2 companies have not arrived yet, so I can't register, Wu Sike said directly. Su Pinggan was stunned and slapped his forehead directly. I forgot, Su Pinggan said directly, and Wu Sike couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just wait for 2 days. The people in charge of the agricultural company will arrive in 3 days. You can lead them to handle the matter. You will be busy soon, Su Pinggan said directly. Are you really planning to get involved in the agricultural and supermarket industries? Supermarkets are having a very hard time right now, Wu Sike said directly. Do you want to know why supermarket business in the United States is so good, while supermarket business in our country is so bleak? Su Pinggan looked at Wu Sike and said directly. Why? I'm really curious about this. To be honest, a classmate of mine opened a large supermarket in Beijing. He has been losing money recently and is considering selling it. If you can convince me, I promise to buy this supermarket at a favorable price. Wu Sike looked at Su Pinggan and said directly. Su Pinggan smiled, took a sip of tea, and slowly said, Our supermarket is very prosperous. We have defeated many tobacco and alcohol shops. It can be said that it is rare to see the original wholesale stores near a large supermarket. Now the rise of e-commerce has directly attracted many supermarket customers. Why can supermarket customers be snatched away? It's because the thinking of these supermarket operators can no longer keep up with the situation. They have forgotten how they killed the wholesale stores. They have forgotten the 3 important means of low price, affordability, and full variety. With fewer competitors, they began to pursue profits. This is only one aspect. On the other hand, there is the problem of procurement channels. Most of them adopt the principle of supply by local dealers, which makes part of the profit earned by dealers, and the selling price of products cannot be lowered. This is another reason. Another reason is poor management. Basically, they copy foreign experience and then make changes according to their own needs. Although they have purchased a lot of management software, the management is not in place, and the internal losses are not small. Of course, a lot of this loss is borne by local dealers. If the dealers bear it, they must get it back from other aspects. They can only make up for the loss from the manufacturers, and intercept many resources given to the supermarket by the manufacturers. Since I want to get involved in the supermarket business, first of all, except for some more famous brand products, I will directly contact the manufacturers and let them supply directly, bypassing the distributors and keeping the price low to the end. With the reputation of my Shianqi Group, I believe those manufacturers will not worry that I will not pay. I will settle accounts based on your actual sales every month, notify you of the amount, and then issue an invoice to settle the accounts. I will be your distributor. All I have to pay is to build a large warehouse and a large cold storage, acquire a chain supermarket, acquire a logistics company, or directly acquire the building where the supermarket is located, or I can just build a large supermarket on that piece of land in the suburbs. There is no pressure of rent, and I can let it go. Although the return on investment is a little slower, it doesn't matter, as long as there is profit, Su Pinggan told his plan truthfully. How do you ensure that the management can keep up? Wu Sike said directly. It's very simple. You can see the difference between Shianqi Group and other companies. If any of our branches have problems with internal management, they are all very strict. If you don't do it right, you will be kicked out. Especially in supermarkets, the reason for the chaos is that the management is not strict enough. Part of the profits are eaten up by employees. Don't deny this. You can ask your classmate. He knows this very well, because these supermarkets think that they can take care of the expenses by contracting out the internal affairs of the supermarkets. How much profit they make depends on how much they sell. This laxity is the biggest source of the problem, Su Pinggan said directly. How do you know this? Wu Sike asked curiously. It's very simple. When I was in college, I worked in a supermarket during the summer vacation. I heard a leader say that his family basically never paid for electrical appliances and food. Although the salary was not high, the cost of food was saved, Su Pinggan said with a smile. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.